Reborn is the lowest ranking sacrifice on Spectre auction, with a countdown locking you in from the very start and no chance of survival. You nevertheless couldn't help but laugh out loud. Because only you know that nameless art not only followed you here, but also reshaped you into a 1 in a million solar physique. Just as the endless darkness transported you to the auction house coveted by all manner of malevolent beings, you sat cross-legged. A searing torrent of vitality erupted within you without warning. With the silent roar of Solar Physique activated, your body temperature soared toward the boiling point. The muscular giant beside you was sucked dry by a female specter in 3 minutes, reduced to nothing but a skin and bone shell, while you merely exhaled a breath of murky energy. The terrifying, pure young fire radiating from your body instantly seared the retinas of every major specter in the second-floor private box. Chapter 1: Crossing into the World of Specters, Attending the Spectre Auction. A Parallel World, Dragon Nation. Holy shit! The Spectre Auction is open again. Are they out of their minds? Are these specters starving to death or something? It's only been half a year since the last auction. We're done for. A lot of people are going to die in this auction. I hope it won't be me or the people around me. Come on, what is there to be afraid of? The world is so big. Dragon Nation alone has 3 billion people. The odds of it being you are practically zero. The clamor of chatter around him roused Yang. He climbed up from his desk and looked around in confusion. Why the hell am I at school? Yang was baffled. Hadn't he died at home after going off the deep end while practicing the nameless art and his body exploding? So how did I end up back at school the moment I opened my eyes? He clearly remembered that, as an orphan, after failing the college entrance exam, he had been walking the streets looking for a job. But then, he didn't find a job. Instead, he ran into a wandering Taoist priest along the way. The moment the old priest saw him, his eyes lit up. It was as if a starving wolf had spotted a plump, tender lamb. Yang was terrified at the time, but thankfully, the old Taoist quickly returned to his normal self. He resumed the air of a reclusive master. Stroking his beard, the old Taoist declared that Yang possessed a solar physique, a 1 in a million gift, and that not cultivating it would be a waste of such a divine gift. So, he gave Yang a manual of cultivation techniques and told him to practice. The old Taoist also said that if Yang succeeded in his cultivation, he would take him on as a disciple in the future. As the saying goes, a man remains a youth until his dying day. Yang, who had just finished his college entrance exams, was right in the midst of his late middle school syndrome phase. Unable to find his classmates, he gladly accepted the old Taoist's manual and, after quietly practicing at home for 3 days, exploded and died. But Yang firmly believed that the old Taoist hadn't set him up. The cultivation technique must have been viable, because in the previous 2 days he had indeed felt the benefits of practicing it. It was just that on the 3rd day, while he was cultivating, the young woman next door kept making all sorts of strange noises that distracted him. He accidentally channeled the energy incorrectly, which led to his body exploding. Fortunately, he had already memorized the contents of the technique. Since heaven has given me a chance to live another life, I must cultivate diligently. Yang muttered softly to himself, trying to boost his morale. After all, in any world he was fatherless and motherless, with no relatives or close friends. Who knows, maybe here, he could rise to the top just like other protagonists. Just as Yang was mentally mapping out his grand cultivation journey, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head. Instantly, countless unfamiliar memories flooded in. In those memories, Yang learned the truth about his origins. He had appeared in this world out of thin air, but for some unknown reason, the world's will had helped him forcibly rationalize his identity. He also learned how this world differed from his past life. It turned out that although this was a parallel world similar to his past life, in the adjacent dimensions, there existed a terrifying race of beings known as specters. The world's will of Blue Star had reached an agreement with the world will. The specters were forbidden from actively invading the human world. However, humans were also required to participate in the specters' auctions, where they would be sold as lot items and have their vitality drained by the specters. This agreement sacrificing the few for the many was deeply frustrating for humanity. But the world will had no other choice. Otherwise, if the specters were to invade Blue Star, the land would be ravaged, and the outcome would be far more tragic than the present situation. After processing all the information in his mind, Yang fell silent. Specters? Auctions? The world will? He recognized all these Chinese characters, but when they were strung together into a sentence, he found himself a bit lost. His own journey to this world was the work of Blue Star's world will. But why did it bring him here? Could it be that, upon arriving here, he had inexplicably taken on some kind of mission? To be honest, Yang really didn't want to shoulder any such burden, he just wanted to cultivate in peace. Just as Yang was looking gloomy, his still charming homeroom teacher pushed open the door and walked to the podium, clapping her hands. In a stern tone, she said, "Class, please quiet down." Her commanding presence immediately silenced the classroom. Satisfied, the homeroom teacher cleared her throat before speaking. "I'm sure you've all seen the news. After a 6-month hiatus, the Spectre auction has resumed. The lottery for auction items will begin in 30 minutes. Although I trust none of you will be unlucky enough to be selected, I still need to cover the key points. Staying alive during the Spectre auction is extremely difficult. However, specters are just like humans. They're just a tiny bit more brutal and a tiny bit more bloodthirsty than us, but they also have emotions like sympathy and compassion. If you're unlucky enough to be chosen as an auction item, playing the victim and appealing to that last shred of conscience within the specters is your only chance of survival. What I'm about to say is crucial, everyone, take notes." The homeroom teacher tapped the blackboard solemnly, then began writing. Yang watched what she wrote, his expression gradually turning strange. "My mom told me that children from poor families have to grow up fast. If possible, please drive my price up a bit. My family owes millions in debt. I hope that this time, I can trade my life for my whole family's peaceful survival. Aren't these exactly the same playing the victim marketing tactics from my past life?" Watching the homeroom teacher earnestly teach the students how to use these tactics, Yang struggled desperately to stifle his laughter. But no matter what he thought, the other students were all taking these tactics very seriously, writing them down word for word in their little notebooks. In truth, people in this world had long grown accustomed to the dead at the Spectre auction. Death is inevitable for some, it weighs heavier than Mount Tai for others, it's lighter than a feather. Half of the auction proceeds go to the state. Many even regarded this as an honor. After all, it wasn't that the state was greedy, it was a matter of necessity. Since the specters appeared, the world had begun to decay. Many resources had vanished, and Dragon Nation, a country with a massive population, was burning through its foundations year after year just to feed its 3 billion people. However, if someone died from being unable to withstand the addiction, the state would provide a 60% compensation to the deceased's family. Things had been this way for many years. No one objected. Because everyone knew that even with the resources from Spectre auction, feeding 3 billion people was a daunting task. Before long, the 30 minutes slipped by unnoticed. During that time, Yang also managed to subtly ask about some details regarding the Spectre auction. Items selected by the Spectre auction would develop a black skull mark on the wearer's arm, accompanied by a 5-minute countdown. Once the 5-minute preparation period ends, they are forcibly teleported to the Spectre's world along with the other auction items. At this point, the homeroom teacher was still encouraging students to ask questions, which she would answer. Some asked how much vitality it would take to resist the Spectre's feeding. Others asked what would happen if they resisted the specters after being auctioned off. Still others asked whether the specters were pretty or handsome. Faced with these questions, the homeroom teacher admitted she was at a loss and couldn't answer. Most of this information was classified. If leaked, it could easily cause widespread panic about the Spectre auction. Fortunately, Yang, who raised his hand last, asked a question she could finally answer. "Teacher, is this a mark on the auction item?" Homeroom teacher? Book Club Group, 5367458786. Currently working on the Vitality side story. Join the group to read it, Br. Chapter 2, Activating the Cultivation Technique, Unleashing the Solar Physique. On Yang's raised right forearm, a black skull stood out starkly, while the countdown timer beside him kept ticking down. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. In the blink of an eye, only a few seconds remained, not even enough time for the others to say goodbye to him. Yang, remember the phrases the teacher wrote on the blackboard. Be sure not to forget to use them. The still graceful homeroom teacher, tears welling in her eyes, watched as this unfamiliar yet strangely familiar student in the corner of the classroom was carried away by a beam of black light the moment the countdown ended. It wasn't until Yang had vanished that the other students finally came to their senses. Oh my gosh, he is so unlucky. I never would have guessed that the auctioneer for this event was right under my nose. He is so pitiful, by the way. What was his name again? I think it was Yong. Spectre Auction House. When his vision cleared once more, Yang found himself in a waiting room. 14 unfamiliar faces had arrived at the same time as him. But they all appeared to be from Longhua. In this waiting room, though the decor was somewhat eerie, the facilities were well equipped, with an abundance of drinks, snacks, and desserts. A television hung right in the center of the room. It was playing a video live footage from past Spectre auction events. The other lot participants looked dejected, vacant-eyed, or eager to compete. But not a single one of them was watching the TV, since they'd seen this footage countless times before. It was Yang, the newcomer, who watched the female Spectre on the screen with curiosity. On the TV, a female Spectre named Yara had just won the bid for a burly man from the beautiful country for 10,000 gloom coins. Under the man's anxious gaze, Yara's lovely face suddenly turned hideous, the corners of her mouth split wide, stretching all the way to her ears. Immediately afterward, she stuck out her long tongue and thrust it into the burly man's mouth. In less than 3 minutes, the burly man was sucked dry at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ever since the Spectre's resurgence, the corruption plaguing the world has had consequences beyond the disappearance of various resources. Human vitality has also begun to decline due to the world will. This decline in vitality means a shorter lifespan. To maintain physical health and to withstand the Spectre's feeding should they ever become auction items, countries around the globe have launched nationwide fitness campaigns. It's safe to say that if you were to randomly pluck someone from this world of Specters and transport them to his previous life, they could take on 10 opponents at once based on physical prowess alone. As for that burly American on TV, in a world where everyone is physically fit, his physical condition would still rank in the upper middle range. Yet the meager amount of vitality he possessed couldn't even withstand 3 minutes of Yara's feeding. Witnessing this scene, Yang fell deep in thought. With his frail frame, he might not even measure up to an 80-year-old man in this world. He wasn't sure if he'd brought his solar physique with him. If not, with a body like this, how many seconds could he withstand a Spectre strain? He'd probably be wiped out the moment he showed his face. At this thought, Yang began to feel a bit nervous. He certainly didn't want to die again right after crossing over. Especially not in such a brutal way. To verify whether his solar physique was still intact, Yang immediately walked to a less conspicuous corner and sat down cross-legged. He silently began to practice the cultivation technique from his previous life. Soon, a look of delight appeared between his brows. As he practiced the nameless art, his vitality began to surge, and his entire body temperature soared instantly. Due to the intense heat, Yang broke out in a sweat. But this entire scene was recorded by the live stream of the auction, activated by the world will. What is that guy doing in the waiting room? Why does he look like he is already drenched in sweat? 5 hearts facing heaven, that looks like a Taoist meditation posture. Taoism? I think there was a Taoist priest at the last auction. He lasted over 40 seconds, but unfortunately, he was sucked dry in the end. Well, vitality really depends on natural talent. Some people are just born with high vitality. I remember a guy from pretty country who looked pretty frail. He has participated in 4 auctions in a row without getting sucked dry. Whoa, I know the person you're talking about. It's downright terrifying. Too bad Dragon Nation hasn't produced talent like that in a long time. Back when Spectres first revived, there were still plenty of people in Dragon Nation who could survive several auctions. In fact, The world record of 9 consecutive auctions was set by Dragon Nation. That hero brought back a ton of resources. That's right. It's a shame that after that, the physical fitness of our Dragon Nation people has gone from one generation to the next, getting worse and worse. In the livestream chat, viewers across the entire Dragon Nation were passionately discussing this auction. Yang thought his behavior wasn't drawing any attention. He'd even gone out of his way to find a corner. His original intention was to keep a low profile. Yet, he had inadvertently become the object of everyone's curiosity. By now, Yang had quietly finished circulating his cultivation technique. He slowly opened his eyes and only then realized that everyone else was staring at him. The intense heat radiating from his body had truly startled those around him. The viewers watching the livestream couldn't feel it. But those of us here in person were practically being roasted alive. At first, everyone was puzzled when a toaster oven appeared in the waiting room. Later, when they discovered the culprit was actually a young student, they were all utterly shocked. "Oh my god, kid, do you have a fever? What are you thinking? Who in their right mind would have a fever this high? They'd be dead by now. Holy crap, it's gotta be his vitality. As far as I know, the stronger a person's vitality, the higher their normal body temperature." Nonsense. It's clearly the opposite. The stronger the vitality, the less you feel the cold. When did that ever have anything to do with body temperature? Wait, I thought it was the stronger the vitality, the longer it lasts? Seeing the conversation veering off track, Yang quickly cut them off. "Alright, everyone, stop arguing. I've been sickly since I was a kid. I don't have any vitality to speak of. It was just because I wasn't feeling well a moment ago." Yang didn't mention the unique aspect of his solar physique. After all, explaining this would be a bit of a hassle. How could he put it? That he was born with a pure Yang constitution? Who would believe that? The more he explained, the more confusing it would get. It was better to just deny it outright. However, even though Yang had set the record straight, these people all wore expressions that said, "I get it," but whether they actually believed his explanation. Clearly didn't believe a word of it. Yang was at a loss for words. He didn't know if he should explain further, but judging by the looks on their faces, it seemed like explaining wouldn't do any good anyway. Creak. At that moment, the door to the waiting room swung open. A tall specters, dressed in a well-tailored suit, walked in. Yang could tell at a glance that he wasn't human. Because what kind of decent person would have a sheep's head growing out of their neck? Chapter 3, 3D Female Spectre Yara. Welcome to the D-tier auction hall. The auction is about to begin. Please follow me. He was the auctioneer's guide. Every country has one to lead the auction items into the hall. Auctions are also tiered. A D-tier auction hall means no ranked specters will be participating. After the sheep-headed specter let out a deep, rumbling voice, the guide's arrival caused most of the people present to involuntarily swallow hard. Although the specter auction had been going on for a long time, when the moment finally arrived, they still couldn't help but feel nervous. The only two who remained composed were Yang. He had already confirmed that his solar physique still existed after his transmigration. This gave him ample confidence. The other was a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, dressed like a migrant worker. At that moment, the Spectre Auction's livestream camera finally panned to capture everyone in the room. When viewers spotted the middle-aged migrant worker, the number of comments in the livestream chat skyrocketed instantly. Holy crap! Isn't that Uncle Fan? He has already survived one auction. I can't believe he has been chosen again. That's pretty normal. The probability of someone who has participated in a Spectre auction being selected again is as high as 60%. Otherwise, how do you think that hero from Dragon Nation managed to take part in 9 auctions? Sigh, Uncle Fan hasn't been in the best shape since the last auction. I wonder if he'll be able to hold on this time. Let's hope Uncle Fan can hang in there. Fan's appearance left Dragon Nation viewers with mixed feelings. On the positive side, having an veteran like Fan there could, to some extent, boost the confidence of the others. It would also save face for Dragon Nation. The concern was whether Fan S Vitality would be able to withstand a second auction. Soon, led by the sheep-headed guide, the selected representatives from various nations passed through a pitch-black corridor. They arrived at the center of the venue. Below the stage, the area was already packed with specters. There were already thousands of them in the general seating alone. Not to mention the specters in the VIP boxes on the second floor. Those eerie beings were the true stars of every auction. Over on the Dragon Nation side, as the first team to be ushered into the venue, all eyes of the specters were fixed on Yang and his group. There was anticipation, greed, and disdain. A mountain of pressure crashed down upon them. A young man in the Dragon Nation team, who looked to be about the same age as Yang, couldn't help but feel his knees go weak. Cold sweat broke out on his back. I used to just watch the live streams on my phone and didn't really feel it, but now that I'm here in person, I finally understand just how much pressure those seniors must have felt. He muttered to himself, stammering. Soon, he was on the verge of a breakdown. I'm still so young, I don't want to be drained dry. The person next to him sighed and patted his shoulder in consolation. At this point, there were no words left to offer comfort. Because it wasn't just him, everyone else was under the same pressure. No one can face death with a smile. Even if there was a chance of survival at the Spectre auction, it was extremely slim. It would be no exaggeration to call it a 1 in 9 lives situation. After sizing things up for a while, the specters in the audience began discussing among themselves. The quality of this batch of Dragon Country lots doesn't seem very good. Heh, you're misjudging that. While most of them aren't high quality, that dark-skinned middle-aged guy has already been through an auction before. He is a veteran. Wow, he must have plenty of vitality on him. Yum! Besides that migrant worker, there's another kid who seems to have pretty good mental toughness. He looks like a new face, yet he doesn't bat an eye in front of all of us specters. What good is mental toughness? The key is whether he has enough vitality. But looking at how skinny he is, tsk, I doubt he'd be enough for me. Much of the specter's whispering reached Yang's ears. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, none of the specters had noticed anything unusual about him. Because his pure Yang body had once again fallen silent. But if he were to activate that nameless art again right now, he was certain every specter in the entire auction hall would go wild because of him. Suddenly, Yang felt a chilling gaze sweep over him. He looked up toward the second floor. The window of a VIP box had been pushed open, and standing there was a female specter with a devilishly curvaceous figure. At the same moment, the live stream camera also captured her. Holy shit! Yara, how is this female specter here again? You probably didn't know this, but according to information gathered from the last auction, Yara is currently at a critical juncture in her level advancement. She certainly won't miss a single upcoming auction. Ugh, this is dangerous. Yara is a ruthless female witch who kills without batting an eye. Before consuming vitality, she likes to torture her victims first. In her own words, pain maximizes the release of vitality from a person's body. Bullshit. That's just her excuse for abusing humans. But I'll give her credit, Yara is a 3D female witch. What do you mean by that? The D in her rank, the D4 bro by her side, and that pair of DS on her chest. I admire your literary flair, sir. After Yara appeared, Yang's intuition told him that this female witch was definitely one of the most dangerous creatures here today. Fortunately, at that moment, teams from other countries were also being led into the venue by their guides. The Land of Beauty, Cherry Blossom Island, Kimchi Land, Snow Village. Compared to Dragon Country, the mental fortitude of these teams left much to be desired. Especially a male idol from Kimchi Land. After Yara gave him a single glance, he was so terrified he practically wet himself. A large wet patch spread across the front of his pants, and a yellow liquid kept dripping down. Now, the specters were looking at him with a touch of disgust. After all, no one wants to inhale a guy who just peed his pants. Not to mention, just by looking at him, it was clear he didn't have much vitality left. It's over. This guy took a huge dump right off the bat. It'll probably go unsold. Tisk, TSK, a failed bid? The consequences of that are way worse than having your vitality drained at the auction. It's his own fault for having such weak nerves. I bet Yara didn't even intend to bid on him, she just glanced at him and scared the crap out of him. The Dragon Nation team watched the farce caused by the Kinchi Nation's appearance with a sense of schadenfreude. After the Specters' revival, the open and covert rivalries between the nations hadn't ended. In fact, they were escalating. In past auctions, whenever the Dragon Nation team made a fool of themselves, the Kimchi Nation and Sakura Island would inevitably follow up with a round of mockery. That's why the Kimchi Nation looked even more like a clown right now. Yang overheard the chatter around him and picked up on a key phrase. Unsold? He nudged Fan, who was sitting closest to him, and asked in confusion, Uncle, is it really that bad if an item goes unsold? Fan wasn't much of a talker, but upon hearing the question, he couldn't help but look at Yang with curiosity. You don't know something as basic as that? Yang's eyes suddenly filled with sadness. Chapter 4, the auction begins. Bucky starts with a royal flush. Uncle, you don't know the whole story. I grew up in poverty. My father was a gambler, my mother was bedridden with a serious illness, and I had a younger sister who needed to go to school. I've been working away from home since I was a kid, just to support my family, so I've never had time to pay attention to these things. Basic knowledge like this is completely foreign to me. Hearing this, Fan's eyes welled up with tears. Wiping away his tears, he said, Son, I had no idea you had it so rough. Don't worry if there's anything you don't understand, just ask. I'll explain it all to you. After a moment, Yang finally grasped some of the auction's rules. Here, having your vitality drained isn't the scariest part. The scariest thing is when an item goes unsold. If an item goes unsold, you won't even have a chance to go back. You'll be thrown straight into the Specters' world. Those little Specters unable to participate in the Spectre auction were waiting precisely for these humans whose lots went unsold. At that point, there would be absolutely no chance of survival. Click. Click. Just then, the lights on stage suddenly came on, and a Spectre wearing a smiling mask stepped forward. After glancing at the delegations from various countries and confirming everything was in order, he clapped his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this D-tier auction. I am your auctioneer for today. Having conducted so many auctions, I'm sure you're all familiar with the process, so I won't go into too much detail. Now, let the auction begin. Let us see which lucky souls will be the first to take the stage. At Spectre auctions, humans aren't assigned a specific order in advance. Instead, the order is determined by a live drawing. This really puts the Spectre's observational skills to the test. If they can't tell who's who, it's like opening a blind box. Of course, this isn't your typical drawing. The screen behind the auctioneer suddenly lit up, displaying the avatars of all the contestants from every country. A frame glowing with a blood-red light flashed rapidly before finally settling on the portrait of a contestant from the pretty country. First up is Bucky from the pretty country. He has got a muscular build and looks brimming with vitality. The starting bid is 5,000 gloom coins, with minimum bids of 1,000. And now, let the bidding begin. After the auctioneer's brief introduction, two sheep-headed Specters charged into the pretty country contingent. Without a word, they dragged Bucky out and locked him inside a transparent glass case. Judging by his panicked expression, he was clearly a newcomer. Generally speaking, a person's physique reflects their vitality. So when Bucky with his explosive muscles appeared, he instantly sparked a frenzy of bidding across the entire venue. I bid 6,000 gloom coins. Only 6,000? What are you doing here, you broke Spectre? I'll bid 8,000 gloom coins. You're the one who is broke, you bastard. I'll bid 10,000 gloom coins. Several Specters who were on the verge of advancing and needed to boost their vitality began driving the price up relentlessly. The price quickly doubled the starting bid. The audience from the beautiful country couldn't help but burst into laughter at this sight. See that? It's got to be our beautiful country folks. They come out swinging right from the start. That is for sure. Just look at the dragon country. Apart from that fan guy who is somewhat useful, the rest of them are all lackluster. Looks like the dragon country won't be getting any resources this time. Of course not. Once our beautiful country folks show up, who is going to give them the time of day? During the Spectre auction, some viewers also compared their country's bidding prices with those of other nations. But some Dragon Country viewers lurking in the beautiful country livestream couldn't stand seeing these comments. Typical of you folks from the beautiful country. All you care about is the price. Not a single one of you cares if Bucky survives. If I were from your country, I'd just go ahead and kill myself. You guys have absolutely no humanity. That's an understatement. The beautiful country doesn't give a single bit of the resources they win at auction to the auctioneer. Compared to that, our dragon country is much better. While the arguments raged in the livestream chat, Bucky's auction had already reached its climax. His price had skyrocketed to 40,000 gloom coins, a figure that was already the absolute limit for most D-tier specters. But all the specters knew. The main character hadn't even made an appearance yet. I'll bid 50,000 gloom coins. Yara's calm voice came from the second floor. It made the specters below can't help but let out a wry smile. Well, now that the specters in the VIP box had entered the fray, Bucky was no longer any concern of them ordinary specters. The specters who had been bidding the most fiercely earlier looked utterly disgruntled. Yet there was nothing they could do. 50,000 gloom coins would bankrupt them, but for the specters in the VIP box, it was just the beginning. Sure enough, after Yara bid 50,000 gloom coins, another private box joined the fray. 60,000 gloom coins, Yara. Last time I gave you face and didn't bid against you. This time it's my turn. Upon hearing this, Yara's expression darkened. I'm right in the middle of advancing to Class C. No one's going to get the better of me today. 70,000 gloom coins. In the adjacent private box sat a woman dressed in red. Her face was sickly pale, and her blood-red eyes radiated a dangerous aura. That Yara, she talked a good game at the last auction, but now she has turned her back on us. Standing beside her was a female spirit dressed as a maid. Hearing the slight anger in her mistress's voice, she asked with concern. Mistress, we only brought 100,000 gloom coins this time. Should we still bid against her? The red-clad female spirit pondered for a moment, then shook her head. I won't compete with her. She is the only child in her family and gets preferential treatment, but I'm different. I have so many older brothers and sisters vying with me for resources. However, even if we don't bid against her, we can't let that wretched servant off easy. Drive the price up so she has to pay the highest amount to win the bid. After giving her orders, the red-clad female spirit closed her eyes to rest. She left the task of driving up the price to her maid. On stage. As she heard the price for her keep rising higher and higher, Bucky's initial panic had vanished. Now she was looking smugly at the Dragon Nation delegation. See that? That's my market value. Now take a look at you lot from Dragon Nation, a bunch of misfits. I bet even if you all combined your bids, you still wouldn't match mine. Although Bucky's words were a bit exaggerated, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, as things stood, Fan was the only one from Dragon Nation capable of bidding a high price. As for the others, most would likely be snapped up by the specters at the starting bid or even go unsold. Seeing Bucky's arrogant demeanor, the Dragon Nation viewers watching the livestream couldn't help but seethe with anger. How can this guy be so cocky? Doesn't he realize that no matter how high his price goes, he is just a pawn being used by the US? Plus, he doesn't seem to know who the specters bidding on him actually are. Ha, what an idiot. If it were just any other specters, fine, but it's Yara who is bidding on him. Even though he is being mocked again, why do I actually feel a bit of sympathy for him? Chapter 5, A Brutal Death. Yara redefines the lower limits of cruelty. Uncle Chen, will we have a chance to beat him up during the auction? Yang looked at Bucky's cocky demeanor and really wanted to punch him right in that big face of his. Fan shook his head. Definitely not now, but later, who knows? After the auction, he'll be worthless, and the auction house won't protect him anymore. If he even survives, I'll take you to sneak up on him. Clearly, the two were on the same page. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yara hadn't heard the commotion from the next room and thought she was about to give up. But just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel for the third time and she was already getting impatient, the bidder next door raised the price to 80,000 gloom coins. You bitch, I'll see if you can outbid me today 100,000 gloom coins. Furious and flustered, Yara never imagined the other bidder was deliberately setting her up. She immediately threw down 100,000, causing the entire audience to gasp in shock. That's 100,000 gloom coins. That's enough to buy their very lives. Yara truly lives up to her reputation as the legitimate daughter of a commander-tier family. She can whip out 100,000 gloom coins without batting an eye. Yeah, she is probably the richest person in the whole place. I'm so jealous. I can't even imagine what a cheerful little witch I'd be if I had 100,000 gloom coins. Ha, she is just a rich fool. The specters sitting in the hall below were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment at the generosity Yara had displayed. Every emotion imaginable. And just then, no sooner had Yara finished speaking than a triumphant laugh rang out from the neighboring box. Only then did Yara realize she'd been tricked. But the bid had already been called out, there was no turning back. Such were the rules of the auction house. If any specter tried to back out, their gloom coins would be ruthlessly seized, and they'd be escorted out of the auction. It didn't matter who it was. After all, behind the specter auction stood none other than World Will. Yara's lovely face contorted with rage. She glared at the private box next door and snarled through clenched teeth. Zhang Yun, you bitch. How dare you screw me over? Just wait until I advance to C rank, I'll flay you alive. Zhang Yun, the red-clad female specter in the adjacent box, paid no heed to her threat. Although her status within her family wasn't as high as Yara's, the power of the family behind her far surpassed that of a single commander-tier family. If Yara really wanted to lay a finger on her, she'd better ask her father first if he'd approve. On the second floor, two female witches of considerable standing were locked in a confrontation. The auctioneer on stage, however, paid them no mind. All he cared about was the auction's outcome. After all, in the face of the world will, every family was nothing more than an ant. 100,000 gloom coins going once. 100,000 gloom coins going twice. 100,000 gloom coins going 3 times. Congratulations to Ms. Yara on successfully winning the first lot of this auction, Bucky from the pretty country. Next, you have 5 minutes to absorb his vitality. After 5 minutes, you must stop immediately, otherwise, even if you exceed the time by a single second, you will be required to pay 10 times the compensation. The auctioneer went through the standard precautions as usual. But Yara couldn't stand hearing these same old instructions anymore. She was so fed up she couldn't be bothered to listen. Feeling extremely irritable at that moment, she decided to take her frustration out on Bucky. According to the rules, during the 5 minutes following the purchase of a lot, if a specter causes a human's death through any action other than absorbing vitality, they must pay an additional compensation fee. But Yara was a veteran. She had 10,000 ways to make Bucky suffer terribly before draining him of his specter energy until he died. Yara had already paid 100,000 gloom coins, all transferred to the beautiful country's auction account. Once the auction ended, she'd be able to purchase various resources needed by different nations in the specter's world. However, at that moment, Bucky still had no idea what was in store for him. You stupid dragon country people, just watch, I'll definitely make it through this auction. He was laughing maniacally. The next moment, Yara, her face as dark as storm clouds, appeared in front of the glass enclosure. Just by looking at her expression, you could tell how terrible she was feeling. I'd bet this unlucky pretty country guy will be the one who meets the most gruesome end in today's auction. Hey, pretty country folks, your guy is about to be tortured to death. Why isn't anyone stepping up to say a word? Speak up? The gloom coins have already been deposited. What use is he now? It's his honor to die for us, the people of the land of beauty. 666, that essay mind-blowing comment, kid, you're truly unbeatable. Damn it, I knew there was nothing good about the land of beauty. I want to immigrate to the land of the dragon, it's closer, and better for the people. Oh my god, you damn Korean, you're disloyal to our beautiful country, and now you're thinking of going to dragon country? Ms. Yara, are you ready? On stage. The auctioneer had already summoned 2 sheep-headed specters to open the glass case. Standing before Bucky's burly frame, Yara looked rather petite. She nodded. She ran her hand over Bucky's pectorals, a look of satisfaction crossing her face. Not bad, much better quality than that guy from the last auction. At that moment, the 5-minute countdown had already begun. Her icy fingers glided across his skin, sending a shiver down Bucky's spine even though he was a 2-meter-tall giant. Yang and the other newcomers all watched the scene intently. Especially Yang. He hadn't even watched the previous livestream, so now was the perfect time to catch up. Sister Witch, could you please be a little gentler with me? Bucky blushed slightly. Recalling the survival tips he'd learned from the specters, he began to plead. Yara chuckled softly. Be gentler? Sure. The next moment, her face suddenly contorted into a hideous, terrifying grimace. Her sharp nails, running across Bucky's pectorals, tore through a layer of skin. Immediately afterward, a scene unfolded that filled everyone with both shock and dread. Yara grabbed hold of the torn skin and began peeling it away methodically. No matter how painfully Bucky screamed or struggled, it didn't faze her in the slightest. Before long, she had stripped the entire layer of skin from the burly man's body. The muscles beneath were now exposed. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Whether it was the human viewers watching the livestream or the bidders present at the scene, everyone gained a new understanding of Yara's cruelty. The specters, however, were unfazed. On the contrary, they cheered excitedly. That's much more comfortable now. It took 2 minutes to tear off the human skin. She had already vented all the frustration she'd been holding in on this human. There wasn't much time left, she had to hurry and absorb his vitality. Besides, Bucky's condition couldn't withstand any more torture. If she accidentally killed him, she'd have to pay compensation. Sweetheart, don't resist. Give me all your vitality. Yara grabbed Bucky's head. Just like she'd seen on TV before, she extended her slender proboscis and deftly slipped it into his mouth. As Yara inhaled with a look of pure bliss on her face, red vitality was sucked from Bucky's body into her own mouth. And this time, she seemed to be drinking it up much faster. In just 2 minutes, she sucked Bucky dry. As he lay dying, Bucky finally realized just how ridiculous his earlier behavior had been. He feared that by now, those Dragonlanders were all laughing as they watched him get drained dry. He wanted to turn his head to look. Unfortunately, having lost all his vitality, he no longer had the strength to move. Witnessing Bucky being sucked to death right before his eyes, Yang sighed. Uncle Chen, what a shame I won't get the chance to beat him up. Chapter 6, Fan survives the second auction. Yang takes the stage. Bucky's death had no impact on the normal proceedings of the auction. Soon, the auctioneer began the second drawing. This time, the person drawn was from Sakura Island. His name was Yumekikawa Nico. Upon learning he was the second lot to be auctioned, his face turned ashen on the spot. After all, Bucky had just died right before his eyes. It was impossible for him to feel no psychological pressure at all. But the result of the draw couldn't be changed just because he was afraid. Soon, Yumekikawa Nuku was locked inside a glass case by 2 sheep-headed specters using the familiar method. The auction began. Compared to Bucky's explosively muscular physique, Yumekikawa Nuku looked much smaller and frilier. He was clearly the type with very little vitality left. Ordinary as he was, he naturally failed to attract the attention of the VIPs on the second floor, so the only bidders were the specters in the main hall. And there weren't even that many of them. In the end, it took only 4 minutes to settle on a price for Meichuan Naiku. 7,000 gloom coins. Damn it! This good for nothing is only worth 7,000 gloom coins? I really don't see the point of him even being up there. This guy going up there is an absolute disgrace to us Sakura Islanders. I have no idea how they pick participants for this specter auction. If I were up there, my price would definitely be at least as high as Bucky S. No woman would ever like such a scrawny little bug. Holy shit. Your island has really opened my eyes to the diversity of species. Is this even fit to fight? Some Dragon Nation viewers lurking in Sakura Island's livestream were also blown away. The bidder who won Yumekikawa Naku was a specter who had just been promoted to D tier. This was his first time attending an auction. After all, the D tier auction was already the lowest tier. Unlike Yara, he wasn't so deranged as to torture his victim before draining his vitality. He simply tapped his finger against Yumekikawa Naiku's forehead. In less than 2 minutes, he had completely drained all the vitality from his body. The second victim had appeared. Yang witnessed every moment of it. It seems not all specters are like Yara. As long as I'm not auctioned off to Yara, with my solar physique, I'll definitely make it through this unscathed. As he muttered to himself, he also noticed that the specters' methods of consuming vitality varied. Only a tiny minority of perverted specters, like Yara, liked to stick their tentacles into a human's mouth to suck it out. After Meichuan Naiku's death, without any delay, the third draw began. A Korean Park Budong. Sale price, 6,000 gloom coins, death. Fourth draw result. An American Gerbanjan. Sale price, 10,000 gloom coins, death. Fifth draw result. A man from Snow Country Alexei. Selling price, 20,000 gloom coins, death. As one avatar after another turned gray on the big screen, a sense of unease spread through the teams from every country. Soon, after the sixth draw, it was finally Dragon Country's turn. The person drawn was none other than Fan, a veteran who had already survived one auction. Yang watched him with a touch of reluctance. Although they'd only known each other for 2 hours, this middle-aged man was truly a kind-hearted soul. Up for auction now is Fan from Dragon Nation, participating in the Spectre auction for the second time. I'm sure everyone here is well aware of his value, so I won't elaborate further. Bidding begins at 5,000 gloom coins, with minimum bids of 1,000. As the auctioneer made his announcement, the atmosphere in the hall grew noticeably more intense. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's finally Uncle Fan's turn. Fan. You've got to make it through this auction. Go, Uncle Fan. After Fan was selected, the Dragon Nation audience who had been sitting back and watching the spectacle suddenly grew tense. After all, he was the backbone of this year's Dragon Nation team. If he couldn't hold up, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the others. At that moment, the comment stream was also peppered with malicious remarks from other countries. You Dragon Nation folks are really naive. Even our country's Bucky didn't make it. What makes this migrant worker think he can? Exactly. Even though he has participated in an auction once, the whole world knows that excessive vitality depletion isn't something you can recover from overnight. His current condition is definitely nowhere near what it used to be. There were plenty of similar comments like these. But clearly, these foreign accounts had forgotten just how fierce Dragon Nation netizens can be. They could already give these foreigners a thorough thrashing on foreign soil, and now they were on Dragon Nation's home turf. In just a few short minutes, Dragon Nation viewers taught these foreigners a lesson. They showed them exactly what Dragon Nation culture, vast and profound, truly means. 30 minutes later, Fan's auction finally drew to a close. For veterans who participated in the auction without getting wiped out, this was a true test of the Spectre's discernment. It was, in a sense, a high-stakes gamble. The bet was on just how much vitality Fan had left after going through an auction. Of course, barring any surprises, this high-stakes gamble wasn't for the ordinary specters in the hall. In the end, Fan was snapped up by a VIP box on the second floor, one that hadn't participated in the bidding at all, for 110,000 gloom coins. 110,000 gloom coins. That price was nothing short of insane. After all, even Bucky, treasured by all specters, had only fetched 100,000. And that price had been driven up by the red-clad female specter Jiang Yun's deliberate bid rigging. Clearly, in the eyes of the specters, Fan's value far exceeded that of Bucky. At that moment, the beautiful country, which had been acting so arrogantly all along, was completely silenced. A young specter dressed simply walked down from the second floor and began absorbing Fan's vitality. He didn't make a single unnecessary move. He simply absorbed it for a full 5 minutes. Fan's complexion grew weak and pale at a rate visible to the naked eye. But thankfully, after 5 minutes, he managed to survive. Uncle Fan is awesome. He survived. He actually survived. Ugh, things aren't looking good. Fan's condition must be at its absolute limit. If he gets drained one more time, he is definitely as good as dead. Damn it, why are you spouting such doom and gloom talk at a time like this? Just making it through this is already a huge accomplishment. It wasn't just the audience and Dragon Country viewers abroad were also left speechless. They never expected Fan to actually survive a second round. Yang and another man from Dragon Country rushed onto the stage to help the weakened Fan to his feet, intending to carry him back so he could rest properly. But just as the three were about to leave, the auctioneer suddenly spoke up. Yang, since you're already here, why not stay? Under Yang's puzzled gaze, the auctioneer pointed to the giant screen behind him. It turned out that the moment Fan survived, the 7th draw had begun. And this time, the avatar within the blood-red frame was none other than Yang. Chapter 7, Yara and Jiang Yun are at each other's throats this time. It's really sweat-inducing. What's meant to happen can't be avoided. Yang had long since steeled himself mentally, so he wasn't nervous. Without needing those two sheep-headed specters, he had already positioned himself in the center of the glass enclosure. Seeing the various expressions of disdain on the faces of the specters below, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, exactly. You lot had better not fight over me. Let me wrap up this auction quietly. Hey, isn't that the guy who was sweating buckets in the waiting room? I can't believe he got picked. Gotta admit, even though he doesn't look like someone with a lot of vitality, his mental toughness alone already outclasses a whole bunch of people. Exactly. To stay completely unfazed under the gaze of so many specters, I, for one, couldn't do that. Don't even mention you didn't you see how even Fan, that old hand, was under a lot of pressure when he went up there? This young guy named Yang is so young, yet he has this kind of mental fortitude. He is bound to achieve great things in the future. It's just a shame he ended up in the Spectre auction. In the Dragon Kingdom's auction livestream, most of the comments expressed regret for Yang. It's heartbreaking that such a talented person would fall victim to the Spectre auction. But it was nothing more than regret. After all, the Spectre auction isn't something humans can control. All one can do is sigh, heaven envies talent. The 7th lot in this auction is a young man from Dragon Country who has just turned 18. Yang. I won't go into details about him, you can all judge for yourselves. Compared to the introductions of the previous lots, it was clear that even the auctioneer didn't think Yang was worth spending too many gloom coins on. Tisk, looking so scrawny like that, I don't think he is even worth 5,000 gloom coins. Yeah, 5,000 gloom coins is still money. Bidding on this guy might end up being a total loss. I'm passing. For 5,000 gloom coins, I could probably buy some vitality pills on the black market that'd be better than him. You're right. There are still so many others coming up. I don't want to waste my money on him. The specters were buzzing with chatter. After all, if even the seasoned auctioneer didn't think much of Yang, there was no point in them wasting their gloom coins on him either. And since they weren't trying to keep their voices down, most of these comments reached Yang's ears. His face darkened instantly. Did they really have to look down on him this much? Although he didn't want specters fighting over him, he certainly couldn't let the auction go unsold. Fan had already explained the consequences of a failed auction to him long ago. If it was this dangerous even in a place like an auction house where there was still some semblance of order, then it went without saying how perilous it would be to be exiled to the specters' world outside. Ha ha ha, looks like the first lot to go unsold at this auction is going to come from your Dragon Nation S team. Is this the best Dragon Nation has to offer? They're not even as good as our Kimchi Nation S idols. Hey, Korean guy above, don't be ridiculous. Thanks, but we Dragon Nation folks haven't sunk so low as to be compared to you kimchi eaters. Ah, come on. What else that's supposed to mean? Is our Kimchi Nation that pathetic? I'll give you credit for knowing your place. The venue was deathly quiet. At that moment, Yang found himself in a very awkward situation. If no one placed a bid within the next 2 minutes, the auction would end without a sale. Fan, who had just recovered from the shock, learned of this devastating news. After a brief moment of hesitation, he made his decision. He would use the gloom coins he won at the auction to save Yang. That's right, there was another rule at Spectre Auction. It allowed bidders to bid on items actually present at the venue. However, while the bid amount was standard, the final payment required 10 times that amount. In other words, if Fan wanted to save Yang, he'd have to come up with at least 60,000 gloom coins. After the status cut, he would receive 55,000 gloom coins from this auction. Combined with what was left over from the first auction, he'd have just over 60,000. These gloom coins were more than enough to transform Fan from a migrant worker into a millionaire. Using them to save someone he'd only just met was definitely not worth it. Yet, after an internal struggle, Fan still decided to bid and win Yang. For no other reason than this. It was simply because this young man, whom he'd only recently met, had a tragic backstory that struck a deep chord with him. His sister was surely watching the livestream right now. How cruel it would be if she had to witness her brother's auction failing in his death with her own eyes. Fan had always been a soft-hearted person since childhood, and the mere thought of such a scene made his heart ache. He had to save Yang. Time ticked by, second by second. Still, no bid from the specters. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel and declare Yang unsold, 2 voices rang out in quick succession. I bid 6,000 gloom coins. 6,000. The first voice came from Fan on the stage, clenching his jaw. He raised his hand and shouted the price. The second voice, coming immediately after, belonged to Jong Yun from the VIP box on the second floor. It turned out she hadn't been paying attention to what was happening outside until just then. It was only after such a long time had passed without any bidding that her curiosity got the better of her, and she glanced over. And with just that one glance, she was captivated by Yang. Yang had delicate, refined features at first glance. He seemed only slightly more handsome than the average person. But because of his solar physique, a hint of masculinity shone through his brow, a detail other specters might have missed. However, Jong Yun, born into a prominent family, had picked up on this nuance. Her intuition as a female specter told her that winning the bid for Yang would bring her unexpected surprises. Fan looked at the auctioneer, but before he could ask anything, he heard the auctioneer say firmly. Fan made the first bid. Would Miss Jong Yun like to continue bidding? 7,000 gloom coins. As expected, Jong Yun didn't even bat an eye at such a small sum. At this point, Fan was already out of the picture. She had taken note of Fan's behavior just now. This middle-aged man she'd only just met. He's worth befriending. 8,000 gloom coins. Unexpectedly, after Jong Yun placed her bid, Yara from the next table actually jumped into the fray as well. In fact, anyone with eyes could see it. Yara was seeking revenge. But Yang, the one directly involved, was starting to panic. This time, he was truly breaking out in a cold sweat. He was worried that the female ghost who just bid might drop out of the auction because of Yara. If that happened, he'd fall right into Yara's hands. Just thinking about her cruel methods made his teeth ache. Damn it! If you're going to pick a fight with her, don't do it during my auction. Fortunately, things didn't turn out as badly as Yang had imagined. After seeing right through Yara's intentions, Jiang Yun didn't hesitate. She immediately called out a bid of 30,000 gloom coins. From 8,000 straight to 30,000. Not only was Yang stunned, but the specters watching the spectacle were stunned, and even Yara was stunned. Is she crazy, spending 30,000 gloom coins on this guy? She couldn't wrap her head around it. But she didn't stop bidding. 35,000 gloom coins. She figured Jiang Yun must have her reasons for doing this. Maybe this delicate-looking human boy really did have something special about him. She just hadn't noticed it yet? Chapter 8, a gambling dad, a sick mom, a sister in school, and a broken him. 40,000 gloom coins. From the next booth, Jiang Yun's tone was firm, her bid delivered without a hint of hesitation. She exuded an air of determination to compete with Yara to the very end. 45,000 gloom coins. 50,000 gloom coins. 55. 60,000. From there on, the competition between the two female witches reached a fever pitch, with neither willing to back down. No wonder they're worthy of sitting in the second-floor VIP box. They really don't think twice about spending those gloom coins. I'm so jealous. Usually, bids have to increase by at least 1,000 gloom coins, but these two? Every bid they make starts at 5,000 gloom coins. Sigh, what can you do? They're just lucky. One is the legitimate daughter of a commander-tier family, and the other comes from the Crimson Clan. Both are powerhouses. But I still can't figure it out. What is so special about this kid that he has got these two women fighting over him again without any regard for their dignity? Yeah, it was almost a no sale just a moment ago. How did it jump to 60,000 gloom coins in the blink of an eye? The specters in the first-floor lobby were all completely baffled. Even the specters in the other VIP boxes on the second floor were curiously eyeing Yang on stage. However, after staring for quite a while, they couldn't discern anything unusual about him. Am I really that valuable? Yang never expected that two female specters on the second floor would be fighting over him like this. If his solar physique had been exposed, then this situation would have made sense. In fact, having only two specters bidding would have been an insult to his pure young physique. But the problem was, he hadn't revealed anything. Just as Yang was pondering this, his value had skyrocketed once again. I'll bid 80,000 gloom coins. Jiang Yun, I advise you to back down. Yara leaned out the window, looking smugly at Jiang Yun, who was standing at the window next door. The more Jiang Yun refused to back down, the more certain Yara became that she had something to hide. This human named Yang must be hiding a secret she didn't know about. At that moment, Jiang Yun, provoked once again, was already looking rather grim. But she didn't rush to raise her bid. Instead, she feigned deep thought. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The entire audience was curious about Jiang Yun's next move, but the auctioneer wasn't about to wait any longer. 80,000 gloom coins going once. 80,000 gloom coins going twice. Hearing the auctioneer's voice, Jiang Yun finally snapped back to reality. She clenched her teeth and whispered, I'll bid 100,000 gloom coins, Yara. If you can outbid me, then it's yours. The two female witches were old rivals. Yara knew Jiang Yun well and was aware that she only ever brought 100,000 gloom coins to each auction. And now, she had reached her limit. Jiang Yun, you're always trying to outbid me, but have you ever considered that I'm far wealthier than you? I bid 120,000 gloom coins. In truth, Yara could have won Yang by bidding just 1,000 gloom coins more. But she chose to bid 20,000 more. Because those 20,000 gloom coins were a mere drop in the bucket for her and for the commander-tier family backing her. But at this very moment, it served to humiliate and mock Jiang Yun mercilessly. Not only had she once again snatched away the lot Jiang Yun coveted, but she had also flaunted her immense wealth. When the bid of 120,000 gloom coins was called out, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Even the auctioneer was somewhat stunned. No matter how seasoned he was, he couldn't see what was so special about Yang that would justify such a price. Could it be that he really misjudged the situation? The auctioneer couldn't help but wonder to himself. But he still carried out his duties. 12,000 gloom coins going once. 12,000 gloom coins going twice. 12,000 gloom coins going once. Congratulations to Ms. Yara for once again securing her desired item at this specter auction. And congratulations to Yang from the Dragon Kingdom for becoming the most valuable lot at this auction so far. Holy crap! 12,000 gloom coins, that's actually higher than Fan's value. Oh my god, my worldview is about to collapse. If it were a veteran like Fan, or a muscle-bound guy like Bucky, I could accept them fetching this price, but Yang? What on earth is it about him that attracted these two female specters? Maybe it's his looks. Don't get me wrong, but if you look closely, this guy is way more handsome than those celebrities. In any case, the two highest valued items at this auction are both from our Dragon Nation, one at 110,000 gloom coins, the other at 120,000 gloom coins. Sigh, what good are 120,000 gloom coins? Once they fall into Yara's hands, you might as well not have them at all. It might be been easier to die if the item had gone unsold. As the auctioneer brought down the gavel to seal the deal, Jiang Yun couldn't help but burst out laughing. A lowly maid is just a lowly maid, brainless. With that, she closed the window. A maid standing nearby stepped forward. Before closing the window, whether intentionally or not, she flashed a smile at Yara. That smile was laced with sarcasm. It pierced Yara's heart deeply. Only then did she realize she'd been tricked again. She'd actually fallen for that scheming bitch Jiang Yun's provocation once more. Rage filled Yara's mind. She shot Yang on the stage a vicious glare, then went downstairs and obediently paid the gloom coins. Yang's eye twitched. Sure enough, the very thing he feared most had happened. What he dreaded most had come to pass. He had truly fallen into the clutches of that female witch, Yara. In the waiting area, Fan, having witnessed the auction's outcome, hung his head in despair. Although Yang had inexplicably been bid up to a staggering 120,000 gloom coins, he had no way out. Those 120,000 gloom coins would only serve as his legacy. Young man, in the end, you couldn't escape this fate after all. But don't worry, once we return to the real world, I'll definitely find your little sister and raise her as my own daughter. Fan shouted. Yang gave him a puzzled look. What sister? In Jiang Yun's room. The maidservant stood respectfully behind Jiang Yun, gently fanning her with a round fan. Miss, so you were setting a trap for Yara after all. At the time, I truly thought you were going to bid on that human youth. As she spoke, the image of Yang flashed through the maid's mind. To be honest, this young man really was quite to her taste. Jiang Yun shook her head. No, you're wrong. I did indeed want to bid on that guy at first, because I saw vitality gathering between his brows, but I couldn't be sure, so I thought I'd bid on him at a lower price to study him. If I misjudged him, I'll give him to you as a reward. It's just that later, Yara, who knows what came over her, insisted on competing with me. Since she wanted to fight over him, I figured I'd just let her have him. Spending 120,000 gloom coins to bid on an unknown quantity, at least in my opinion, isn't worth it. After hearing her mistress's explanation, the maid's face betrayed a hint of regret, while her loathing for Yara deepened. If it weren't for that damned madwoman, that cute guy might already be at her mercy by now. By the way, miss, most of the items worth spending money on in this auction were snapped up early on. The rest are all second-rate junk. Should we leave early? In truth, the junk the maid referred to was still considered treasures in the eyes of ordinary specters. But with Jiang Yun's discerning eye, the remaining lots certainly wouldn't catch her interest. Moreover, she had to use the gloom coins in her possession wisely. After all, she wasn't the sole legitimate daughter. She couldn't splurge as freely as Yara could. No rush. I want to watch Yara lose her mind first. Jiang Yun smiled. If there was one thing that could make her happy, it was undoubtedly the look on Yara's face when she was humiliated. As for the innocent Yang, she didn't give him a second thought. He was just a human. Not worth mentioning. On stage, The glass enclosure had already been removed. Yang and Yara stood face to face. He could feel a chilling, sinister cold radiating from Yara's body. Anyone else would have been frozen solid by now. Their immunity would even have suffered a drastic, permanent decline. Because this cold was the eerie energy emitted by specters. Yara could no longer control the eerie energy surging through her, proof of just how unstable her emotions were. Yet her face still wore a cheerful smile. "Sweetie, I'll give you a chance. If you can move me and make me feel sorry for you, I'll spare your life." Move her? Yang froze for a moment. He didn't believe this female specter who just flayed someone alive could be that kind-hearted. In other words, even if she truly had that intention, what could possibly melt the icy heart of such a cruel female specter? Still, things had already come to this point. He might as well do as she said and give it a try. He had nothing to lose. The next moment, Yang channeled his inner drama queen, sighed, and let a sorrowful look return to his eyes. "Sister Witch, I've come from a poor family since I was a child. My father's a gambler, my mother's bedridden with a serious illness, and I have a younger sister who needs to go to school." He recited the backstory he fabricated to Confan, word for word. He told it with such heartfelt emotion, not a trace of pretense. To sum it up in a few sentences: a gambling-addicted dad, a sick mom, a younger sister in school, and a broken-hearted him. "Sister Spectre, I'm so grateful you bid 120,000 gloom coins for me. No matter what you decide to do with me, you'll always be my savior, Yang." In an instant, all the specters present were moved by his tragic backstory. Quite a few of them even empathized with him. Even in Jiang Yun's private box, her personal maid couldn't stop wiping away tears. "Miss, he is so pitiful." Jiang Yun remained silent, feeling a twinge of regret. It was her fault that Yang had been harmed. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have fallen into the hands of an enraged Yara. But now, it was too late to say anything. "Poor thing, your story is truly tragic. You've moved me. However, since you've called me your benefactor, and your benefactor now wants your life, shouldn't you agree?" Chapter 9, Activating the Pure Yang Constitution. Yara flips out. Yang. Just as expected, a leopard can't change its spots. Yara had no intention of letting him off the hook. At that moment, Yara's lips curled into a grin as she extended her tentacle. Yang had no idea what new torture she concocted, but his reflexes were lightning fast. Just as the tentacle was about to touch his face, he reached out and grabbed it. "Yara? Audience? Holy shit! This guy is awesome. He actually dared to fight back. I never saw this coming. What a surprise! So cool. I knew he had the mental toughness for this. No way he'd just sit there and wait to die. Sigh, what is the point of fighting back? These are specters, after all. Actually, Yara looks pretty good when she doesn't open her mouth. Bro above, you've got some weird tastes. -1. Yara's going to find him tonight. 111. 111. The moment Yang grabbed Yara's tentacle, everyone, including the specters, was certain in their hearts. This guy is as good as dead. But surprisingly, after Yara came to his senses, he didn't fly into a rage. Such intense vitality. Most specters use two methods to gauge a human's vitality. One is visual. Take Bucky, for example. You can tell at a glance that he is brimming with vitality. Or take Fan, for instance. Though not as physically imposing as Bucky, he radiates a strong vitality. At auctions, specters generally rely on these visual cues to gauge a person's vitality. Lower-ranked specters often misjudge this. Take Yang, for example. The second method involves physical contact, allowing specters to directly sense a human's vitality. Unfortunately, at auctions, specters are not allowed to make physical contact with humans until they've won the bid. At that moment, when Yang grabbed Yara's tentacle, she finally sensed the vitality emanating from him. So intense. Several times stronger than that Bucky's. Yara's eyes lit up. She knew she'd struck gold. Yang's speech had just taken 2 minutes, and she dared not waste any more time. Without even retracting her proboscis, she began directly draining Yang's vitality. Just as Yang had suspected. The reason this creature stuck her proboscis into a human's mouth to drain vitality was simply because of her twisted fetish. Yara actually didn't hurt Yang? Oh my god, what am I seeing? This must be the first time Yara hasn't tortured a human. Could it be that she was really moved by Yang's tragic backstory? I'm Yang's classmate. We're not close, but I know his family situation. He is an orphan. Where would he have parents and a little sister? Holy crap, I knew that line sounded familiar. Xiao Mei said the exact same thing to me. You guys might not know who Xiao Mei is, but she is therapist number 8 at the foot massage parlor downstairs from my place. Got it. Well, this Yang looks like he has got thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he is no saint either. That's not like her at all. Second floor VIP room, by the window. Zhang Yan watched the strange pair on stage, furrowing her brow slightly. She stayed to see Yara lose her mind, not to watch her happily sipping vitality. Yara's unusual behavior made her suspicious. Could it be that this Yang really has a secret? Zhang Yun mulled it over. That was the only possibility. After all, the only thing that could stop Yara from losing her mind was vitality. Why hadn't she tortured Yang first? Was it because she discovered that Yang had an abundant supply of vitality, and if she wasted any more time, she might not be able to drain it all? At that thought, Zhang Yun regretted her decision. Damn it! If I'd known, I would borrowed money rather than just hand Yang over. Although she still didn't know exactly how much vitality Yang possessed. Judging by Yara's behavior, she knew it had to be an astonishing amount. On stage. As Yang gripped Yara's mouthpiece, he could feel something inside him rapidly draining away. Streams of red vitality flowed from his wrist toward Yara. This female sorceress had long since closed her eyes and was savoring the sensation. It seems I don't feel any discomfort yet. It had been a minute since she began draining his vitality. Yang hadn't noticed anything amiss with his body yet. He'd seen others, when their vitality was being drained, turn pale or have their legs go weak. As if they'd been completely drained dry. Sure enough. The Solar Physique truly lives up to its reputation. What would happen if I suddenly activated my cultivation technique right now and unleashed the pure Yang physique? Suddenly, a mischievous thought popped into Yang's mind. His pure Yang physique was still in a dormant state. Even so, Yara couldn't drain it all. What if he activated the pure Yang physique by practicing that nameless art? Yang was eager to see just how powerful the pure Yang physique would be once activated. Now was the perfect opportunity. After all, with the specters here, they served as the perfect benchmark. Once he left the auction, he wouldn't have another chance. So, no time to waste. Yang closed his eyes without assuming a meditation posture and, clutching Yara's tongue tightly in his hand, began to channel the nameless art. As the technique completed a full cycle, the pure Yang body was activated once more. Yang's body radiated intense heat. In an instant, all the specters sensed that something was extraordinary about him. The humans were fine, they couldn't tell anything was different. But in the eyes of the specters, he now resembled the blazing sun in the sky. Yang had no idea that his pure Yang body would be so conspicuous once activated. He continued to maintain the circulation of the nameless art. He silently chanted to himself. 3 seconds, just 3 seconds. Let me see how Yara reacts, then I'll stop the technique immediately. With that thought in mind, he opened his eyes. He wanted to see how Yara, standing across from him, was reacting. But he had no idea what he was about to see, and when he did, he was shocked. He saw that Yara's eyes were wide with shock, and red cracks had actually appeared on her snow-white skin. What is going on? Why has the vitality emanating from him suddenly become so powerful? If the original Yang was like an unactivated nuclear reactor? Then after he activated the nameless art and fully unleashed his pure Yang body, It was as if someone had pressed the button to unleash destruction. Enormous amounts of vitality instantly surged into Yara's body as she absorbed it. The cracks on her body were the result of absorbing too much vitality at once, more than she could process. If she had stopped immediately at that moment and gone back to properly process all that vitality, Yara would undoubtedly have broken through to Class C. She might even have reached C+ directly. But this greedy female witch chose not to stop. Instead, with madness in her eyes, she continued to intensify her absorption of Yang's vitality. Has this female witch gone mad? Yang felt the suction suddenly intensify and glanced at Yara in astonishment. How dare she still? The thought had barely crossed his mind when he saw Yara's petite, girlish form rapidly swell to terrifying proportions. It was even more terrifying than the giants humans imagine after death. The red cracks on her body began to flicker, clearly indicating she was on the verge of collapse. Finally, there was a loud boom. Yara exploded. Chapter 10: Jiangyun personally visits to request a second auction. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent, both the specters and the humans. Meanwhile, in specter auction livestreams around the world, as if by some unspoken agreement, silence descended at the exact same moment, leaving the screens as still as a pool of stagnant water. Not a single comment was visible. All the viewers stared wide-eyed, horrified by what they just witnessed. Out of the blue, how could such a massive female specter just explode like that? Even the auctioneer had never seen or even heard of such a thing. His face, hidden behind a mask, twitched violently. Sucking on human vitality, only to end up sucking herself to death by exploding. Not only was this the first time anyone had died this way, it was likely the most humiliating and agonizing death in the entire world of specters. If it had been an ordinary specter, no one would have paid any attention to such a death. At most, it would have caused a couple of startled gasps. But the problem was, the one who had just died was Yara, the legitimate daughter of the Commander Tier family. After a long moment, the specters in the hall finally began to come to their senses. Did you guys see how Yara died just now? She was literally burst open by vitality. I always thought bursting from overeating was just a figure of speech. I never thought I'd actually see someone die that way with my own damn eyes. Wait, are you guys still focused on Yara? The real point here is that this human has so much vitality it could burst a D-tier specters. Don't even mention it, I already regret it. If I'd known, I would tried bidding just now. It's no use saying that now. Are you richer than Yara, or richer than Jiangyun? Meanwhile, the long silent livestream chat finally sprang to life. Holy shit! In all these years of the specter auction, Yang is the first one to ever make a specter burst from too much vitality. Is there a cute guy out there who'll spend the night with me so I can be sure this isn't a hallucination? Suggestion to the sister above: if you're feeling itchy, just give yourself a couple of taps with your slipper. Even the cute guys are dumbfounded. My mom asked me why I was kneeling on the floor to watch the livestream. I showed her the recording, and she knelt down too. Why? He clearly doesn't look any stronger than the 80-year-old grandpa who lives downstairs from me. Where does he get all that vitality? I hereby declare that, starting today, Yang is my god. Please, Yang, share your secrets with us. Viewers who originally didn't think much of Yang were now completely won over. On the second floor, in Jiangyun's VIP box. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, then pinched her snow-white thigh. Xiao Chui, did you see that? Yara is dead. She was crushed to death by this man's vitality. The maid, Xiao Chui, was lost in her own thoughts. Her mind was elsewhere, and she didn't answer her mistress's question. It wasn't until Jiangyun slapped the back of her head that she snapped back to reality. Contact the family immediately and tell them I need 300,000 no, 500,000 gloom coins. Advance me the funds for my next 5 auctions. According to Crimson Clan regulations, children like Jiangyun are provided with a certain amount of funds each time they attend an auction. The amount varied depending on the auction S-tier. D-tier auctions were the lowest tier, so only 100,000 gloom coins were provided each time. Advancing 500,000 gloom coins meant Jiang Yun would miss the next 5 specter auctions. But she didn't care. Because she knew Yang's value was absolutely far greater than those 500,000. While Jiang Yun was arranging the funds, the other VIP boxes on the second floor were also frantically preparing their contingency plans. Yang's appearance had caught them completely off guard. They had originally come to the auction simply to join the excitement and gather intelligence. They had no intention of participating in the bidding. Therefore, none of them had brought many gloom coins with them. But who could have imagined that such a valuable resource would appear at a D-tier auction? After all, judging by how Yang had just used vitality to obliterate Yara, he was definitely capable of competing in C-tier or even B-tier auctions. On stage, Yang watched as the specter's eyes grew increasingly heated and frenzied, and he sensed trouble brewing. "My auction is over. Can I leave now?" The auctioneer shook his head. "Not just yet. We need to wait until all the lots have been auctioned off, but you don't have to stay up front anymore. You can go back to the waiting room where you started and rest." After witnessing Yang's value, the auctioneer's attitude toward him had shifted somewhat. At first, he had treated these humans as mere commodities. But now, Yang's value forced him to show respect. So much so that the auctioneer patiently explained Yang's question and even switched to addressing him as Sir. "Uncle Fan, want to go together?" Upon hearing the response, Yang turned to Fan. Fan, who was already exhausted and extremely weak, agreed without a moment's hesitation. He still remembered that during the last auction he participated in, the auctioneer hadn't even bothered to acknowledge him. After narrowly escaping with his life, he'd been forced to stand on stage for half a day before finally being teleported back to reality. He wasn't sure if being allowed to rest in the waiting room was simply standard procedure or a special favor from the auctioneer. But none of that mattered anymore. This time, too, he was riding on Yang's coattails. Upon receiving instructions, a guide from the Dragon Kingdom approached and led the two of them to the waiting room. They even thoughtfully turned on the air conditioning for them, adjusting it to a comfortable temperature. A variety of snacks and fruits were also brought to their table. The guide, who had once seemed so intimidating, now looked like a humble waiter. "You may go." Yang waved his hand dismissively, without any pretense of politeness. Fan glanced at Yang's profile. He wanted to speak up several times, but in the end, he swallowed his questions. Because he knew this was Yang's private matter. Even if he was curious, he couldn't pry unless Yang chose to explain it himself. But Yang himself didn't know how to explain it. Just as he was engrossed in watching the live broadcast of the auction proceedings for teams from other countries on TV, there was a knock on the waiting room door. Knock. 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 Yang looked up, a puzzled expression on his face. Who could be looking for him? "Come in." He wasn't particularly worried about his personal safety. After all, this was Spectre Auction, a creation directly under world will. Here, whether human or spectre, everyone must abide by the rules. Once a taboo is violated, there is no such thing as mercy. Creak. The door swung open, and a spectre dressed exactly like the auctioneer walked in. The same black robe, the same mask. Only her hair was longer, and her figure was more curvaceous. She was clearly a female spectre. But she wasn't the main character. After entering the waiting room, she stepped aside, and immediately afterward, a woman wearing a red cheongsam walked in. Her beauty was unparalleled. Her figure was even more stunning than the female auctioneer standing next to her. If it weren't for the faint traces of Spectre's traits about her, Yang would have genuinely thought she was human. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Yun. Before Yang could say a word, she rushed over excitedly. "Yang, can you hold a second auction?" Reader Group, 536745786. Currently working on the Vitality side story. Join the group to read it, Br. Chapter 11, Jiang Yun is a woman of great kindness. A second auction? Isn't this a random selection at the auction? It's not up to me. Seeing Yang's puzzled expression, Jiang Yun knew he hadn't understood her meaning. So, after calming her excitement a bit, she explained. Yang, you've misunderstood. I'm not talking about a second auction, but about taking the stage a second time to bid during this D-tier auction. Earlier, my cultivation level was too low to recognize your true value, which is why that vile servant Yara got the upper hand. So I hope you'll sign the agreement to participate in a second auction. This time, I prepared plenty of bloom coins. I'll make sure you don't lose out. You don't need to worry about getting hurt either. Perverts like Yara are few and far between. I've never harmed any human, I only absorb vitality by the book. Apparently concerned that Yang might be traumatized after his ordeal with Yara, Jiang Yun went out of her way to emphasize her kindness. She leaned close to Yang, explaining in his ear while gently exhaling. At the same time, she wrapped both arms around his. She rocked him gently. If anyone else had seen Jiang Yun like this, they would have been absolutely stunned. Unfamiliar, so unfamiliar. When did the fierce, sinister, and mysterious Crimson Clan start acting so coy? Yang took a deep breath. He could now truly feel just how kind Jiang Yun really was. His arm was practically sinking into her. Of course, these little tricks alone weren't enough to make Yang surrender. What he was concerned about were the gloom coins Jiang Yun had mentioned. He knew his own body well. Never mind holding a second auction in a row, even if there were a third or a fourth. These D-tier specters alone wouldn't be able to drain him dry. In fact, if he were to channel the nameless art and activate his pure Yang body, the danger would actually fall on these specters instead. If we hold a second auction, will I get any extra benefits? Yang pondered for a few seconds before looking up and asking. Although he was tempted, bloom coins alone weren't enough. After all, in the hands of humans, bloom coins could only be exchanged for wealth and resources for survival. They offered no help whatsoever to his grand endeavor of cultivating immortality. Therefore, the 60,000 gloom coins he would receive as his share from this auction alone were already enough to ensure he'd never want for food or clothing. He could spend money like water in the real world. There was absolutely no need to hold a second auction in the same venue. Seeing that Yang was already tempted, Jiang Yun blushed and took a step back, leaving the opportunity to explain to the female auctioneer. The female auctioneer nodded and produced a contract. Mr. Yang, if you're willing to take the stage for a second auction, our auction house can grant you a redemption privilege. After all, we are an auction house. Even when there are no humans present, we still auction off other specter items, and this redemption privilege allows you to directly exchange gloom coins for items of equal value. The female auctioneer's explanation finally piqued Yang's interest. I'd like to see the specter items available for exchange first. After all, I'm a human. Many of your specter items are of no use to me. The exchange privilege you mentioned is indeed tempting, but that's for you specters. If the items at your auction house aren't useful to me, then this exchange privilege is of no value to me. Of course, if there is something I like, then we'll certainly have a pleasant partnership. Now it was time to negotiate. Yang didn't hesitate at all and directly stated his demands. It's simple, if there is something I like, I'll agree. If not, forget it. TSK. It's been ages since I've seen one of us humans stand up to the specters like this. Yeah, the world today is one giant jungle where the law of the jungle reigns. The strong prey on the weak. In front of the specters, we humans will always be the underdogs. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Haven't you seen Shirakami's status now? These specters treat him like a precious treasure. Shirakami? Yeah, I've already said it, from now on, Yang is my god. Am I the only one envious of Shirakami? That female specter in the Cheongsam has a figure that's just wow. I can't even handle just looking at her, and she is actually acting all coy with Shirakami. Just as the audience's comments said. Because of the rules jointly established by the rulers of the two worlds, World Will and World Will, specters can only obtain vitality from humans through auctions. They cannot simply seize it by force. Now, Yang has demonstrated his value. He has so much vitality that he could kill a Yara on the spot. So, if these specters want to get their hands on him, they'll have to show their sincerity and treat him like a precious treasure. Of course. You could also choose to be proud and refuse to bow down to lowly humans. But then, once the other specters win the bid for Yang, they'll be able to use his vitality to pull far ahead of you. Where there are people, there is competition. This saying applies just as much to the specters. Upon hearing Yang's request, the female auctioneer agreed without hesitation. Of course. Here is our list of auction items. Please take a look. She pulled a remote control from somewhere and pressed a button on the TV. The live broadcast immediately switched to a series of item listings. Each item was described in great detail. Mysterious banner of green mountains. Description: a D-tier specter weapon capable of trapping specters of D-tier or lower within the banner and forcibly controlling them. Price: 15,000 gloom coins. Yang attracting pill. Description: when ingested, attracts vitality from the human world. Effect lasts 3 seconds. Price: 20,000 gloom coins. Crimson robe scroll. Description: a family heirloom entrusted to the Crimson clan. Effects unknown. After multiple tests, specters were unable to use it. Price: 200,000 gloom coins. After glancing through them briefly, Yang realized just how precious vitality was to specters. To increase their power, specters must either absorb the impure Yin energy in the specter world or absorb vitality from the human world. But now that an invisible wall separates the two worlds, specters are completely unable to absorb vitality from the human world. That's why, at every specter auction, humans with abundant vitality command such high prices. Finally, Yang's gaze settled on the red-cloaked scroll. To his surprise, he discovered that the content displayed on this scroll bore a striking resemblance to his own nameless art. In fact, Yang had a gut feeling that the nameless art and the red-cloaked secret scroll were one and the same. Could it be that my nameless art is only part of it, and the remaining part is this red-cloaked secret scroll? He hadn't yet figured out why something from his past life was connected to the world of specters. But since he discovered it, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Your items are quite good. I agree to a second auction. Although he was excited inside, Yang didn't show it openly. Instead, he remained calm. This made it impossible for the female auctioneer to read his mind. Jiang Yun, who had been secretly observing him all along, noticed that he seemed interested in her family's secret scroll. Chapter 12: Yang's way of mastering the unseen, living off others' coats. After signing the agreement, Yang immediately received his redemption eligibility. If he wanted to redeem something, he could do so right then. But he didn't. Mainly, he was still broke. 60,000 gloom coins might seem like a lot, but his target was that red-clad secret scroll, a priceless treasure worth 200,000 gloom coins. Miss Jiang Yun, may I ask how many gloom coins you've prepared this time? He heard this female specter mention earlier that she prepared quite a few, but she hadn't been specific. He wanted to know exactly how many gloom coins Jiang Yun had set aside, so he'd at least have a rough idea. He could guess. Since Jiang Yun had come to visit him in person, acting coy and pleading with him to hold a second auction, it meant she must have recognized his value. The other specters on the second floor certainly weren't fools either. If he could find out Jiang Yun's stake, he could also roughly estimate how much the other specters had prepared. In truth, Yang wasn't asking for much. As long as he had enough to exchange for the red robe secret scroll, that would be enough. After all, he had no use for nor any interest in other ghostly weapons, elixirs, and the like. Brother Yang, just for your second auction, I specially applied to my clan for an advance of full 500,000 gloom coins. Of everyone here today, the only one who can come up with that many gloom coins is Yara, but she has already been overwhelmed by you, so I'm sure you'll definitely belong to me. Ever since she forced him to act coy earlier, Jiang Yun seemed to have let her guard down. Now she was already wrapped around Yang, flaunting her ample bosom while calling him brother. Yang, too, was completely distracted by this little female spirit. With Jiang Yun's figure and looks, she could have easily outshone a whole host of female celebrities in his previous life. I'm crying. I'm really crying. I've never even held a girl's hand in real life, and Bai Shin is already enjoying the company of a female spirit. Is there any chance that, with Bai Shin's looks, he'd be just as overwhelmingly superior with human women as he is with this female ghost? No. Big brother Yang is mine. He is definitely just temporarily succumbing to this female ghost's seductive power. Holy shit. Does anyone have some pee? Hurry over and splash the person above to snap her out of it. Why don't you pee on her yourself? Oh, I have diabetes. I'm afraid if she gets a taste of the sweetness, she'll never let me go. Huh? Can you even drive on this crappy road? Dude, you're unstoppable, covering face and laughing K. Just as a huge crowd of viewers was losing it. Fan, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion, slowly woke up amid the commotion. As soon as he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but rub them. Taking a closer look, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy shit! Brother Yang, what are you?" He was stunned. How could Yang have gotten all lovey-dovey with the female ghost while he just dozed off for a moment? The key point. This female ghost wasn't just any ordinary ghost. Although Fan didn't know much about Jiang Yun, anyone who could become an arch-rival of Yara, the most ruthless female ghost at the auction, must certainly have an extraordinary background. And now, a figure like that was actually acting all coy with Yang? Caught red-handed, Yang gave an awkward smile. He offered no explanation and didn't pull his arm out of Jiang Yun's embrace. Because it actually felt pretty good. Uncle, I'm off to my second auction of the day. You keep resting, you can watch TV and wait for my good news. At that moment, the TV had switched back to the original live broadcast. It was that male K-pop idol from Korea who just stepped out and been so scared by Yara that he peed his pants. He wasn't in a very good spot right now. His lot had just gone unsold. The shock made him lose control again. It's a shame, Park Bo-asai from Korea. Since no specters placed a bid, your auction has been withdrawn. The auctioneer clapped his hands. A hole suddenly appeared out of thin air beneath the glass dome, emanating a faint, chilling aura. Caught completely off guard, Park Bo-asai let out a scream and tumbled through the opening. Immediately afterward, cheers from the specters rang out from below. Another unlucky soul whose item went unsold as expected. The quality is terrible. Well, if it went unsold, you can't expect it to be high quality anyway. Just having it is good enough. Even though the quality is poor and it doesn't have much vitality, if I keep collecting little by little, sooner or later I'll break through D-tier and make it to the auction. The voices gradually faded. They were replaced by the commotion of a scramble, interspersed with the horrifying sounds of flesh being torn. Park Bo-asai's screams did not cease until the cave entrance was sealed shut. They seemed to still echo in everyone's ears. This was the consequence of failing to sell at auction. One could only become prey for the countless specters to devour. Yang, who had just returned to the stage, witnessed this scene with his own eyes and couldn't help but sigh. If Uncle Fan hadn't saved me just now, and if you hadn't bid on me, I would have ended up just like him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun immediately pulled Yang closer. Brother Yang, I couldn't bear to see you fall into the hands of those lowly specters. They're not worthy of even touching you. Her coquettish, soft voice kept teasing Yang. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. How the hell is this little spirit so good at this? Smack. The relationship between the human and the spirit was already quite ambiguous. Yang didn't hold back, slapping Jiang Yun's pert buttocks. It made a crisp sound. Is that so? Then I'm really important to you, huh? Of course, brother Yang. Being important isn't just about words. I hope to see your sincerity in your bid later. Otherwise, I can't control who ends up winning the auction. Alright, I should be heading over now. Stop hugging me, go back to your private box. This time, Yang didn't hesitate, he pulled his arm away. Whether or not Jiang Yun's words just now were sincere, her desire for him was impossible to hide. So, when it was time to leave, he had to be decisive, leave her with something to think about, Then use his words to put a little pressure on this cunning little woman. Make her feel a sense of urgency. This was Yang's way of handling the cunning, taking the soft approach with a hard edge. Just as he said. In the end, who would ultimately win him over wasn't entirely up to him. If Jiang Yun wanted him, she'd better come up with more gloom coins. Second floor. Jiang Yun returned to the VIP private room, where, aside from her maid Xiao Chui, there was another woman. She, too, wore a red cheongsam, with porcelain white skin and a graceful figure, dignified and elegant, yet with a hint of allure. But compared to the young Jiang Yun, she possessed an added air of a young wife's maturity. Of course, anyone appearing here couldn't possibly be human. She was Jiang Yun's mother, a terrifying, formidable spirit from the Crimson Clan. Don't let her gentle demeanor fool you. She is a fearsome entity who once single-handedly slaughtered an entire small clan of spirits. Compared to her, Jiang Yun even found her father a bit more approachable. Mom, why are you here? Chen Xingru blinked, seeming to have noticed something in her daughter's flushed cheeks. Of course I came to bring you gloom coins. 500,000 gloom coins is no small sum. I was afraid something might go wrong with the servants. And while I'm here, I might as well see for myself just who this human you've been talking about is, the one whose vitality can blow a D-tier specter to bits. Chapter 13, starting bid of 100,000 gloom coins. Why don't you just go rob a bank? On stage, the auctioneer continued drawing lots. The blood-red frame came to rest on the portrait of a resident of Sakura Island. He was just about to call for the sheep-headed specters to bring the person up. But just then, a female auctioneer, dressed exactly like him, jogged over. She whispered a few words in his ear. After a moment, the auctioneer nodded. He stopped the sheep-headed specters in their tracks. Then he tapped the gavel. Once he had everyone's attention, he spread his arms wide toward the crowd of specters. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next draw, I have some good news to announce. Our auction house has reached an agreement with Mr. Yang. He will now be conducting his second auction. I wonder if our guests are ready. As soon as the announcement was made, the entire hall erupted in excitement. Holy shit! This is the first time I've ever seen a human who has actually got the guts to hold a second auction. Come on, this young guy is still going strong after blowing Yara to bits. Why wouldn't he dare? I was just feeling disappointed a moment ago, but I didn't expect him to come back. This time, I'm going to give him a run for his money. Bro, you're overthinking it. You don't really think this second auction has anything to do with us, do you? It's clearly meant for those guys on the second floor. What else with all this second floor and first floor talk? Just because I'm sitting on the first floor doesn't mean I can't outbid them. Dude, we're all sitting in the main hall. Stop pretending. Just sit back and enjoy the show. I intended to interact with you all as an ordinary specter, but you've been mocking me in every possible way. What do you mean, holy shit? Dude, don't make that face. It wasn't just the specters. Viewers from other countries were also left speechless by this message. Instantly, all sorts of comments began pouring in from live streams across the globe. He actually dares to come back? I guess he hasn't had enough of life yet. He'd rather have money than his life. Just you wait, this Dragon Nation guy definitely won't make it this time. Bastard. What is this Dragon Nation guy playing at? Showing up right before our guy takes the stage. He must be doing this on purpose. Holy shit, your island's values are totally messed up. If Shirakami hadn't shown up, your guys would probably be dead by now. Damn it, does Dragon Country really love to show off this much? Yeah, we love to show off. So what if Shirakami wants to go through the auction again? He has got plenty of vitality anyway. He won't die. Unlike your guys, who wet their pants the moment they stepped in. That's hilarious. Kimchi Nation actually has the nerve to say we love to show off? I suggest you update your world map to the official version before you speak, okay? Click. Click. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of lights switching off, the area around the stage was plunged into total darkness. Only at the very center were several beams of light focused. The glass enclosure used to confine him was quickly removed, and 4 sheep-headed specters emerged from the darkness, carrying a genuine leather sofa. And on that leather sofa sat Yang, sipping happy water, munching on sunflower seeds, and crossing his legs. Compared to his entrance at the first auction, this time, Yang was pulling out all the stops. Of course, this wasn't his idea, it was the auction house's insistence. They claimed that, given his current status, he was not merely a lot but their most esteemed partner. So the production had to be grand. But Yang could easily see through the auction house's scheme. The more high profile and prestigious his entrance, the more it would stoke the competitive spirit of these specters. Since the auction house had arranged it this way, Yang saw no reason to refuse. After all, he was the one enjoying the comfort. Why not go along with it? Click. After the sofa was lowered, another beam of light shone from the side, illuminating the auctioneer's figure. Now making his entrance is Yang from the Dragon Kingdom. He is dashing and handsome, more striking than Pan himself, and his vitality is as radiant as the blazing sun, so bright it's blinding. The auctioneer gestured wildly as he delivered his passionate introduction. Compared to before, he was now practically frenzied with excitement. Because he knew that the upcoming auction was bound to be the most spectacular D-tier auction in history. Yang, who was still munching on sunflower seeds, couldn't help but twitch his eyelid as he listened to the introduction. See that? That's exactly the kind of hypocrisy. Before, he couldn't even be bothered to introduce him. And now, he'd practically kneel down and use every word he knew to praise him. This kid's pretty good and handsome, too. He looks frail, but he is brimming with terrifying energy. Even with his vitality still dormant, it sends shivers down my spine. No wonder he was able to obliterate a D-tier specter. I'm afraid even a higher-tier specter would have met the same fate. Specters are ranked as E, D, B, A, and S. Above D-tier lies a pinnacle that ordinary specters can never reach in a lifetime. Commander tier, Overlord tier, Emperor tier. Together, there are 9 tiers in total. Yara's father was a Commander tier, while the current head of the Crimson Clan Jiang Yun's father was an Overlord tier. Listening to her mother's praise of Yang, Jiang Yun was utterly stunned. Although she knew Yang must be extraordinary, she never expected her mother to hold him in such high regard. After all, her mother was a Commander tier. Could Yang's vitality really strike fear into the heart of even a Commander tier? Amid her shock, Jiang Yun felt even more certain that her decision was the right one. If she could build a good relationship with Yang, she would reap endless benefits for the rest of her life. And if she could take things a step further with him, Jiang Yun didn't even dare to think about it. Ro looked down at Yang, her gaze flickering slightly, lost in thought. On stage, the auctioneer, unusually verbose for once, spent a full 10 minutes hyping up the event and giving a detailed introduction. Not a single phrase was repeated. It wasn't until the specters in the hall were ready to throw their shoes at him that he finally stopped. I may have rambled a bit too much this time, but I believe this is the respect our auction house owes Mr. Yang. Alright, I hereby declare the second auction for Yang of Longwa officially open. If it weren't for the fact that this is a D-tier auction, given Mr. Yang's status alone, the starting bid would be at least 500,000 gloom coins. Chapter 14, Go ahead and kill me if you can, do you dare? 500,000? Whoa! Who are they trying to scare to death? Upon hearing that figure, the specters all gasped in shock. Forget 500,000 gloom coins, they couldn't even afford the current 100,000. He was absolutely right. This auction had absolutely nothing to do with the specters sitting in the main hall. The real protagonists were all in the VIP boxes on the second floor. As for them, they were nothing more than extras watching the big shots throw money around. Second floor. I told you to have your family send me gloom coins. It's about to start. Why haven't they arrived yet? Inside a VIP box, a young specter was berating his subordinate. Fortunately, no sooner had he finished speaking than there was a knock on the box door. Young master, I've brought the 600,000 gloom coins you ordered. I haven't missed the auction, have I? Hearing this voice, the young spectre finally let out a sigh of relief. He then looked down at the auction floor with renewed confidence. 60,000 gloom coins, that's definitely enough. I'm determined to win this person. Although this second auction was an opportunity Jiang Yun had personally come to beg for. She wasn't the only one in the audience. He was more than happy to reap the rewards without lifting a finger. And the same scene was playing out one by one in other VIP boxes as well. Those seated in the VIP boxes all held status comparable to Jiang Yun's at the very least. They hailed from commander tier families. While hundreds of thousands of gloom coins might seem like a large sum, for these families, it was far from a significant financial burden. Upon receiving the news, they immediately notified their families and requested funds. And due to the unique nature of the Spectre auction, even though their families were scattered across the globe, they could be teleported directly into the venue via invitation. At the same time, in Jiang Yun's private box, she walked up to the viewing window, raised her bidding paddle, and, her voice tinged with excitement, fired the first bid. 150,000 gloom coins. She started off with a bid of 150,000 gloom coins. It was so much more exhilarating than the previous bids, which had been in the thousands. Even someone of Jiang Yun's standing hadn't often experienced the thrill of spending money so freely. After all, the competitive pressure within her clan was even greater. But now, she had 500,000 gloom coins in her possession, and even her mother had come in person. This gave her a huge boost of confidence and a considerable sense of assurance. The bidding among the wealthy and eccentric is truly terrifying. 150,000 gloom coins? If I could get that, I'd be willing to be a dog. 150,000 to be a dog? Dude, do you think too highly of yourself? I agree, I'd be a dog for just 100,000 gloom coins. Jiang Yun's opening bid of 150,000 gloom coins had already made the specters below her green with envy. However, this was only the beginning. Jiang Yun, you're a leeway of the Crimson Clan, after all. 150,000 gloom coins is a bit too stingy. I'll bid 200,000 gloom coins. A young spectre in another VIP box calmly called out his bid of 200,000. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. But who would VE thought? Before the next Spectres member could raise the bid, a voice with a ghostly tone drifted down from the stage. You call her stingy? Then be a little more generous yourself. We're both raising the bid by 50,000 gloom coins, what's the difference? The entire hall fell silent. The young Spectres member's face instantly turned grim. After all these years, through so many auctions, this was the first time a human had dared to mock the Spectres. And to top it off, mocking him for bidding too low? Ha! You're right, Su Feng. We're all bidding in increments of 50,000. Who's looking down on whom? You come from the Qingshan Ghost Clan. The heads of both our families are overlord tier masters. So in what way are you stronger than me? The major mystic clans are all in a state of competition with one another, and internal rivalry is just as fierce. Su Feng had just been letting his tongue run wild a moment ago. He never expected to be shot down by Yang instead, with Jiang Yun adding fuel to the fire as well. It made him so angry he nearly stomped his feet. Yang sat on the sofa, fearlessly locking eyes with Su Feng's blazing gaze. What's the matter? Are you angry? When Yang asked that, Su Feng thought he was about to back down and admit his mistake, and his expression had just started to ease a bit. But the next sentence nearly made him spit blood in rage. If you've got the guts, come kill me. Yang looked utterly nonchalant, as if he were relishing the chaos, his arms crossed over his chest as he leaned back against the plush leather sofa. Yeah. If you've got the guts, go ahead and kill me. Do you dare? Of course Su Feng didn't dare. Not to mention that within Spectre Auction, if he so much as harbored a single murderous thought, he'd be crushed by the contingency measures world will had left in place. Yang's current value alone was far beyond what Su Feng could handle. Not only did the Crimson Clan protect him, but other supernatural clans would also prefer to be on good terms with him rather than make enemies. If your Qinshan Eerie clan doesn't want him, there are plenty of other Eerie clans that do. As the saying goes, no matter which world you're in, there is always plenty of cutthroat competition. Ha! Yang let out a cold laugh. Seeing that Su Feng had backed down, he didn't press the issue any further. Mocking Su Feng wasn't entirely without purpose. He had already set his sights on Zhang Yun, so naturally he had to side with her. This would also stimulate her desire to spend. Knowing she set aside 500,000 gloom coins, Yang had no intention of leaving her even a single coin. In fact, if the opportunity arose, he'd even try to squeeze a little more. Yang had considered it, but he didn't care. Casting a wide net to catch more fish is a sound strategy. But when dealing with these terrifyingly powerful Eerie clans, one misstep could see the net torn to shreds by these big fish. So, he adhered to the philosophy of shear only one sheep at a time and harvest only one patch of chives. For now, he focus on milking the Crimson clan for all it's worth. This minor incident didn't affect the rest of the auction. 220,000 gloom coins. I'll go 23,000. Your all major specters be straightforward. I'll put up 30,000. That's it. If you want more, you can fight over it yourselves. A giant specter stood at the viewing window. His face alone filled the entire pane. Who knows how his massive frame even fit through there? His voice boomed like a drum. Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out his opening bid. 300,000 gloom coins. In an instant, the auction's atmosphere reached a fever pitch. 300,000 gloom coins is your bottom line? 350,000. Another bidder raised the price. The giant specter snorted in annoyance, and in the next moment, his figure vanished into the private box. He had no interest in the remaining humans. He stayed only to compete for Yang. But now, 350,000 gloom coins had already exceeded what he could afford. And so, the first specters to withdraw from the auction appeared. 370,000 gloom coins. Brother Yang is willing to put him up for a second auction. I've put in quite a bit of effort here. Wouldn't you all do me a favor? Watching the price climb higher and higher, Zhang Yun could no longer sit idly by. But unfortunately, none of the specters were willing to give her any leeway. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't matter, but now that Yang was tied to their breakthrough, they absolutely couldn't give up just for the sake of a little face. Ro, listening from the sidelines, couldn't help but raise her willow-like eyebrows when she heard her daughter's term of address for Yang. Chapter 15, Ro enters the fray, bidding 600,000 gloom coins for Yang. She only attended one auction. How had she already started calling him so intimately? She's even calling him brother now? Zhang Yun hadn't yet realized that her little secret had already been discovered by her mother. Hearing the reactions of the other specters, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. At this rate, even 500,000 gloom coins might not be enough. If I'd known, I would asked for a bigger advance. That was what she said. But even if she asked for more, it was still uncertain whether the family would agree. I'll bid 400,000 gloom coins. Just then, Su Feng, who had remained silent ever since being called out, raised his bid card once more and shouted a high bid of 400,000 gloom coins. Of course. This time, he learned his lesson. Apart from stating the price, he didn't utter a single word of unnecessary chatter. 450,000 gloom coins. Zhang Yun panicked and raised the price by another 50,000. This drew gasps from the entire audience. 45,000 gloom coins. I couldn't earn that much in 3 lifetimes. Damn it, who the hell stole my second-generation weirdo status? Miss, this old servant is willing to be your lackey. I don't ask for much, just pay me 10,000 gloom coins a month. A monthly salary of 10,000 gloom coins? Old man, are you dreaming? I make 2,000 gloom coins a month. Even without eating, drinking, or practicing my arts, it's taken me all these years to save up just 60,000 gloom coins. I came to this auction hoping to find a suitable human to drain some vitality from, not to have my defenses shattered by you rich weirdos. Yes. All the specters in the first floor hall were completely taken aback. But, looking at it from another angle, having the privilege of witnessing this unprecedented, once-in-a-lifetime grand auction in person, they have plenty to brag about in the future. What? You're talking about that D-tier auction that shocked the Spectre world? Yes, that is right. I was actually there at that auction, witnessing the scuffles between the young scions of the various spook clans. What? You're asking if I saw that Yang guy with more vitality than anyone could ever drain? Are you kidding me? I once breathed the same air as him in that auction hall. The waiting room. Fan stared blankly at the live broadcast on the TV. He didn't even notice that the juice in his hand had slipped and crashed to the floor, spilling all over the place. 450,000 gloom coins. Only Little Bai could command such a high price, right? I hope he remembers my goodwill. Fan felt more and more certain that his earlier decision had been the right one, because it allowed him to latch onto Yang's coattails. Yang, you have such a bright future ahead of you. He knew his body clearly wouldn't hold out until the third auction. If he could live, who would want to die? He wasn't asking for much. He just hoped that if he was unlucky enough to be dragged into the third Spectre auction, Yang would be there too. He could save his life. For that, he'd even be willing to sacrifice his entire fortune. Just as Fan was muttering to himself, the Spectre auction livestream went completely wild. The viewers from Dragon Nation had all gone absolutely crazy. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! 450,000 gloom coins. At this rate, Bai Xin is about to break the record. Currently, the world record for the highest value at Spectre auction belongs to our Dragon Nation hero who survived 9 auctions. His highest bid was 510,000 gloom coins. But that's not the most important part. That hero's peak performance was at a B-tier Spectre auction, whereas Bai Xin is still only at D-tier and is already close to surpassing him. Whoa! I can't even imagine what it'll be like when Bai Xin enters higher tier auctions in the future. Bai Xin. I'm going to have a bunch of little monkeys for you, a whole litter of monkeys. To the person above, are you really trying to contribute to the nation? I almost feel bad calling you out on that. 450,000, once. 450,000, twice. Distinguished guests on the second floor, if you don't raise your bids now, the esteemed Mr. Yang is about to be snapped up by Ms. Jiang Yun. Are you willing to let that happen? Are you really willing to let a godlike man with such immense vitality slip through your fingers? Don't you want to break through? Ms. Yara died because of her own greed. If she hadn't been so greedy, she'd already be a powerful C-class or even C-plus class Spectre by now. Just think about it, if you could break through to C-class, you'd not only bring honor to your clan but also earn eligibility for the entrance exam to the Spectre Academy under the world will. Those who graduate from there are at least commander tier. Come on. That's the highest honor. Money can't buy, not even millions of gloom coins could match it, and right now, the bid is a mere 450,000. Aren't you going to bid higher? It wasn't just the audience from Dragon Nation who had gone wild. Even the auctioneer on stage had fallen into a state of utter frenzy. Of course. Madness aside, he didn't forget to twist the facts to trick these specters into bidding higher. But you have to admit, after those few sentences, he really did rile up these specters. 460,000 gloom coins. 470,000. Damn it, don't anyone try to outbid me, or I'll call my overlord tier dad to wipe out your entire family. Screw that, 480,000 gloom coins. Who doesn't have an overlord tier in their family these days? Come at me if you dare. Even though my dad's only commander tier, my family's and the shady business were loaded. I'll go 490,000. All the specters on the second floor were completely hyped up. What really got them fired up was that mention of the Spectre Academy entrance exam qualification. Spectre Academy, founded by World Will, is the most prestigious academy in the Spectre world. Admission to this academy is extremely rare. Talent, family background, character. The requirements in every aspect are extremely stringent. Even the major specter clans would pay a fortune for a single admission spot. But ever since the specter auction emerged, in order to encourage specters to participate in the auction, World will specifically added a new rule. Any specter who breaks through to Class C at the specter auction, regardless of background, will be granted eligibility to take the Spectre Academy entrance exam. And Yang's value was considerable. No matter which specter on the second floor won the bid, breaking through to Class C was a sure thing. In Jiang Yun's private box, as she listened to the specters trading bids back and forth, her face gradually turned pale. But in the end, she gritted her teeth and called out her opening bid. 500,000 gloom coins. 510,000. Almost the instant her words faded, Su Feng followed suit. This instantly dashed her hopes. Down below, Yang, who had known Jiang Yun's opening bid all along, shook his head slightly. What a pity. Jiang Yun clearly didn't have the means to continue bidding. He, too, had underestimated his own value. He thought he wouldn't even need 500,000 gloom coins. Who would thought that 500,000 gloom coins wouldn't even be enough. However, this didn't mean their relationship would end. Since he'd chosen the Crimson Clan, he was in it for the long haul. Most importantly, he was still hoping to find an opportunity to get his hands on the 500,000 gloom coins Jiang Yun currently held. Su Feng, who had bid 510,000, already looked absolutely confident. He knew full well that his colleagues' budgets were likely all around 500,000. So, at any cost, he had specifically requested an additional 100,000 from his clan, all for this decisive move. But the smile on his face didn't last long. Immediately afterward, a seductive female voice rang out from Jiang Yun's private box. 600,000 gloom coins. Chapter 16, A Shift in Dynamics. Has the D-tier auction become a commander tier show? The bidder was none other than Jiang Yun's mother, Ro, a commander tier with terrifying power. The moment she appeared before the crowd of specters, the entire hall erupted in gasps. Holy shit! Isn't this supposed to be a D-tier specter auction? How did this formidable commander tier show up here? Duh, she asked Jiang Yun's mother. Jiang Yun must have called her in. But logically speaking, even if she could come, she shouldn't be allowed to bid, right? You said in theory. Different entities are treated differently. She is commander tier, after all. The auction might just cut her some slack. No way. That would completely break the rules. Besides, the auction's host is World Will. Commander tier might be strong, but she has nothing compared to World Will. If you're so sure, why don't you go warn the auctioneer? Warn him? I'm not about to do something that's stupid. I'm not a commander tier, and she is a real terror. If she holds a grudge against me, I won't even have a place to be buried. You were talking a big game just now. Anyone who didn't know better would thought you were a commander tier yourself. The specter's conversation wasn't exactly loud, but the auctioneer heard every word. The eyebrows hidden beneath his mask furrowed slightly. He then lifted his head and looked toward the window of the private box. Ro was standing right by the window, her face expressionless, yet still exuding an alluring charm. Now that's what a young married woman looks like. She as ripe as can be. Mission, you should know the rules of the auction. This is a D-tier specter auction. The auctioneer showed not the slightest intention of giving this commander tier any special treatment. Although he was only D-tier, on the auction house's turf, not even an emperor tier would dare touch him. Ro arched her willow-like eyebrows. Oh? So I'm not even allowed to come in to drop off some gloom coins and see my daughter while I'm at it? The auctioneer's tone stiffened. Of course you can, but if you plan to bid, that would be a bit much. There are commander tier auctions as well. You're more than welcome to go there. Ro shook her head. I'm not going there. It's always the same old stuff up for auction. I'm sick of looking at it. When are you going to start offering some humans for us commander tier folks? The auctioneer fell silent. He knew Ro wasn't joking. This was a sincere suggestion. But the problem was, Who the hell could withstand your commander Tyr's feeding habits? They'd be turned into human jerky in a second. Mission, please don't change the subject. If you insist on participating in the bidding, I'll have no choice but to ask you to leave. Seeing that the auctioneer had gone this far, Ro didn't feel like teasing him any longer. She waved her hand. I'm not trying to bid myself. My daughter's voices hoarse. Is it not okay for me to bid on her behalf? After all, if we win the bid, it'll be my daughter who takes the item in the end. As far as I recall, there isn't a single rule in this auction that says someone else can't bid on behalf of another person, is there? Her explanation was flawless. But anyone could see right through her. She was here to be the fallback bidder. The auctioneer fell silent for a moment. He said nothing more, clearly having anticipated this move. Holy shit! Is this female ghost actually the legendary Commander Tyr? Oh my god, even Commander Tyr has shown up, and it looks like she is here for Shirakami. Shirakami, get a grip. Stop munching on sunflower seeds, you've got a Commander Tyr on your tail. That scared the crap out of me. That female spirit actually said she'd prepare some humans for them Commander Tyr folks too. Ha, they're just Commander Tyr. If I were in front of her, I'd be so terrified I'd die on the spot she wouldn't even get a chance to drain my vitality. Exactly. If those Commander Tyr types really do want to drain human vitality, I'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget, one they'll have to pay dearly for. You two sure know how to sound tough while saying the most cowardly things. 600,000 bloom coins once. 600,000 bloom coins twice. Are there any further bids? Winning Mr. Yang means securing an entrance exam spot at Spectre Academy, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After that brief interlude, the auctioneer resumed his duties. This time, he wasn't as excited as before. As a veteran auctioneer who had presided over countless auctions, he already understood these specters on the second floor through and through. Naturally, he knew roughly how many gloom coins they could muster. Now, with Ro bidding up to 600,000 gloom coins, that should be the final price of this auction. Since these second-generation specters had been squeezed for all they were worth, there was no need for him to waste any more words. He just needed to offer a few more words of advice, just for show. But just as he was about to bring down the gavel for the third time to end the auction, he heard a displeased snort from an elderly man in Su Feng's private box. Ro, since you've stepped in to cover the bid, surely it's no problem for me to do the same for my young master. 700,000 gloom coins. As he spoke, a Commander Tyr aura emanated from the private box, its oppressive presence causing the lower tier specters present to tremble. Even Yang was taken aback. Another old fart? The term old fart he used naturally included Ro as well. Don't be fooled by her appearance as a young married woman in her 30s. But specters have plenty of ways to maintain eternal youth. In fact, this female specter might even be 300 years old. Yang set down the sunflower seeds he was holding. The Commander Tyr aura emitted by that old servant in Su Feng's private room had absolutely no effect on him. After all, the Solar Physique is not only a powerful tonic for specters, but also their nemesis. Since it's the nemesis of the specters, how could he possibly be overwhelmed by the mere aura of a Commander Tyr cultivator? For now, Yang simply hasn't gathered the complete cultivation manual yet. Otherwise, once he embarks on his great journey of cultivation, even all the specters present combined won't be a match for him. In fact, once he is fully cultivated, he'll become the natural enemy of the entire specters world. This is precisely why Yang must obtain the Red Cloth secret scroll. Whether his path to cultivation will collapse halfway depends entirely on the contents of this secret scroll. At that moment, Yang's gaze toward the two private boxes on the second floor took on a look of anticipation. That's right, anticipation. From the moment those two Commander Tyr figures stepped onto the stage, the nature of this auction was destined to be completely transformed. He had already sensed the animosity between these two factions. One was the Crimson Clan, the other the Qingshan Ghost Clan. What was the source of the conflict between them? Yang wasn't interested. As long as there was conflict, that was enough. No matter what it was, as long as they clashed, he could reap the benefits. Sure enough. The very next moment, Ro also released a commander tier aura. But unlike that old servant, her aura carried a distinct edge of murderous intent, instantly making the specters feel as though they were surrounded by mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Beautiful roses always have thorns. Ro possessed a nearly perfect face and figure, but she also had a heart of ice. She had once single-handedly slaughtered an entire commander tier clan, shocking the entire specters world. After that, she was dubbed the fierce goddess. You bastard! I slaughtered your entire clan before and let you escape by the skin of your teeth. Did you think that just because you've defected to the Green Mountain clan, I can't do anything to you now? If I get the chance to kill you, not even your clan leader would dare come after me for revenge. Chapter 17, If you want a bid on me, the price can't be less than 2 million. It turned out, the commander tier clan that Ro had wiped out back then was none other than this old slave's own clan. The old slave, also a commander tier, was no match for Ro and was severely wounded, but he managed to escape. After fleeing, he sought refuge with the Crimson Clan's archenemy, the Qingshan Ghost Clan. He became Su Feng's servant and bodyguard. Now, the two had reunited at this small D-tier specter auction, and naturally, they were like oil and water. The aura Ro emanated was far more terrifying than this old servant's. The standoff between the two commander tier specters ended up affecting the innocent specters in the hall. One by one, they were scared like startled quails. Some were even so terrified they hid under their chairs, trembling uncontrollably. In the midst of such a scene, Yang, who hadn't changed color on stage, stood out like a sore thumb. The auctioneer, pinned face down on the floor, struggled to lift his head. He had intended to protect Yang, but upon seeing this scene, he lost his voice and his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. The overwhelming pressure generated by the clash of two commander tier auras was something even D-tier specters might not be able to withstand. He was just a human as weak as they come. How could he possibly withstand it? Was it just because he had a tiny bit more vitality? The entire scene at the specter auction was captured live. It left viewers around the world completely baffled. Oh my god! What is going on? Why are all these specters suddenly so terrified? I don't get it. Those two commander tier specters are arguing. What does that have to do with them? All the specters are cowering, even the auctioneer wasn't spared. Only Baishan stands tall, unflinching. I don't know what is going on, but Baishan looks so cool right now. What nonsense are you talking about? When isn't Baishan cool? I figured it out. I just looked up some info on specters. A specter's rank determines its strength. The higher the level, the more they can injure others just with their aura. It must be that those two commander tier specters released their auras while arguing, accidentally harming the other lower tier specters. Whoa, but why couldn't even the specters withstand it, while Baishan wasn't affected at all? Does this aura not affect humans? How could it not affect them? Have you guys already forgotten about Yara? She could make that K-pop idol from the land of kimchi wet his pants with just a single glance, not just because of her notorious reputation, but because of her aura. Holy shit! If even a D-tier Yara can scare someone into wetting their pants, how did Shirakami manage to withstand the auras of two commander tier specters? How did he do it? Who cares how Shirakami did it? Just shout that he is awesome. Shirakami is awesome. Meanwhile, Ro, who was engaged in an invisible battle with the old slave, still had the presence of mind to observe the crowd below. When she saw Yang, a flicker of shock crossed her eyes. Not only was this guy not scared out of his wits, but he was actually smiling at her. Now, Ro's interest in Yang grew even stronger. How could a mere human withstand the aura of a commander tier? It must be because he is hiding some earth-shattering secret. Perhaps. It also has something to do with that vitality of his, which shines as brightly as the sun. Ro licked her lips. Jiang Yun, standing nearby, watched her discreetly and caught that expression. Mother, you. Shoo! Hearing the voice, Rose snapped back to her senses, her slender index finger resting against her red lips. She motioned for her to stay calm. Don't worry. How could I ever compete with my own daughter? No matter the cost, I'll secure him this time and let you feed on his vitality. Yes. She would give it to Jiang Yun this time, but only this once. Ro had been stuck at the commander tier for years, constantly searching for an opportunity to break through to the overlord tier. And today, she had found that opportunity. It was Yang. Ro didn't want to waste any more time. Her beautiful eyes turned cold, and her aura instantly went into overdrive, directly suppressing the old slave's aura until it dissipated. Put. Next door, in Su Feng's private box. The sound of the old slave coughing up blood reached the ears of every specter clearly. They knew. In this invisible clash, the old slave had lost. He had lost utterly and completely. On stage. With the old servant's aura dispersed, Ro withdrew her suppression. The auctioneer finally managed to crawl to his feet, having endured that unbearable pressure. He was now drenched in cold sweat, though he hadn't realized it. His eyes, hidden behind a mask, cast a complex glance at Yang before he announced. The auction continues. Mission, Mr. Yang, I'm issuing you one final warning. If you disrupt the auction any further, I'll have to call in reinforcements. Upon hearing this warning, the expressions of both commander tier figures changed. Although Spectre Auction is divided into tiers, it is all part of World Will's empire, and the various branches are interconnected. He was merely an auctioneer at a D-tier auction. He couldn't keep these two commander tier figures in check. But he could call for backup. If he summoned an auctioneer from a commander tier auction, he didn't believe they wouldn't be able to keep them in line. After all, the auctioneer presiding over a commander tier auction had to be at least an overlord tier. That bastard released his aura first, accidentally hurting so many little ones. I was just punishing him a bit. Alright. Let us get back to the auction. I can't wait to see my daughter break through to Class C. By the way, where did the bidding stand just now? Ro, of course, wouldn't admit to any mistake. Instead, she smiled and smoothly covered it up, shifting all the blame onto the old servant. Seeing that neither of the two commander tier figures made a move, the auctioneer finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mission, Mr. Yang had just bid up to 700,000 gloom coins. Only 700,000 gloom coins? A hint of impatience flashed across Roa's face. Stop dithering. 1 million gloom coins. Boom. The moment the price was called out, the entire auction hall, both humans and specters alike, was sent into a frenzy. Everyone was struck as if by a bolt from the blue. Their jaws dropped, and they froze in place. 1 million gloom coins. Among the Dragon Nation delegation. Someone counted on their fingers for a long time before stammering. Based on the exchange rate between gloom coins and Dragon Nation currency, 1 million gloom coins is 100 million Dragon Nation coins. But that's just the face value. In reality, the value of 1 million gloom coins far exceeds 100 million. 100 million. That was a figure most people wouldn't even dare to dream of. 1 million gloom coins, huh? If it were Jiang Yun, I'd definitely be satisfied, but this is commander tier. We're talking about only 1 million? Who do they think they're looking down on? Yang caught Roa's gaze, as if she were saying, Look! I'm putting up a whole million gloom coins for you. But he merely curled his lip in disdain. Ro couldn't help but gasp. Is this kid that greedy? And as if to confirm her suspicion, Yang suddenly raised his hand at that moment. He addressed the auctioneer. I request that the duration of the vitality absorption effect in my auction be increased to 10 minutes. However, to win my bid, the price must not be lower than 2 million. Is that acceptable? Chapter 18, Openly Bribing the Auctioneer? And he actually succeeded. That is a bit against the rules. The auctioneer looked quite troubled by Yang's request. After all, the 5-minute time limit had never been changed for anyone. No matter what the final winning bid was, it was always 5 minutes. The key point was this. While many specters had wanted to extend this time limit, no human had ever requested it before. After all, it was practically a death wish. 5 minutes is already plenty of time. 10 minutes? Do you think you have too much vitality in a life that is too long? However, the auctioneer thought for a moment. If any other human had done this, he would have simply dismissed them as a fool. Most likely, they'd have a screw loose, the kind that would still be drooling even after being cured. But if the one making this request was young, it wouldn't be all that surprising. After all, this guy's vitality, while even 2 commander-tier bigwigs are fighting over him. Although it's only to secure a spot for their juniors. But spending at least 1 million bloom coins just to help a junior break through a tier is clearly not worth it. Never mind 1 million. Even 500,000 bloom coins would be enough to pack up and take away all the humans left on the stage right now. If quality isn't enough, make up for it with quantity. Aren't all these people enough for you to break through a tier? So, the reason Ro was so determined to bid on young isn't just partly due to running into an old enemy and acting on impulse. The bigger reason. The auctioneer surmised that this commander tier must have spotted some earth-shattering secret in Yang that she herself hadn't noticed. At that moment, the auctioneer was still hesitating, unsure how to handle this request. Yang was growing impatient. So he stood up and walked over to the auctioneer. He slung his arm around the auctioneer's shoulder like an old friend and whispered in his ear. "Brother auctioneer, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Special circumstances call for special treatment." As he spoke, he channeled his vitality and surreptitiously infused some into the auctioneer. The auctioneer felt a surge of fiery energy enter his body and was instantly startled, thinking Yang was trying to ambush him. But the next moment, he immediately realized what was happening. Vitality. It's vitality. Given the current physics, although this slight shift didn't make much of a difference yet, it was important to note that this was just a tiny bit of vitality Yang had secretly bribed him with. Thinking of this, the auctioneer's eyes, hidden beneath his mask, burned with intensity as he looked at Yang. There was also a hint of uncontrollable excitement. If only he could simply snatch Yang away, he'd be free to draw on his vitality to his heart's content. That way, he'd be confident he could use this opportunity to break through to D tier. But he quickly forced himself to suppress that flutter of excitement. The allure of D tier was certainly tempting. But as an auctioneer for Spectre Auction, he knew better than any other Spectre just how dire the consequences of breaking the rules could be. After all, if the Spectres out there broke the rules, they might get off lightly if the offense wasn't too serious. But as a Spectre employed by the auction house itself, knowingly committing a violation would only subject him to an even more terrifying punishment. "Auctioneer, do me a small favor, and I'll give you some more vitality." Yang was extremely confident in his vitality. He was certain he could sway this auctioneer. He'd only just discovered that by channeling a small portion of the nameless art, he could draw but the moment Yang activated the nameless art, his act of bribing the auctioneer was exposed. The other humans on stage and the viewers in the livestream couldn't tell the difference. But in the eyes of the Spectres, Yang, after activating his cultivation technique, looked like a plump sheep that had wandered into a pack of wolves. Of course, this was merely a figure of speech. Yang's true identity now wasn't that of a plump sheep, but a wolf in sheep's clothing. At the very least, he wasn't someone these ordinary Spectres could afford to provoke. Seeing these two guys being so shameless conducting a secret transaction right in front of so many Spectres, the Spectres in the hall were once again filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. "I'm really fed up with these two scoundrels. What do they take us for air? Damn it! Dare they be so brazen? Unless Yang sends me some vitality too, I won't let this slide. What the hell? There's a traitor among the Spectres. Shouldn't we strongly condemn this behavior? Ha ha! Is Yang just using this to test the auctioneer's underworld will? Which auctioneer couldn't pass a test like this? The specters were seething with indignation. But the man and the specter on stage acted as if they hadn't heard a word. "Well, auctioneer brother, have you made up your mind? You've seen it yourself, I'm currently valued at 1 million bloom coins. My vitality isn't something you can just get your hands on." Yang didn't even bother pretending anymore, he simply waited for the auctioneer's response. What is this arrogant Dragonlander thinking? This auctioneer is one of World's men, he has seen it all. Why would he be interested in your measly bit of vitality? Damn it! Why does this guy act like he is certain the auctioneer will agree? I can't wait to see his face when he gets rejected. Bribing an auctioneer at Spectre auction? You Dragonlanders are about to make a huge fool of yourselves. Many international viewers started heckling again upon seeing this scene. Because of their ignorance and arrogance, they still hadn't picked up on the Spectre's attitude toward Yang. On stage, Yang had barely finished speaking. When the auctioneer waved his hand decisively, his tone was firm. "Mr. Yang, there is no need to be so polite. Whether it's vitality or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you've called me brother, and how could a brother not help you with such a small favor?" Well, there you go. The auctioneer was totally sold on that. In an instant, the specters in the hall and the international audience all fell silent. Only the viewers from Dragon Country were laughing heartily. Thanks to Reader Speechless 650 for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thanks to Reader Fleeting Clouds for the monthly votes. Thanks to Reader Sun CB for the recommendation votes. Thanks to Reader 2023-042-6215 for the recommendation votes. To all the other readers out there, if you still have any monthly votes or recommendation votes left, please feel free to send some my way. Br. Chapter 19, Ro is determined to take down Yang. You two are nothing but a corrupt duo. As an auctioneer, you've openly accepted a bribe from a human. I'm reporting you. In the hall, an outraged Spectres member stood up, pointing at the human and the Spectres on the stage, trembling with rage. How dare you? Yang and the auctioneer both furrowed their brows at the same time. Before anyone could react, the auctioneer snapped his fingers. A hole opened up beneath the feet of the Spectre who threatened to report him. He was flung out of the room. No other Spectre dared say another word, fearing they might be the next to be kicked out of the auction. After all, this dirty deal between the two didn't affect them anyway. The two commander-tier bigwigs hadn't even spoken yet. Why were they getting involved? In the Spectre auction, there isn't a single rule stating that the auctioneer cannot accept bribes from humans, nor is there a single rule stating that humans cannot bribe the auctioneer. Since even Lord Worldwell hasn't established such a rule, what's the point of you reporting me? There is, however, one rule: guests in the audience are not allowed to attack the auctioneer on stage. The auctioneer's attitude was nothing short of arrogant. But that was exactly the reaction Yang was looking for. Come on, brother, don't let these narrow-minded fools get to you. Here, take this vitality, keep it safe. He immediately activated his cultivation technique, fully unleashing the pure Yang body for the second time in front of the multitude of specters. This sent all the specters into a frenzy. They all witnessed Yang's state when he blown Yara to pieces earlier. This was exactly what he looked like right now. Like an ever-burning sun. The auctioneer's face beneath his mask was beaming with joy, but on the surface, he maintained a forced composure as he politely accepted the vitality Yang had bestowed upon him. A powerful surge of energy instantly raged through his body. Under the impact of the vitality, the bottleneck that had held him back for so long actually shattered with a loud crack, vanishing along with the vitality. It was shattered. The auctioneer was trembling all over with excitement. The bottleneck that had plagued him for years had finally been shattered. This meant he could now push for D tier. If Yang could give him a little more vitality, he was confident he could break through to D tier right then and there. But the auctioneer managed to rein in his greed. After all, with the bottleneck shattered, he could break through simply by piling on resources. The most important thing was to stay on good terms with Yang and not leave him with a negative impression. So, the auctioneer cleared his throat and addressed the two private boxes on the second floor. Mission, Mr. Yang, after careful and impartial consideration, I believe we should adopt Mr. Yang's suggestion. In exchange for increasing the vitality consumption time to 10 minutes, we'll set the starting bid at 2 million gloom coins. All other terms remain unchanged. Would you two still like to continue bidding? This was essentially a sudden price hike. Since this action severely impacted the guests' rights, the auctioneer still needed to ask for their opinion. To put it simply, I'm raising the price on the spot, take it or leave it. This behavior was nothing short of domineering. Spectre Auction had no explicit rules regarding this, precisely because nothing like this had ever happened before. The auctioneer had a hunch that, after this incident, the auction house might have to add a few new rules. Second floor. Roa's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Yang. She hadn't taken a single word the auctioneer said to heart. That's because Yang, after activating the pure Yang body just now, had truly frightened her. Before that, she had only considered Yang to be of some value. Yes, you have plenty of vitality, but it's only useful against low-level specters. It's of little use to someone like me, a commander tier. Later, she took a second, closer look at Yang. To her surprise, she actually saw a glimmer of opportunity in him, one that could help her break through to the Overlord tier. Though it was only a glimmer. But even that tiny glimmer was enough to drive a commander tier mad. And now, this was the third time Roa's opinion of Yang had changed. Why did Yang, after activating the pure Yang body, appear so dazzling in the eyes of the specters? Because the purest vitality hidden within him had fully emerged. The vitality found in other humans could only be called vitality. But Yang's vitality could be called pure Yang. This pure Yang had vanished from the world of the specters for who knows how many eons. So much so that even now, few specters still knew what pure Yang was. But as it happens, Ro knew. She pulled Jiang in close and gently stroked her hair. My dear daughter, you've truly given your mother a wonderful surprise. Jiang Yun was completely baffled. She still couldn't figure out why her mother, a commander tier, no less, was so concerned about Yang. Seeing her confusion, Ro patiently explained. Do you remember my first assessment of Yang? I said back then that he harbored a terrifying energy within him. At the time, I didn't know what it was, but now I do. He harbors pure Yang within him. Pure Yang? This term fell outside Jiang Yun's realm of knowledge. She didn't quite understand. It's okay if you don't understand. I'll explain it to you when the time comes. All you need to know is that today, no matter the cost, I will win him for you. Roa's tone was gentle, but her resolve was unwavering. Then, she called out to the crowd. I'm willing to keep bidding. It's only 2 million, surely no one can afford that? The moment those words left her mouth, they shattered countless fragile hearts. Listen. Listen to that. Is she even speaking the truth? I can't even scrape together 100,000 gloom coins. Damn it. Those rich ghosts will never understand the suffering of us poor ghosts. Who the hell stole my second-generation ghost's ghostly life? In the private box next door, belonging to Su Feng. Lao Nu's expression wavered, but he quickly chimed in. I'm willing to keep bidding too. Mrs. Shin is right, who wouldn't be able to come up with 2 million gloom coins? The specters were crushed yet again. They felt a deep sense of helplessness at that moment, as if they were nothing more than toys used in the power games of these bigwigs. Just then, Ro let out a couple of coquettish giggles. Oh my, coming up with 2 million gloom coins is a bit of a stretch for me. The head of the household hasn't paid much attention to me these past few years, so I don't have much pocket money left. But then again, I haven't really spent any of the gloom coins I looted after slaughtering your entire family back then, so they come in handy today. The entire hall fell silent. Damn it! She really had the nerve bringing up the massacre of my entire family time and time again to rub salt in the wound. It was a brutal psychological attack. Aren't you afraid this old servant will fight you to the death? Put. The old servant in the private box was so enraged he coughed up blood once more. Ro couldn't be bothered with him. She simply raised her bid card. Ro, 2,400,000 gloom coins. Old slave, 2,800,000 gloom coins. Row, 3 million gloom coins. 3,500,000 gloom coins. Just as the bidding between the two was heating up, an unfamiliar voice suddenly cut in. Another box on the second floor. A third commander tier had entered the fray. Chapter 20, Sanity? How am I supposed to stay sane? Yang is bullying the specters way too much. Wait a minute. The voice of this third commander tier was actually coming from Yara's private box. Realizing something was off, Yang immediately looked up toward that box. Through the box's window, he saw a middle-aged male specter staring intently at him. His eyes were bloodshot with rage, giving him a terrifying appearance. His face was deeply contorted, revealing deep gashes in his flesh. This was the true form of the specters. Who is this guy? Yang furrowed his brow. He could sense just how intense this man's hatred toward him was. That much was clear from the look in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour Yang whole. Him? He is Morong Fong, a commander tier specter, the father of Yara, the one whose body you caused to explode. Yang. All right. No wonder. His daughter died because of him. It would be strange if he weren't furious. Due to his daughter's death, Morong Fong's hatred for Yang had now reached its peak. He always doted on her, treating her like the apple of his eye, but today he received the news. His daughter had died at the specter auction after her body exploded from consuming too much of a human's vitality? When he first heard the news, the only thought in Morong Fong's mind was, absurd. Utterly absurd. His daughter, a D-tier specter, could she really be killed by a mere, weak human? But later, when his younger cousin who had attended the auction with Yara also came to deliver this terrible news, he had no choice but to believe it. After rushing frantically to the auction venue, Morong Fong happened to witness the very moment Yan was bribing the auctioneer. This guy is simply defying the heavens. That vitality. No wonder his daughter was burst to pieces by him. But even knowing that his daughter's greed had led to this tragedy, Morong Fong still harbored deep resentment toward Yang. After all, he only had this one daughter. She was his only heir. Overwhelmed by extreme resentment, Morong Fong, a commander tier, no less, could no longer even maintain his basic appearance. If not for that last shred of reason telling him that striking at the auction would be suicide, he likely would have lost control long ago, charging down from the second floor to snap Yang's neck. But he would absolutely not let Yang off the hook. So, he joined the bidding war. As long as he could win the bid for this human ant, he had 100 ways to torture him to death. When it came to cruelty, Yara actually took after him. After all, it was just killing a human. He'd simply have to pay the price. As long as he could avenge his daughter, he'd be willing to sacrifice his entire commander tier family. After Morong Fong made his appearance, the Spectre auction livestream instantly erupted into chaos. Holy shit! I think I see a huge danger character floating above by Shen's head. Whoa, this guy clearly isn't here for a proper auction. That old bastard definitely wants to hurt Bai Shun. I get it. After all, he is the one who killed his daughter. You get it? What the hell are you talking about? That female specter totally brought it on herself, okay? Exactly. Not to mention she tried to torture Bai Shun earlier. If it weren't for his astonishing vitality, who knows what kind of agony he would ve endured. See that? This is what happens when you're as arrogant and self-righteous as the Dragon Nation. Now that a commander tier has come to seek revenge, what reason does he have not to die? What kind of foreign trash is this? Get out of here. Auctioneer, I get the feeling he wants to kill me. On stage, Yang calmly complained to the auctioneer. The auctioneer paused for a moment. I can see that. Then, with a hint of displeasure, he tapped his gavel. Sir, up there, please calm down. You're scaring our esteemed partners at this auction. Besides, this is a D-tier auction. How dare you, a commander tier, compete with D-tier specters? Morong Fong. Open your damn eyes and take a look which of those two bidders is D-tier? That alone would be bad enough. What infuriated Morong Fong even more was the auctioneer's warning directed at him. What did you say? You're actually partnering with a human? What gives him the right? Are humans, those lowly ants, even worthy of sitting on equal footing with us specters? Fine. Even if he is your partner, I've spent millions of gloom coins at this commander tier auction. Doesn't that make my status higher than that of a mere human? Thud. 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 Seeing that he wasn't heeding the warning but was instead escalating his insults against Yang, the auctioneer, enraged, slammed his hammer down hard on the table and, throwing caution to the wind, launched into a tirade. I've been giving you face, you know. So what if you've spent a few million? Mr. Yang's current worth is already worth more than your life. The auctioneer's statement wasn't entirely untrue. The Spectre's world also had the profession of assassin. Where there are assassins, there are bounties generally. A commander tier's head was worth about 5 million gloom coins. And Yang was already valued at 3.5 million gloom coins. At this rate, he'd soon be worth more than a commander tier. Seeing the auctioneer's reaction, Yang was quite satisfied. Not bad, not bad. That bit of vitality I spent wasn't wasted. He didn't hesitate to transfer some more vitality to the auctioneer, allowing the auctioneer's level to rise once again. Auctioneer. Just for that bit of vitality, it was worth it to have offended a commander tier today. Morong Fong's face turned bright red, making him look as crimson as a fully cooked shrimp. Seeing that he seemed to be losing control, the auctioneer quickly raised his voice. Mr. Yang, you have absolutely no reason to worry that this sudden outburst will harm you. As you said, special circumstances call for special treatment. I've already reported your situation to the headquarters. A commander tier expert will be here shortly to ensure your safety. These words weren't just meant to reassure Yang. They were also directed at Morong Fong. The message was clear: Morong Fong, I advise you not to get too cocky. As long as Yang is still in this auction, no specter can harm him. Morong Fong. This is such a fucking slap in the face for a specter. For a split second, he even considered going down right then and there to kill Yang before the other side's bodyguards arrived. After all, that auctioneer was just a D tier. He wouldn't stand a chance against me. But then he remembered there was a commander tier right next to him. And even though they were both commander tier, this matriarch of the Crimson Clan was far stronger than he was. Just look at her attitude toward that human ant down there. It seemed that today, aside from outbidding Yang, there was no other way to get revenge. Morong Fong took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Don't act on impulse. Don't act on impulse. Impulse is the devil, impulse is the devil. Just as he was about to continue bidding, he saw Yang silently flip him off. And that provocative, sickening smirk on his face. It was a brutal assault on Morong Fong's last shred of sanity. Sanity? How am I supposed to stay sane? This guy is way too arrogant. Reader Group 536745786. Currently working on the Vitality side story. Join the group to read it. Br. Chapter 21. Madam, you don't want your daughter to be stuck at C rank, do you? In the end, Morong Fong managed to keep his composure. That's because the bodyguard the association had promised to send for Yang had arrived, as the auctioneer had mentioned. Hello, Mr. Yang. To show how much the association values you, they specially sent me to ensure your personal safety. As long as I'm here, you're 100% safe unless you're is Overlord tier. Standing before him was a lowly-like female specter with a baby face and ample bust. She was less than 1.6 meters tall, but her figure was even more stunning than Yara's. An auctioneer's mask hung from her waist. Seeing that mask, her identity became immediately clear. She was an auctioneer from a D-tier auction house, yet at this very moment, she had been specifically assigned to serve as a bodyguard. This alone was enough to show just how highly Spectre Auction valued him. And any specter capable of becoming an auctioneer was undoubtedly a standout among their peers. Just as the commander tier lowly had said. As long as she was there, and barring the appearance of an overlord tier enemy, no specter could harm Yang. With this commander tier lowly backing him up, Yang's arrogance only grew. He immediately flipped his other middle finger at Morong Fong as well. Commander tier lowly. Auctioneer. Row. Livestream viewers. Morong Fong. This is way too outrageous. The impulse he just managed to suppress surged forth once again. You ant. You've provoked me time and time again. Do you really think I'm afraid to kill you? Seeing that Yara had already made a move to jump out of the viewing window, Yang showed no sign of backing down. Then go ahead and do it. What's the matter? Don't like what you see? Then come and hit me. It wasn't that he was oblivious to the situation or took pleasure in provoking a commander tier player. It was simply that Morong Fong was being utterly unreasonable. When he channeled the nameless art to activate the pure Yang body, he never intended to kill Yara. Her death was entirely her own fault. Faced with a level of vitality she clearly couldn't handle, she still greedily tried to absorb it. She had no one to blame but herself for her body exploding in her death. But Morong Fong was coming at him with the clear intent to kill him. How could he possibly tolerate that? Of course not. That's why Yang kept provoking and taunting him to make him act impulsively. Then Ro and the other commander tier members would have a reason to take him down. Otherwise, an enemy at the commander tier level who has already completely burned bridges just thinking about it keeps you up at night. At that moment, Morong Fong had already swung one leg over the windowsill. Ro, right next door, was ready to strike. Who would VE thought he'd actually pull back? Yang? Dude, are you really going to be such a wimp? Where'd that initial drive go? A hint of regret flitted across Ro's stunning face. If she'd been the one to take him down just now, she'd have had a reason to approach Yang. After all, I saved your life. You can't very well snub your savior, can you? Unfortunately, Morong Fong didn't give her the chance to earn some credit. Fuck. Fucking hell. For a commander tier like you, how can you be such a wimp? He's the one who killed your daughter. Bastard. I really can't stand how arrogant this Dragon Country guy is. Why is it that we're treated like ants in front of the specters, while he gets to lord it over them? Exactly, that's not fair. Damn it, I just looked it up online. Turns out Yang's ancestral home is actually in our Kimchi nation. Seeing Morong Fong back down yet again, all those envious bastards abroad who'd been hoping for Yang's early demise completely lost it. Morong Fong stood by the window, his expression shifting between anger and relief. Damn, that was close. If he hadn't sensed that hint of murderous intent from Ro, he'd probably be dead and buried by now. Damn it. A bunch of commander tier specters, and yet they're colluding with a human. It's utterly shameless. Auctioneer, I think we can continue with the auction. I just bid 3.5 million bloom coins. Since we've been delayed for so long, shouldn't you just declare me the winner? Yang. Auctioneer. Is this what they call a complete about face? It really leaves one completely caught off guard. The auctioneer said coldly, Mr. Morong, I've already warned you once, this is a D-tier auction. As a commander tier, you're not allowed to bid. If you insist on bidding, I'll have no choice but to consider this a deliberate disruption of the auction and escort you out. Morong Fong was at a loss for words. You're singling me out. Why are those two allowed to bid when they're also commander tier? Ro chuckled softly as he pulled Zhongyun forward. I wasn't bidding at all. As I said, my daughter has a sore throat, so I'm just bidding on her behalf. The old servant, same here. The two commander tier bidders, who moments ago had been ready to beat each other to a pulp, now found themselves united against the outside threat thanks to Morong Fong's arrival. After all, personal grudges could be set aside for now, but Yang absolutely must not come to any harm. Otherwise, wouldn't all their arguing just now have been nothing but a meaningless farce? Upon hearing this, Morong Fong immediately pulled over a young boy from the private box, his cousin, who had accompanied Yara to broaden his horizons. This is my eldest nephew. I was bidding on his behalf. Is that okay now? The specters. You really have no shame. This little guy hasn't even reached D tier yet, has he? Jiang Yun, who had been watching the spectacle the whole time, finally couldn't resist speaking up. Morong Fong, thick-skinned and unflappable, replied, "What business is it of yours, you young upstart? Since he is here at the auction, he is qualified to bid." He wasn't wrong, strictly speaking. After all, Spectre Auction was the most rule-abiding place there was. Whether it was guests participating in the auction or the house staff, everything had to be done according to the rules. So, seeing that he was being stubborn and unreasonable, the auctioneer had no choice but to let it go. He allowed him to stay and continue participating in the auction. After all, according to the auction house's rules, since Morong Fong now had a legitimate reason, they couldn't just kick him out on a whim. Otherwise, to kick him out, they'd have to kick out Ro and the old servant as well. But if they left, the auction would be a total flop. 3,500,000 gloom coins once. The auction continued. The auctioneer had barely struck the gavel when he was interrupted by Ro, who had been waiting impatiently. "Ro, I bid 3,600,000 gloom coins." The old servant, 3,700,000 gloom coins. Morong Fong, 4 million. After all, as the head of a clan, Morong Fong had no shortage of gloom coins. Determined to win the bid and avenge Yang, he raised the bid by hundreds of thousands at a time. This stood in stark contrast to the other two bidders, who were playing it safe. Just then, Yang suddenly made a move. He walked to the front of the private box and locked eyes with Ro, who was standing by the window. A few seconds later, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "If this keeps up, I'm afraid this thug is going to win the bid. Madam, surely you don't want your daughter to be unable to break through to Class C just because she can't have me?" Thanks to Sin CB, Zillian, DUNAA, Reader 2023-042-6215, and other readers for their recommendation votes BR. Chapter 22, You Internet Users Really Know How to Judge People. Madam, you don't want your daughter to be unable to break through to Class C, do you? Madam, you don't want your daughter to. Madam, surely you don't want. Yang's words echoed endlessly in Ro's mind. Because if she failed to secure Yang, it wouldn't just be her daughter who couldn't break through. Her own hopes of advancing to the Overlord tier would also be shattered. No. Absolutely not. Ro's gaze instantly became unwavering. Her original plan to play it safe and save some gloom coins vanished in an instant. That old fox Morong Fong would never let this go, so there was no need to skimp on money. So, she steeled her resolve and gritted her teeth. 5 million gloom coins. No matter what your motives are today, none of you will take Yang from me. When Ro shouted out that price, even the specters who had already braced themselves were still taken aback. True to her commander tier status, she raised the bid by 1 million gloom coins right off the bat. But what sent even greater shivers down their spines was Yang's current market value. 5 million. That was already worth the head of an ordinary commander tier. At that moment, they suddenly found themselves envying Yara. Of course, it wasn't because they envied her for being stuffed to bursting. Rather, they envied her for snagging such a steal, getting Yang's first auction for just 120,000 gloom coins. If they'd known things would turn out like this, they would sold everything they owned just to give it a shot. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a regret pill in this world, not even in the Spectre's world. They used to look down on Yang in every way possible, but now, Yang is simply out of their league. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. 5 million gloom coins would be worth a fucking billion in the human world. 5 billion? Are you kidding me? The resources you could exchange for 5 million gloom coins would be enough to ensure the entire Dragon Kingdom never goes hungry or thirsty. I strongly suggest Bai Shin share his secrets. If everyone in our great dragon nation were brimming with vitality, who would be afraid of this specter auction? Share my ass. Bai Shin is clearly a natural talent, okay? The first time I saw Bai Shen, I thought he couldn't take a single punch from me. Now, looking at him again, I feel like I couldn't take a single punch from a commander tier. What is a god? To drive so many commander tier players wild with just a mere human body, if that isn't a god, what else could it be? Upon witnessing Yang's 5 million valuation, the entire Dragon Kingdom erupted in excitement. Watching this scene of nationwide celebration in the Dragon Kingdom, the international audience fell silent. They couldn't wrap their heads around it, they just couldn't. How could a guy who'd been written off by everyone including the specters from the moment he stepped onto the stage possibly lead Dragon Nation to an upset victory against all odds? All because of him alone. The auctions for everyone else couldn't even proceed normally. Although this also included Dragon Nation's other auction items, did that even matter? Having just one Yang was more than enough for Dragon Nation. 5 million bloom coins. In Su Feng's private box, Lao Nua's mouth twitched as he murmured the figure under his breath. For other commander tier figures, coming up with 5 million wouldn't be a major blow. But not for him. Although he was a commander tier figure, he only turned to the Qingshan Guizhou clan when he had no other options. This gave the Green Mountain Mysterious clan a reason to drive a hard bargain. Weren't you full of pride and arrogance when we first recruited you? Now that your entire clan has been slaughtered, you've come crawling back to us and you still expect the best treatment? Don't even think about it. Otherwise, how could I, a commander tier, willingly refer to myself as an old servant? After a moment's thought, the old servant sighed, I'm withdrawing. 5 million bloom coins, it was simply too much for him to bear. Su Feng, standing nearby, stared in disbelief. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Why are you backing out? Keep bidding against them. That Yang insulted me earlier. I'm the young master of the Qingshan Ghost clan, after all. I won't be able to sleep or eat in peace until I've drained every last drop of his vitality. Seeing that the young master still hadn't grasped the situation at hand, the old servant couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Young master, it's not that I want to back out, it's just that I'm completely broke. That woman, Ro, slaughtered my entire family back then and seized all the resources of my commander tier clan. Don't be fooled by how casually she talks about it. In reality, she is rolling in money. And that Morong Feng is single-mindedly focused on avenging his daughter. He won't rest until he has drained his family's fortune. How am I supposed to compete with them? Su Feng still felt a bit reluctant. I can explain the situation to father and have him reimburse you. Just place your bid as soon as possible. Surely the Qingshan Guizhou clan has at least one commander tier member with enough money? The old servant shook his head. Young master, if you want to break through to Class C, it'll cost far more than 5 million. The clan head would never agree to this. You shouldn't cling to this any longer. Yang is simply beyond our reach. With that, the old servant forcibly dragged Su Feng away from the auction. He didn't dare stay a moment longer, fearing that this young master, who had no concept of money, might come up with some other absurd idea. Seeing the old servant leave because he couldn't afford the bid, a hint of contempt flashed in Ro's eyes. Useless. Jiang Yun. Mother really doesn't have a clear understanding of where her gloom coins came from. You snatched those gloom coins from him, and now you're looking down on him for being penniless? However, Jiang Yun dared only to vent her frustration inwardly. Her mother had always been domineering. This kind of behavior wasn't out of character for her. Just as she was thinking this, Jiang Yun suddenly sensed something. She looked down and saw Yang smiling as he gazed at her. He opened his mouth but made no sound. Still, she could roughly make out what he was saying by reading his lips. I've been waiting for the moment you'd snap a photo of me. Whoosh! Jiang Yun's face flushed instantly. As a young female specter who'd just turned 18, she was right in the midst of her first stirrings of romance. Faced with Yang's off-the-charts good looks, she'd already fallen for him. She never expected that the first person she'd fall for wouldn't be a specter, but a human who was actually an auction item. Before long, Jiang Yun's mind began to wander, weaving a whole tale of love and heartbreak in her head. Oh my! You're blushing like a teapot. This little female specter really is easy to fool. Yang thought his charm might be a bit too overwhelming. He hadn't even said a word, and yet he'd already made her heart flutter. But did he really like John Yun? Of course not. Could it be that he was after her big thunder? That was certainly a factor. However, what Yang valued even more was her money. Although compared to her mother, who still possessed a certain allure, Jiang Yun could only be considered a minor heiress. But clearly, this kind of minor heiress was much easier to manipulate. Anyway, Yang was confident in himself. With his vitality, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for Jiang Yun to inherit the entire Crimson Clan in the future? Holy crap! There's definitely something fishy going on with this human and this spirit. White God has some unique tastes. Why on earth would he fall for a female spirit? Why are you guys so narrow-minded? Who says humans and spirits can't fall in love? Besides, Jiang Yun's looks are top-notch, right? I'd bet this female specter is only after White God's vitality. I'd bet White God is purely after her gloom coins. Yang wasn't watching the livestream. If he'd seen these comments, he'd have just said one thing. You guys really know how to read people. At that moment, Morong Fong was already feeling a bit stuck. 6 million bloom coins. After raising the bid, he took out his Spectre's World cell phone and dialed a number. My lord, could you lend me some bloom coins? Not much, just 4 million would do. I'm currently at the Spectre auction, trying to bid on a human. Chapter 23, 9.1 million bloom coins auction concluded. My lord, I really haven't lost my mind. Please let me explain. This human is very special. When my daughter was absorbing his vitality, she was so overloaded that her body exploded and she died, yet he wasn't even slightly harmed. Now I must avenge my daughter. Rest assured, my lord, as soon as the auction ends, I'll sell off my assets to pay you back. There was a long silence on the other end of the line before he finally agreed. I don't care what you use it for. I'm helping you only because you once served me. I'll give you 3 million bloom coins. You don't have to pay me back, but after this, I owe you nothing. With those words, the call was abruptly ended. Morong Fong sighed. His greatest trump card had only earned him 3 million bloom coins. From now on, he would never again receive help from this nobleman. But as long as he could avenge his daughter, it was all worth it. Soon, a portal opened in Morong Fong's room. A figure dressed in a blue official's robe, with a blood-red talisman stuck to its forehead, hopped inside. It was actually a female zombie. And she was clearly radiating a commander-tier aura. The female zombie tossed down a World Bank savings card, then turned and walked away. Without saying a single word. It wasn't until the portal vanished that Morong Fong finally let out a sigh of relief. Terrifying. Just as one would expect from that noble, even his errand-running minions were commander tier, just like himself. How infuriating. If it weren't for that arrogant human ant down there, how could a favor from such a big shot be worth only 3 million bloom coins? Morong Fong blamed everything on Yang. He believed Yang was the root of all this trouble. So, when he looked at Yang again, his gaze couldn't help but grow a bit more savage. Yang. Dude, why are you staring at me like that? You don't even dare to lay a hand on me. I'm not even going to bother with you anymore. The auctioneer tapped his gavel. Morong old fart, watch your eyes. Can't you see the commander-tier noble standing right beside Mr. Yang? Morong Fong. This auctioneer was so infuriating he felt like he was about to spit blood. We're both commander-tier, yet you call her your excellency and me old dang? The auctioneer let out a cold laugh. Rest assured, esteemed Mr. Yang, our auction house will always stand by your side. What a brown noser. Yang couldn't help but marvel at the charm of vitality. He merely handed out a little bit, and it was enough to turn a D-tier specter into his loyal sycophant. TSK. It really is true that where there is milk, there is a mother where there is Yang, there is a father. He glanced at the commander tier lowly standing close by, guarding him at all times. Could his vitality turn this busty lowly into a sycophant too? Yang let his imagination run wild. A powerful commander tier character fawning over him just like the auctioneer. That feeling. It would be absolutely amazing. Actually, the answer to that question had long been clear. Just look at Ro's expression. 6,500,000 gloom coins Yon can only be mine my daughter S. Yang whistled in amazement. Well. So it turned out he already had a commander tier sycophant, he just hadn't noticed it before. 7 million gloom coins. Ro, do you think I don't know your financial situation? 7 million bloom coins is probably your limit, isn't it? You haven't been in favor with the Crimson Clan these past few years. Even if you asked your clan leader, it wouldn't do any good. I really don't get why you crazy woman, are so determined to compete with me. A few million bloom coins would be more than enough to get your daughter to D tier. Ro's expression remained unchanged. Why would she spend several million bloom coins just to help her daughter break through a single tier? Give me a break. She's not an idiot. Does she really care about her daughter's tier? Of course not. She was simply using this opportunity to make a good impression on Yang. Once we get to know each other better, wouldn't it be reasonable for you to let me take a sip in return for these several million gloom coins? Even if you don't want to be taken advantage of, surely a private deal between us wouldn't be a problem, right? This is about her breaking through to the overlord tier. Forget a few million bloom coins, even spending tens of millions would be worth it. After all, what overlord tier player hasn't poured tens of millions into their character? As for Morong Fong testing her limits, Ro didn't give away a single clue. Who told you I only have 7 million bloom coins? As a commander tier, it's only natural for me to have some savings. As for you to keep a clan running, coming up with 7 million would probably mean selling off your family's assets, wouldn't it? Ro retorted with a smile, while simultaneously raising the price again. 7,500,000. Morong Fong, I'm going to see this through to the end today. I'll see just how many gloom coins you're willing to throw at me. Clap, 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 clap. No sooner had Ro finished speaking than Yang couldn't help but break into applause. Great! That's the spirit. Mother-in-law, don't worry, I'll give your daughter a little extra vitality later. Jian Yun's face flushed even redder. Mother-in-law? Does he mean he wants to marry me? Well, I guess that wouldn't be so bad. Ro glanced at her daughter and sighed helplessly. This girl has completely fallen for him. She is still too inexperienced, she can't even tell that Yang doesn't have any genuine feelings for her. Ro, while fretting over her daughter, chuckled gently. You little rascal, you can't just call people whatever you want. Otherwise, I'll really have to tie you up and bring you to my Crimson Clan as my son-in-law. As for the vitality, just let Xiao Yun handle it herself. I'm afraid you might accidentally cause her to end up like a certain someone's daughter. Upon hearing this, Morong Fong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. You! Of all the things Ro could have said, she had to seize this opportunity to strike at his deepest wound. But he didn't dare go over and pick a fight with Ro. That would only give this crazy woman the perfect excuse to beat him to death. Ro's reputation for brutality was known throughout the entire Specters world. Although they were both commander tier, Morong Fong had no doubt whatsoever that she had the strength to kill him. After all, the gap between one commander tier player and another could be as vast as that between a giant and an ant. Ro snorted disdainfully. What else with all the you? Want to fight me? Go ahead and try. If you can't beat me, I'll slaughter your entire clan. If you can beat me, I'll just wait for another chance to slaughter your entire clan. Yang. Morong Fong. Specters livestream viewers. Talking about wiping out his entire clan at every turn, this Ro truly lives up to her fearsome reputation. Humph. I won't waste my breath arguing about this nonsense. 8 million bloom coins. Morong Fong turned his head away, looking somewhat intimidated. Although his daughter was gone, he still had his wife and the rest of his clan. Roa's threats still had some effect on him. 850,000 gloom coins. 1 second, Ro was threatening to wipe out his entire clan. The next, she switched to a seductive smile and spoke to Yang in a gentle tone. Yang, you don't need to be afraid of him. As long as I'm here, today you'll belong only to my daughter. Yang merely nodded, saying nothing. Belong to your daughter? Do you really think I can't see through your intentions? Roa's desire was practically written all over her face, probably only that foolish girl Jiang Yun couldn't see it. But he hadn't obtained the red robe secret scroll yet, and Yang didn't want a commander tier to get his hands on him. Because the nameless art could only be circulated for 2 great celestial circuits, and he wasn't sure if he could withstand a commander tier's energy drain. After all, reaching commander tier was like ascending to the heavens in a single step. Not even 1,000 D-tier specters could stand up to a single commander tier. Doing something without 100% certainty wasn't Yang's style. The auction continued. 9 million gloom coins. After calling out this price, Morong Fong was already gasping for breath. Because that was all the gloom coins he had left. He could only hope that Ro had been bluffing just now. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Ro noticed the change in his expression and already knew exactly what was going on. 9,100,000 gloom coins. That casual remark completely crushed Morong Fong. Readers Group, 536745786. Currently working on a Vitality side story. Join the group to read it, Br. Chapter 24, It Seems I Slapped Old Morong to Death. 900. Morong Fong tried to say something else, but Ro cut him off ruthlessly. Stop pretending. 9 million is your limit. Even if you could scrape together another 100 or 20,000, so what? I've got plenty more gloom coins than that. Morong Fong was deeply resentful. But that was the reality. He had only 9,200,000 in readily available cash. He could scrape together a bit more by selling off his assets, but the problem was there simply wasn't enough time. Yet, he had already used up the favor he owed that dignitary. And in the end, he still hadn't been able to avenge his daughter's death. As Morong Fong stood there, dazed and dejected, the auctioneer had already begun to bang the gavel. 9,100,000 gloom coins once. 9,100,000 gloom coins going once. 9,100,000 gloom coins going twice. 9,100,000 gloom coins going 3 times. Congratulations to Ms. Ro on winning the bid. Congratulations to our esteemed Mr. Yang for securing the highest price ever paid for a human at the Spectre auction. Note that the auctioneer was referring to the Spectre auction, not the D-tier Spectre auction. A price of 9.1 million would be astonishing even at a commander tier auction. Such a price is only considered normal for those overlord tier specters. But now it has appeared at a small D-tier auction. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! It's finally sold. 9,100,000 9,100,000 gloom coins. According to the revenue sharing agreement between Dragon Nation and the auction house, Dragon Nation will receive 4,550,000 gloom coins, enough to drastically improve living conditions nationwide. Shirakami. You're my eternal god. Shirakami just shattered a new world record for the highest auction price, a mere D-tier specter daring to challenge a commander tier. Wow, after seeing that world record, I just realized how incredibly difficult it must have been for Shirakami to survive this long. The auctioneer went on and on with a long spiel from the podium. 8 out of every 10 sentences were fawning over Yang and sucking up to him. Yang finally understood why big bosses all liked subordinates who knew how to brown nose. It felt really good to be fawned over like that. So, Boss Bai, delighted, casually transferred some vitality to the auctioneer. This made him get even more into his sales pitch. A long while passed. It wasn't until Ro grew impatient and started urging him on, and Yang had grown tired of listening, that the auctioneer finally stopped. Ms. Jiang Yun, you may come down now. As per Mr. Yang's earlier request, you have 10 minutes to consume it. As he said this, the auctioneer's tone was brimming with envy. 10 whole minutes. No need to rush at all. She could take a puff, let it sink in, take another puff, and let that sink in too. There was more than enough time. She certainly wouldn't end up like that unlucky Yara, who was so impatient for results that she ended up bursting. Jiang Yun quickly approached Yang, a bashful smile on her face. Brother Yang, should I start now? Yang nodded. She had just leaned in close when, before she could make a move, Yang grabbed her hand. It was ice cold, silky smooth, and delicate. So this is a female ghostess little hand? I'll do the moving. If you feel like you can't take it anymore, just say the word, and I'll stop. Hearing this, Jiang Yun felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. In the end, she could only nod in agreement. Okay. Bai Shin, you're acting weird. I don't have any proof, but I just get the feeling Bai Shin is driving. What more proof do you need? The wheels are practically rolling right over my face, and you're still looking for proof? Bai Shin is so warm and thoughtful. I wish he'd treat me like that. Are you a female ghost up there? If not, get lost. My Shirakami only likes female ghosts, not women. Brother Yang doesn't like other women, but he'll definitely like me. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Move aside, everyone. I have uremia, let me give her a taste of life's hardships. Just as Yang was about to begin channeling his cultivation technique on stage, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted at the auction. It was Commander Tier. Murong Feng? Yang immediately opened his eyes and stopped channeling his technique. As a Solar Physique, he was essentially immune to these tactics used by specters. But Jiang Yun wasn't. She was only D tier. She simply couldn't withstand the pressure of a Commander Tier. Her legs had already gone weak, her eyes filled with terror as she collapsed into Yang's arms, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. I want to snuggle up in Brother Yang's arms too. I want to snuggle up in Brother Yang's arms too. +1. I give up. Where did all these parrots come from? Yang looked up. He saw that Murong Feng, having failed to win the auction, was actually planning to take Yang down with him. Why take him down with him? Because the moment he dared to attack Yang at the auction, his fate was sealed. He would never leave this place alive. Yang, you little brat. You human ant. You've insulted me time and time again. Prepare to die. Murong Feng leaped down from the window of the second floor box. Sensing the danger, Yang furrowed his brow. He wrapped his arm around Jiang Yun and retreated behind the Commander Tier lowly. Bodyguard, I'm leaving this to you. Commander Tier lowly. Sure, I am a bodyguard, but could you at least not be so nonchalant about it? Murong Feng had unleashed his full power, and the attack came so suddenly. Roa's beautiful eyes widened in panic, but she was still a step too slow. Because Yang was his target, but his daughter was still with Yang. Boom! At the very last moment, the Commander Tier lowly struck. Behind her, thick black mist surged forth, coalescing into a massive, eerie hand. It grabbed Murong Feng, who had just jumped down, and clamped down on him with a death grip. As the eerie hand tightened slightly, a crisp sound of shattering bones echoed from within, accompanied by Murong Feng's agonized screams. Thud! Commander Tier lowly opened her eerie hand, and Murong Feng crashed to the ground like a pile of mud. Every bone in his body was shattered, and even the energy within him had been sealed by Commander Tier lowly. As he was now, he wasn't even a match for a single E-rank specter. Ro, who had arrived late, stared at Commander Tier lowly in astonishment. The next moment, a sizzling, burning sound erupted from Murong Feng's face. A natural counter. Murong Feng. Seeing that he still hadn't made a sound, Yang took a closer look. Looks like I slapped that old guy to death. Chapter 25, Can the nameless art be practiced by a couple? Dead? The Commander Tier lowly's expression changed drastically. Shi Ti actually killed Morong Fong just now. She merely crushed every bone in his body, sealed his yin energy, and left him with no chance to resist. Although he was in a half-dead state, there was absolutely no way he could die so easily. Upon hearing this, Shi and Ro, both Commander Tier, rushed over. But they discovered that Yang Han Ti misjudged the situation after all. This guy, he was really dead. Moreover, his entire body was slowly being melted away by a faint, barely visible red aura. This red aura was visible only to Commander Tier. Ro felt both shocked and terrified. If Shi Wan Ti mistaken, this must be Yang's arm. He, a human, was actually capable of harming specters? After all, among the auction items from the human world in the past, there had been no shortage of Taoist priests, Buddhist monks, exorcists, and other such professionals. When these people first arrived, they were all full of themselves, looking down on the specters. Even after being auctioned off to the specters, they still tried to use their own methods to attack them. But specters are not the same kind of creatures as the legendary demons and monsters of the human world. Their various methods were completely ineffective. In the end, they only enraged the specters, leading to even more gruesome deaths. So, ever since the specter auction emerged and connected the two realms, not a single human has been able to harm a specter. Otherwise, humans would be referred to as ants by the specters. But now, the first human capable of harming specters has appeared. Ro had a premonition. In the future, the world of the specters might be turned upside down by this human. The auctioneer summoned two sheep-headed specters to carry away Morong Fong's body for disposal. Then he glanced at the female specter nestled in Yang's arms and asked, "Mr. Yang, would you like some private time with Ms. Jiang Yun?" Yang glanced at Jiang Yun, who was still in a daze, and nodded. It wasn't her fault she was scared. The world of the specters is a caste system. The fear and dread that lower-tier specters feel toward higher-tier specters is etched into their DNA. Not to mention, what had just happened was far from ordinary intimidation. They were out to kill her. Jiang Yun was only D-tier, yet she had to face the murderous intent of a Commander-tier specter head-on. It was a miracle she hadn't completely broken down. Soon after, Yang led Jiang Yun away, prompting a chorus of complaints from the specters in the hall. They all wanted to witness Yang's vitality. After all, since his arrival, Yang had only fully activated his cultivation technique twice. Once was when he shattered Yara. The other was when he bribed the auctioneer. These ordinary specters were all eager to witness it again. After all, even if they couldn't have it, they could at least drool over it a little, right? Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The auctioneer tapped his gavel. Next up, we'll continue with the human auction. Inside the room, Yang and Jiang Yun sat facing each other. "Brother Yang, I'm sorry I made a fool of myself just now." Having recovered, Jiang Yun had returned to her usual bashful, girlish demeanor. "It's okay. Don't say anything for now, we're about to go in. If you feel like there's not enough room, just let me know." Jiang Yun, just like those lecherous netizens, had let her imagination run wild again. Who knows what specific images she was picturing, but her pretty face was flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Yang had already activated the nameless art. After 3 full cycles, his pure Yang constitution was fully activated. Up close, Jiang Yun finally sensed just how terrifying his vitality was. To her eyes, Yang's body was shrouded in a layer of red energy. That vitality was almost tangible. Soon, Yang channeled a small stream of vitality and infused it into Jiang Yun's body. Mum. Jiang Yun couldn't help but let out a soft moan, then immediately covered her mouth. Although she had absorbed the vitality of many humans before, this was her first time encountering Yang's kind of pure Yang, not to mention that Yang was now actively infusing her with vitality. That sensation was truly wondrous. "Miss Jiang, when you make such strange sounds, it's really hard for me to control myself." Yang teased her playfully. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yun looked at him with complete seriousness. "If you can't control yourself, then go ahead." Yang. Live stream chat. What did she just say? What on earth was that? Woman, oh no, female spirit, you're playing with fire. I knew this female spirit wasn't he just after my young's vitality, she's after his body too. Whoa! Is this going to be that intense? Are we actually going to see it live? Whoa, can't wait, hee hee. I've been around for so many years, I've seen humans with humans, humans with dogs, even humans with plants, but I've never actually seen a human with a specter. Holy crap! She's going in for a kiss. The last comment was cut off abruptly halfway through. In the specter's livestream, the camera angle focused solely on Yang suddenly went black. Countless netizens simultaneously beat their chests in frustration and let out sorrowful howls. Damn it! We can't watch the live stream anymore. Just as expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The black screen wasn't due to a technical glitch in the live stream. The live feed from the auction venue was still running normally. The reason Yang's feed went black was because Jiangyun suddenly launched an attack on him. She leaned in and kissed him. Faced with such an adult-only scene, World chose to cut the feed immediately. Inside the room, Yang's eyes widened. This was the first time he'd ever been forced to kiss someone, and the one forcing the kiss was, of all people, a damn female specter? As a young man in the prime of his life, could he possibly tolerate being taken advantage of by a stunning female specter? Of course not. Female ghoul. Take this. 2 hours later, Yang sat cross-legged in the room, circulating the 3 great cycles of the nameless art back and forth. For some reason, after battling Jiangyun for 300 rounds, he actually felt a subtle change in his body. Originally, the vitality within him had always been in a separated state. He was one thing, and his vitality was another. That inexhaustible, pure yang energy had always felt as though it were simply stored within his body. But now, his vitality had actually begun to nourish Yang's body. He and his vitality were gradually becoming one. Could this be the legendary dual cultivation technique? Yang couldn't help but whistle in amazement. He hadn't expected the nameless art to be suitable for dual cultivation. He grew even more eager to see the effects of the technique once he had completed the Red Robe secret scroll. Brother Yang. Jiangyun's soft, delicate voice came from behind him. Since it was dual cultivation, if Yang could benefit, she naturally could as well. She was like a delicate plant. After being thoroughly nourished by vitality, she began to thrive. C+. Her rank had jumped directly from D tier to C+. If she hadn't been unable to bear it any longer and asked Yang to stop early, this session would have likely pushed her rank straight to B tier. The effect was simply terrifying. Chapter 26, The Red Clothes Secret Scroll in Hand. Powered by Vitality, it reveals its true form. Are you okay? Jiangyun looked a bit weak, causing Yang to wonder if he'd been too rough just now. Fortunately, after all, she was now a C+ level specter herself. Even if she was a little weak, she recovered quickly. After this experience of supporting each other through thick and thin, Jiangyun had clearly become even more dependent on Yang. No matter what he said, she listened obediently, as if she'd do anything he asked. I'll treat you well from now on. I believe in you, my husband. With me by your side, your future will definitely not stop at a mere C+. I can help you inherit the clan. If my husband says it, he'll definitely make it happen. Yang. He couldn't help but marvel once again. Young female specters really are easy to fool. She'd believe any tall tale he spun. Inherit the clan? The Crimson Clan was a powerful specter clan with overlord tier specters. If he wanted Jiangyun to inherit the clan, he'd have to help her reach overlord tier strength as well. Although Yang wasn't even entirely confident about his own commander tier strength yet. But when he thought of the Crimson Clan's legacy, nothing in this world is impossible for those who are determined. Just now, while the two were enjoying themselves, Jiangyun, overcome with excitement, let slip a secret. It turns out that the red-clad secret scroll deposited at the auction house is only a small of the whole. It's just a fragment. The Crimson Clan's original plan was to wait until someone won the bid for this scroll, then follow them to see if they could find any clues. But now that Yang has set his sights on it, there's no longer any need for that. He was sure that even if clan members tried to pry any secrets out of Yang, Ro would be the first to vote against it, and the auction house certainly wouldn't agree either. With that in mind, Yang patted Jiang Yun on the head. Xiao Yun, I trust you. Even if you inherit the clan someday, you won't change your heart, you'll only worship me, right? Right. Then I'll be family with you by then. It wouldn't be too much to ask for me to help manage the clan, would it? Not at all. So by then, the Crimson Clan will be our joint property as husband and wife. Great. Yang. He cut the conversation short. It wasn't because he was afraid Jiang Yun would see through his true intentions, but because if he said a few more words, he'd start feeling guilty. Just look at her, what a naive little schemer. It's just a shame she ultimately fell into the handsome man's sugar-coated trap. She couldn't pull herself free. Actually, he wasn't really the type to covet money. After all, following the auction, his net worth had already reached a staggering 4.55 million bloom coins. Never mind the real world. Even in the Specters world, it was more than enough for him to splurge on. What Yang was truly after was the Crimson Clan's secret scroll after all, unless you were part of the clan. It would be very difficult to get your hand on something like that. The Crimson Robe's secret scroll at the auction was already a pleasant surprise. According to Jiang Yun, there were even more scrolls back home. Who knows, maybe he could complete the nameless art right away. The more Yang thought about it, the more excited he became. Even now, with the nameless art capable of circulating through only 3 great circuits, he was already a treasure in the eyes of the specters. What would happen once he completed the remaining parts? To what new heights would he rise? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yang could no longer sit still. He helped Jiang Yun get dressed and tidy up her clothes. Then he pushed open the door. He had intended to find the auctioneer to ask when he could redeem the red-clothed secret scroll. But to his surprise, a group of people was already standing outside the door. Oh no. To be precise, it was a group of specters. Ro, the commander Tier Lowly, the female auctioneer, and others. They all wore knowing smiles. Although the room's soundproofing was excellent and no sound could escape. But a man and a woman had been alone in a room for a full 2 hours. No one, not even a dog, would believe that nothing had happened between them. Ro paid special attention to her daughter and, upon discovering that her level had broken through to the plus tier, was thoroughly satisfied. Ms. Jiang Yun, you have broken through a level in this auction, fulfilling the requirements of Lord World Will. As a special gift, we are granting you eligibility for the Spectre Academy entrance exam. The exam is in 3 days. Please make sure to keep track of the time. The female auctioneer handed a gold-plated invitation to Jiang Yun. She then added a special note. If Miss Jiang Yun passes the exam and is admitted, there will be another internal auction at Spectre Academy that she can attend 5 days later. An auction? Another auction. But this is different from a D-tier auction. Just thinking about Spectre Academy's internal auction, she couldn't even begin to imagine how lavish the lineup would be. Although Jiang Yun showed no outward signs of emotion, inside, she was already beside herself with excitement. After handing over the invitation, the female auctioneer didn't leave. Instead, she approached Yang and respectfully presented him with a card. It was a World Bank savings card containing the gloom coins Yang had earned from this auction. She then made a gesture inviting him to follow. Mr. Yang, please follow me. I'll take you to the storage room where the auction items are kept. You may select any lot you like without paying a single coin. Yang was taken slightly aback. Had the terms of their agreement changed? Did that mean he no longer had to pay? This was certainly a good thing, but the problem was there's no such thing as a free lunch. If the exchange was free, then the auction house must definitely have some other agenda. But since the female auctioneer didn't seem inclined to say more, Yang didn't press the issue. The three female spirits surrounded the man as they weaved through the auction house's corridors. They walked all the way to a door that looked like a bank vault before finally coming to a stop. The female auctioneer went through a rigorous identity verification process and unlocked the door. No one even had to remind her. Ro immediately pulled her daughter back, who was about to follow them inside, and stopped at the doorway. They only invited Young after all, we're still outsiders. It wouldn't look good for us to go in like this. The commander Tier Lowly, on the other hand, showed absolutely no intention of avoiding the appearance of impropriety. Actually, she didn't really need to. She was Yang's personal bodyguard. Aside from certain sensitive matters, she was required to provide close protection. Wherever Yang went, she had to follow. Besides, she was also the auctioneer for the D-tier auction. Although they weren't in the same venue, at the end of the day, they were all part of the same family. What was there to be cautious about? The female auctioneer had long since noticed her mask and naturally knew her identity, so she didn't tease anything further. They entered the storage room. Yang's gaze moved without hesitation, locking directly onto the red robe secret scroll. I'll just redeem this red robe secret scroll. The rest are of no use to me. Yang had already reviewed the list of auction items. He had no interest in any of the others. After all, it was just a D-tier auction. What good items could there possibly be? Noticing his disdain, the female auctioneer felt a bit awkward. But, adhering to professional ethics, she immediately retrieved the red robe secret scroll from the safe. It was a yellowed parchment, made of fine, smooth leather, engraved with a series of indecipherable symbols. Yang held the red-clothed secret scroll in his hands, turning it over and over, but couldn't see anything special about it. It seemed utterly ordinary. Why not try infusing it with some vitality? Yang recalled scenes from novels and TV dramas. Treasures like this usually required a special method to activate them and reveal their true form. And since the red-clothed secret scroll was related to the nameless art, could it be activated using vitality? No sooner said than done. Yang immediately circulated his energy through the great celestial circuit, gathering vitality in the palm of his hand. The next moment, the entire red-clothed secret scroll instantly glowed red. Readers Group, 536745786. Working on a vitality side story. Join the group to read it, Br. Chapter 27, Staying in the Specters World. The Spectre Academy auction begins in 5 days. On the parchment, those strange and bizarre symbols vanished instantly, replaced by lines of Chinese characters. Cultivate the young fire body, refine the heart of 10,000 souls. Yang quickly scanned these characters, the joy on his face growing ever more intense. This really is the sequel to the nameless art. Good news, he found the sequel to the cultivation technique. Bad news, it was still limited to only 3 great circuits. This red-clad secret scroll was clearly an incomplete fragment as well, just like Yang's existing nameless art. Both could only complete 3 great celestial circuits. However, this would suffice for Yang for the time being. At least he had a lead on the next step, didn't he? Perhaps the remaining cultivation techniques were hidden among the secret scrolls left in the Crimson Clan that Zhang Yun had mentioned. Alright, I've finished selecting. Yang stuffed the red-clothed secret scroll into his pocket and prepared to leave. But the female auctioneer hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Yang, as a token of our respect for you, the auction house has decided, after discussion, to present you with a few items for your personal protection. Take a look at this. It's called the Soul-Shattering Orb. When thrown at a specter, it strikes directly at the soul, a formidable weapon against anyone below commander tier. And this one, the Corona Gem. Worn as a necklace, it makes the wearer stand out and glow, enhancing their appearance and making them look more handsome. Wearing it for an extended period can even boost vitality. And finally, this young fire fan was crafted 100 years ago by a senile artisan. It wasn't intended for specters from the start, as it requires vitality to power it. I think it's perfect for Mr. Yang. These items weren't among the auction lot. It was obvious at a glance that they were extremely valuable. There was no way they could be items from a D-tier auction. So who was pulling the strings behind the scenes? Yang didn't believe the auction house would go out of its way to curry favor with him to this extent. They were definitely after something in return. Besides, Yang understood the principle that one shouldn't accept a gift without having earned it. He accepted the 3 specter items and then asked, "Go ahead. First, you let me redeem them for free, and now you've given me 3 valuable treasures. What does your auction house want in return?" The female auctioneer let out a sigh of relief. She'd just been wondering how to broach the subject without being rejected. She hadn't expected Yang to bring it up himself. "Dealing with a smart person like you, Mr. Yang, is a breeze. Our auction house does indeed have a small request. As you probably heard earlier, Spectre Academy will be holding an internal auction in 5 days. Only students, teachers, and school administrators are allowed to participate. The vice principal of Spectre Academy specifically reached out to us to invite you to this internal auction, of course, as a lot. If you're not interested, Mr. Yang, that is fine." The vice principal said these 3 specter items are simply a gesture of friendship. After all that talk, they're really just after my body and my vitality. Yang didn't agree right away. After all, he hadn't yet figured out the full implications. However, the female auctioneer pulled out her tablet again and found an image. "Mr. Yang, the vice principal said that if you're willing to participate in the auction, you may choose any one item from the Academy's treasury to take with you after it ends. Just like the auction lots." Spectre Academy was offering the same temptation. However, any single item taken at random from Spectre Academy's treasury was worth as much as the entire D-tier auction. Yang glanced at it a few times, his gaze settling on a portrait of the sun hanging on the wall in the photo. Beneath the sun were densely packed symbols. They were exactly the same as the symbols on the red-clothed secret scroll. Yang's eyes lit up. Could this be the next part of the cultivation technique? Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted. "I accept. In 5 days, right?" Nothing could be more appealing to Yang than the next part of the cultivation technique. After all, his dream since arriving in this world had been to cultivate and become an immortal. He hadn't even collected all the cultivation manuals yet. How the hell was he supposed to cultivate? The female auctioneer was also thrilled. She bent down and handed him an invitation she'd prepared in advance. "Mr. Yang, all you need to do is bring this invitation with you. In 5 days, you can appear directly at Spectre Academy to participate in the auction. Furthermore, since this auction isn't organized by Spectre Auction, none of the proceeds will be split. It's all yours." In the Spectre Auction livestream. As soon as Yang's feed came back online, viewers in Longwa heard this statement and were instantly stunned. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Is Baishin crazy, or am I? This auction hasn't even ended yet, and Baishin has already booked his next slot? By the way, does anyone know what Spectre Academy is? I don't know the details, but it seems to be quite authoritative among the specters, just like the auction. Oh my god. Wouldn't it be dangerous for Baishin to be auctioned off at a place like that? If Baishin isn't afraid, why should you be? Maybe for Baishin, it's just a bit of fun. Leaving the storage room. The auction in the hall had already ended, so the auctioneer came over specifically to speak with him. "Mr. Yang, now that the auction is over, would you like to return with the Dragon Kingdom team, or stay in the Spectre's world?" If it were anyone else, he certainly wouldn't have asked that. After all, as a human who barely survived the auction, why would you want to stay in the Spectre's world instead of going back? You'd have to be crazy to want to live that long. But Yang is different. He doesn't even spare the specters. Now that the mother and daughter are both here, the auctioneer definitely had to check with Yang first. What's the situation with our Dragon Kingdom team? Yang didn't make a decision right away. Instead, he asked about the Dragon Kingdom team first. "Mr. Yang, there's no need to worry. Because of their admiration for you, the specters have been very considerate toward the humans from the Dragon Kingdom. They've only drained their vitality just enough to stop short of causing any deaths." Admiration? Fear would be more accurate. After all, a commander tier player had just died right in front of them all because of Yang. Facing a team of humans Like him, the specters wouldn't dare act the way they had before. They all went easy on him. But things weren't going so well for the other countries. Those specters who had their fill with the humans from Dragon Nation. They took it all out on these foreigners instead. Shirakami hasn't forgotten the rest of our Dragon Nation team. Sniff, sniff, I'm so touched. This time, they really all benefited from Shirakami's glory. To put it bluntly, Shirakami is the savior of them all. Ha! That makes Shirakami the sworn enemy of those foreigners too. After all, their heavy casualties are partly due to Shirakami. Pfft, it's their own fault for always looking down on our Dragon Nation team. If they befriended us earlier, they could reap some benefits too. In the auction hall's corridor, a crowd of specters and spectators were all waiting for Yang's decision. He looked at Jiang Yun's hopeful gaze and smiled slightly. I'll stay. Chapter 28. Why is this human getting all touchy-feely with you? Actually, upon even the slightest comparison, Yang had absolutely no interest in returning to the human world. Over there, he had only an identity that had been forcibly rationalized by the world will. No family, no friends at best, he'd be the center of endless attention upon his return. But that would only make Yang feel uncomfortable. In the Spectre's world, however, he had the sweet and adorable Jiang Yun, his mother-in-law Ro, who still possessed her charm, and his devoted and diligent lowly bodyguard, Delay. With such a clear difference, even a fool would know which choice to make. Upon hearing Yang's decision, it was as if the viewers in the entire Longwa livestream could hear countless hearts shattering. Holy shit! Baishin actually doesn't plan to return to the human world? No kidding! Baishin must be completely lost in the lap of luxury with those female specters. If it were me, I wouldn't go back either. No! My Baishin, I'm still waiting for you to come back so we can have babies. How can you be so heartless? Move aside, everyone. I have diabetes. Let me give this daydreamer a wake-up call. Aren't you afraid she'll get a taste of the good life and never let you go? That'd be even better. Wait, how come every path you walk on just opens up? The auction ended. The entire Dragon Nation team survived an unprecedented feat that set a world record. As for the other nations, they were in a terrible state. Each team consisted of 15 people, and apart from Dragon Nation, every single was wiped out. Not a single survivor remained. In an instant, countries around the world began to condemn Dragon Nation. But what did this have to do with Dragon Nation, anyway? Faced with the aggressive posturing of these little Karamis, Dragon Nation had no intention of putting up with it any longer. With over 4 million bloom coins brought by Yang in hand, they were able to significantly improve the quality of life for the entire nation. And there was still plenty left over. So, with a wave of their hands, Dragon Nation's leadership purchased a large quantity of advanced weapons from Spectre Auction. They issued a blunt warning. Starting today, anyone who dares to provoke Dragon Nation will be met with immediate force. No nonsense. All nations fell silent at once. Fight? Fight my ass. Dragon Nation had already been a colossus before it had simply been too preoccupied with the various resource issues caused by its massive population to pay them any mind. Now Dragon Nation had its hands free. It was one thing to talk tough, but who would dare to truly provoke this awakening lion? Yang, still in the Spectre's world, was unaware of the situation in the real world. He was already preparing to head to the Crimson Clan to find a place to stay before the Spectre Academy auction began. Jiang Yun and her daughter, of course, were more than happy to have him stay at their home. The commander Tier Lowly hadn't left either. Her mission was to provide close protection for Yang, no matter where he was. So, as long as Yang didn't leave the Spectre's world, she had to stay by his side every single moment. Mr. Yang, thank you for your support of our auction. I hope we'll have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future. The auctioneer shook Yang's hand, looking somewhat reluctant to part ways. After delivering this standard line, he changed the subject and handed Yang a business card. Brother Yang, here's my card. I'm about to break through to D tier. If there's ever anything I can do for you, just let me know. Jan nodded. You're too kind. In truth, he could have used vitality to help the auctioneer break through faster. But doing so, whether by letting the auctioneer get it for free or having him spend gloom coins to buy it, would have been a bit inappropriate. After all, Ro had just spent over 9 million gloom coins to bid on him. To turn around and sell it at a low price or even give vitality away for free to other specters? That would be downright inhumane. Jan didn't want to lose the Crimson Clan, his cash cow, so he kept the idea of helping the auctioneer buried deep inside and didn't mention it. Otherwise, he really would have wanted to help out his number one sycophant. After all, he did make him feel really good, didn't he? After bidding farewell to the auctioneer, a flash of black light streaked past. It felt just like when he'd been teleported to Spectre Auction. Only this time, he was teleported from Spectre Auction to the Crimson Clan. The moment he appeared at the entrance to the Crimson Clan, a manor came into view. But rather than a manor, it was more like a small city, filled with eerie beings clad in red, coming and going. This was the Crimson Clan, one of the top clans in the Specters world. For some reason, even though the auction had ended, the Specters livestream hadn't disappeared. It had followed Young all the way here. Seeing this scene, many viewers from Dragon Nation were stunned. Wow! That is so grand. Is this really just a clan? I'd believe you if you told me it was a town. Actually, seeing these specters made me realize that specters aren't all that different from us humans. Their way of life is just the same. Yeah, I always thought the specters world was just a chaotic, lawless wasteland. I'm riding on by Shan's coattails again. Otherwise, how many lifetimes would it take for me to see a scene like this? Sigh, if only specters could coexist peacefully with humans. Come on, just leave it at that. It's absolutely impossible. Humans can't even get along with each other, let alone specters and humans. Inside the Crimson Clan, Ro had to take care of some business. This trip cost her over 9 million gloom coins. And that wasn't just her own money. So she had to give the clan a reasonable excuse. As for Jiang Yun, she simply dragged Yan along to show him around. The commander Tier Lowly silently trailed behind the two, her expression growing increasingly sour. Along the way, quite a few Crimson Wraiths cast curious glances at Yang. A human? How did a human end up in their clan? However, the specters didn't ask any questions after all. They'd seen who was bringing this human along. That was the family head's legitimate daughter. Although it seemed strange for a human to appear in this place, since the sixth young lady had brought him in, it was definitely fine. Yang, look, we have so many delicious treats here in the Wraith clan. Jiang Yun's enthusiasm warmed Yang's heart. So this is what it's like to be rich, ugh. So this is what it feels like to have a caring girlfriend? But then, when he saw the array of snacks at the food stalls, he fell silent. Tentacles still writhing, the eyeballs of unidentified creatures skewered and grilled until they burst, parts still throbbing on the griddle. All kinds of disgusting, gory food. Just one glance was enough to make your sanity plummet. It wasn't just who fell silent, the entire livestream chat did too. I take back what I said earlier. There's absolutely no way humans can coexist peacefully with this stuff. Damn it. I'm eating right now. I'm outta here, I'm gonna go throw up. Who was it just now who was raving about how specters and humans have the same lifestyle? Go try some of these delicacies yourself, you jerk. Wah, just pretend I was talking nonsense back then. Chapter 29, the son-in-law who first beats up fourth brother, then pummels his uncle. An angry voice rang out from behind her. Fourth brother? Jiang Yun gasped in surprise, revealing the identity of that fierce and sinister figure. The head of the Crimson Clan had 6 children, and the one who had just called out to them was indeed the fourth son, Jiang Qi. Before Jiang Yun could explain, Jiang Qi angrily demanded, "Sixth sister, what's going on? It's bad enough that you brought back a human from the Spectre auction, but you actually let him get physical with you? Do you even know that I've already arranged a marriage alliance between the two of you with the eldest son of the Bloodlake Wraith clan? It would have been better not to bring this up." But the moment the subject came up, Jiang Yun exploded. Her face set, her tone icy. She snapped, "Jiang Qi, who gave you the right to decide this on your own? Did I agree to it? Did Mother agree to it?" She was even addressing her fourth brother by his first name. That alone showed just how furious Jiang Yun was at that very moment. Jiang Qi shrugged it off. "Do we need your permission? That young master is a student at this year's Spectre Academy. He has already passed the entrance exam. He is more than qualified to marry a D-tier like you. Besides, this was arranged by my uncle long ago. If you NT kept dragging your feet, we wouldn't have let it drag on this long. Forget it. Whether you like it or not, I've already made the arrangements. I'm taking this human with me. You're on your own." With that, Jiang Qi paid no heed to Jiang Yun's reaction. He stepped forward, reaching out to grab Yang. Smack! The next moment, Jiang Qi yanked his hand back in shock and anger. He saw that the back of his hand where he'd been struck had suddenly developed a large burn. "You human insect, how dare you resist?" As the fourth young master of the Crimson Clan, Jiang Qi had never been bested in his entire life. Now that he'd been injured by a mere human Yang, he instantly lost his composure. He didn't even stop to consider how a human could have possibly hurt him. Just as he swung a powerful palm strike, intending to shatter Yang's skull in a single blow. The Commander Tier lowly had had enough. "Get out of my way." She merely snorted coldly. The mere aura of her Commander Tier power was enough to send the B-rank Jiang Qi flying. Put! Under the immense pressure, every bone in Jiang Qi's body creaked and groaned as he spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Commander Tier? Jiang Qi's mind went blank instantly. Apart from the excruciating pain coursing through his body, all he could do was keep asking himself, why was there a Commander Tier here? Boom! After the Commander Tier lowly released her aura, several other auras erupted one after another from deep within the Crimson Clan. Without exception, they were all Commander Tier. Sensing the presence of an outsider Commander Tier, several figures rushed over at top speed. Unfortunately, Jiang Qi had already been severely wounded. "Is that all? You think that's enough to steal my Gui?" Facing the stares of several Commander Tier figures, Yang showed no sign of nervousness. He wrapped his arm around Jiang Yun, acting quite brazenly. Jiang Qi couldn't hold back. His vision went black, and he coughed up blood once more. "Who are you?" One Commander Tier asked the Commander Tier lowly in a hostile tone. The Commander Tier lowly's reply was equally straightforward. "I am Mr. Yang's personal bodyguard, responsible for his safety and eliminating anyone who poses a threat to him." That Commander Tier then asked Yang, "And who are you, this human?" He wasn't as dim-witted as Jiang Qi. A human with a Commander Tier bodyguard and one who was clearly flirting with Jiang Yun had to be someone with a serious background. "Who am I? Isn't it obvious? I'm your family's son-in-law." Yang replied with a smile, showing not the slightest hint of fear toward these Commander Tier officers. "Ha ha ha, what the hell kind of son-in-law is that? What son-in-law beats the fourth brother half to death the moment he walks through the door? The thing is, that fourth young master really does deserve a beating. How dare he try to arrange the marriage of Baishan's woman? He deserves to be beaten to a pulp. I'm so lucky to get to witness an internal feud among the major clans of the Spectre's world. What is there to say? I'm already looking forward to this old guy refusing, only to get beaten into submission by Baishan. To be precise, he'll be beaten into submission by Baishan's bodyguards. What is the difference? The bodyguards are part of Baishan's strength too." In the livestream chat, viewers were buzzing with speculation about what would happen next. But no one could have imagined it. After exchanging glances, these Commander Tier figures suddenly suppressed their auras and descended from the sky. "I wonder which faction you're from, young man." These Commander Tier figures were old foxes who lived for hundreds of years, but even with their vast experience, they'd never seen a human appear so brazenly in the Spectre's world. Jiang Yun secretly tugged at Yang's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Yang, this is my uncle." "Uncle? Great. So you're that beast of an uncle who has been pressuring my Jiang Yun. Yang's gaze toward him turned hostile. Jiang Yun equals Crimson Clan equals an endless supply of gloom coins and resources. So, anyone who dares to force a marriage upon Jiang Yun is cutting off his source of income. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. Realizing this was the man responsible for his father's death, Yang gave a cold smile. Beat him up. Yes, sir. The commander Tier Loli, having received her first assignment as a bodyguard, instantly fixed him with a determined gaze. Wait. It was only then that Uncle Jiangjin noticed the auctioneer's mask hanging from the commander Tier Loli's waist. His heart sank instantly. A commander tier auctioneer corresponds to a D tier auction. If that were all, it wouldn't be enough to frighten Jiangjin. But, all the auctions are run by the same organization. Commander tier can't handle you? Then bring in Overlord tier. Overlord tier still can't handle you? No problem, there's always Emperor tier. What? You're already so powerful that even Emperor tier is no match for you? Then the head of the auction house can step in. Under world will, all beings are but ants. Surely even the world will can't fail to handle you, right? If that were the case, this world of specters might as well change its name. Why would an auctioneer with such immense power willingly serve as a bodyguard for a mere human? Jiangjin racked his brain, but even as the commander Tier Loli's sinister fist slammed into him, he still couldn't figure it out. Bam! Jiangjin was sent flying by the punch, fluttering through the air like a kite whose string had snapped. It took him a long time to hit the ground, and he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Did it hurt? Of course it hurt. Was it humiliating? Absolutely. Did he dare fight back? No way. Yang took a step forward, and to everyone's surprise, other commander tier members actually took a step back. He said with a cold laugh, that punch was for Xiao Yun. She is not a pawn in your ghost clan's political marriage. At the same time, he added a thought to himself. She can only be. Chapter 30, Cultivating the Red Robe Secret Scroll, a major breakthrough. This incident came as quickly as it went. As for the people at the auction, even if the few commander tier members had the desire to cause trouble, they'd have the guts. Seeing that everything was back to normal, Jiang Yun didn't want to be watched by so many clan members. However, after this little incident, none of them felt like continuing their tour, so she took Yang to arrange their accommodations. Time flew by. Before they knew it, night had fallen. Yang and the commander Tier Loli were assigned to the same room. It wasn't that there weren't enough rooms. It was because the commander Tier Loli insisted on staying with Yang. This infuriated Jiang Yun. With only 3 days left until the Spectre Academy entrance exam, she had hoped to practice dual cultivation with Yang a few more times during those 3 days to level up. Who would have thought that Commander Tier Loli would say this without batting an eye or blushing? You two go ahead and do your thing. I won't watch, but I must ensure Mr. Yang's safety. Yang. Jiang Yun. What kind of weird kink is that, seriously? Fortunately, the guest room was divided into a living room and a bedroom, so the commander Tier Loli staying in the living room didn't really bother them. And so, over the next 3 days, Jiang Yun practically ran over to practice dual cultivation with Yang the moment she opened her eyes. It was a win-win situation, why not roll her eyes a little? 3 days passed. Fueled by Yang's rich, pure Yang energy, Jiang Yun's rank skyrocketed as if she deboarded a rocket. She broke through directly from C+ to D tier. This terrifying rate of advancement left even the commander Tier Loli speechless. She dared say she'd never seen a specter break through this quickly. Of course, she also knew that all of this was thanks to Yang. Without his pure Yang energy, no matter how talented Jiang Yun was, she could never have broken through so quickly. Brother Yang, I'm off to take the exam. I hope we can meet at Spectre Academy in 2 days. Before parting, Jiang Yun hugged Yang, reluctant to let go. She had also learned that Yang was set to participate in the auction. It was scheduled for 2 days later, coinciding with the end of the Spectre Academy entrance exams. It seemed this auction was a welcome gift the Academy had prepared specifically for the new students. Go on, make sure you pass. After seeing Jiang Yun off, Yang returned to his room. But just then, the live chat couldn't hold back any longer. 3 days. Do you have any idea how I've been spending these past 3 days? Shirakami must have had a blast these past 3 days. Do you know we've been watching Crimson Wraith nonstop for 3 whole days? It scared the living daylights out of us. It really is over the top, but that is fine. At least from now on, I won't be as weak as a kitten anymore. Before, he could only live off others and bully people by borrowing someone else's power. After cultivating the Red Robe secret scroll, he still just wanted to live off others, but this time he had the means to do so. It was no longer just bluffing. Instead, if you dare mess with me, I can actually slap you to death with one hand. Having sensed the power of the Red Robe secret scroll, Yang wasted no more time. He immediately began circulating the fourth great celestial circuit according to the path outlined in the text. As the cultivation technique circulated, his body began to radiate intense heat, and his energy grew even more powerful than before. So much so that his skin glowed red. This was a manifestation of vitality so dense it had become tangible. The Commander Tier Loli in the living room was instantly startled by this sudden surge of powerful vitality and couldn't sit still. Her wide, beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Pure yang of this magnitude. What was Yang holding back all this time? The viewers in the livestream were also dumbfounded. The last time they saw Yang meditating, they hadn't noticed anything unusual. But, this time. Dude, you're actually glowing. Holy shit. I knew it. Baishan must be an immortal cultivator. Guys, don't be superstitious. We have to believe in science. Baishan is definitely never mind. I can't make this up anymore. Screw science. The specters world has been around for years. The Taoist priests were completely baffled. Cultivation techniques? Immortal cultivation? Evil spirit knights? We love some of that too. The international internet also weighed in on the matter. So the legendary mysterious power from the East is real after all. They really do have people who can cultivate immortality. As the Red Robe secret scroll reached its 5th celestial cycle, the temperature in Yang's room had soared to 90 degrees, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. He was completely immersed in his cultivation. Fortunately, the 3 days of dual cultivation with Jiang Yun had significantly improved their fusion, allowing the Red Robe secret scroll to circulate very smoothly. 10 minutes passed. Boom! Just as he had reached the 6th major cycle, a loud explosion rang out from Yang's room. The Commander Tier Loli was startled. Worried that something had gone wrong, she hurried to the bedroom to investigate. What she saw, however, was this scene. The man before her was covered head to toe in mysterious red patterns radiating outward from his chest. They looked like cracks spreading across his skin. What's happening? Before Commander Tier Loli could ask what was going on, Yang casually condensed a large ball of red pure yang and sent it flying toward her. Whoa! After the pure yang entered her body, Commander Tier Loli sucked in a sharp breath. Mr. Yang, what are you doing? Don't speak. See if this vitality helps you. The Commander Tier Loli nodded without the slightest hesitation. It helps, and a great deal. In fact, with your help, I believe I can break through to the Overlord tier. Hearing her assessment, Yang was thoroughly satisfied. After opening the 6th Great Celestial Circuit, his vitality had grown so powerful that even a Commander Tier Spectre would drool with envy. You could tell just by looking at the Commander Tier Loli's eager gaze. Yang also felt even more confident about the Spectre Academy auction he was set to attend in 2 days. Now, it seemed likely that even D-tier or even D-tier specters might be pushed to the point of exploding by his vitality. Chapter 31, Dual Cultivation with the Commander Tier Loli? From now on, she'll be the Overlord Tier Loli. Do you want to break through to the Overlord tier? Yang's sudden question left the Commander Tier Loli momentarily stunned. Of course I do. There was not a trace of insincerity in her tone or gaze, nor could there be. Just as no one doesn't want to be richer, there isn't a specter who doesn't want to advance further. Then I'll give you a choice, follow me. In the future, I won't just get you to Overlord Tier 1, I'll take you to a position of even greater power. The specter lowly didn't understand what he meant and tilted her head. Mr. Yang, aren't I already following you and protecting you? Yang shook his head. You've misunderstood. I mean for you to switch bosses after all, you're still a specter for the auction house. At that, even a commander tier lowly as clueless as she was finally got it. He was trying to poach her from the auction house. Make her switch employers? The commander tier lowly has, my potential is limitless. Only by following me will you have a brighter future. Inside the live stream, the viewers were nearly laughing themselves to death. Ha ha ha, what do you mean an insignificant nobody in the D-tier specter auction? You're a nobody, what are the others then? Microbes? Actually, I isn't wrong. Back then, in the eyes of the commander tier, he really was just a nobody. Fortunes change in the blink of an eye. You used to look down on the old Shirakami, but now the current Shirakami is way out of your league. Guys, I think I see my boss in Shirakami. TSK, you can tell he has been fed plenty of empty promises. Poor guy, carry him out. But I have to say, if I were a Spectres member, I'd have been chowing down on the pie by Shin painted ages ago. But I have to say, if I were a Spectres member, I'd have been chowing down on the pie by Shin painted ages ago. +1. Wake up, you guys aren't even worthy of having Vishen paint you a pie. Inside the room, the commander tier lowly was deep in thought. Was she torn? Yes, she was, because leaving the auction would mean losing a great deal of convenience. Was she tempted? Yes, because as Yang had said, the highest tier she could reach at the auction was Overlord tier. After that, the most she could hope for was to become an auctioneer at a commander tier auction and then spend the rest of her life in mediocrity. After a moment's thought, the commander tier lowly looked up and made her decision. Made up your mind? I've decided. I want to stay with you. My job will still be to serve as your personal bodyguard, so the stronger I am, the safer you'll be. She wasn't stupid by saying this, she was sending a clear message to Yang. My lord. You wouldn't want your personal safety to be compromised, would you? Yang saw right through her little ploy. However, he didn't say anything. Then, my lord, can we begin? The commander tier lowly suddenly seemed a bit shy, leaving Yang completely baffled. We're just breaking through to Overlord tier, why are you blushing so hard? Although he didn't know why, Yang still replied, let us do it. Just as he was about to raise his hand to channel vitality to the commander tier lowly. To his surprise, she suddenly pounced on him. Yang! Faced with a commander tier's ferocious pounce, he had absolutely no way to dodge. He was knocked flat to the ground. Those massive breasts pressed down on his chest, nearly suffocating him. You! Yang had barely managed to utter a single word when the commander tier lowly covered his mouth and began greedily absorbing his vitality. Case solved. She must have been sneaking peeks for the past 3 days, that's why she naively mistook this for the key way to absorb vitality. And although Yang had been battling non-stop for 3 whole days, as a Solar Physique, the word exhaustion simply didn't exist in his vocabulary. With the commander tier lowly pulling this stunt on him, his temper flared. You forced my hand, you know. After the livestream camera captured commander tier lowly forcefully kissing Yang, it cut back outside, allowing viewers to continue watching the crimson wraiths coming and going. Viewers. As for the others, reaching the Overlord tier was still a distant prospect. To find out who this Overlord tier specters actually were, the commander tier members forced themselves to suppress their urge to submit and flew toward the source of the aura. They arrived at Yang's residence. The commander tier members' eyes widened in unison. Wasn't this the human and auctioneer from a few days ago? Come to think of it. Where was Jiang Yun? Just as Jiang Jun was about to ask where Jiang Yun had gone, he realized that the Overlord tier aura was actually emanating from that auctioneer. He hurriedly landed and bowed. Greetings, senior. The other Commander tier members followed suit. "Greetings, Senior." The Commander tier lowly didn't speak or respond. Instead, she clung to Yang's side like a little bird. Oh wait, she should be called the Overlord tier lowly now. After she joined him, Yang had asked her name. "You." At that moment, you looked completely harmless. But Jiangjin didn't believe her harmless facade for a second. After all, she severely injured him with a single blow just a few days ago, and he still hadn't fully recovered. "Step aside. We're leaving." Yang waved his hand, giving them the hint to leave. "The Commander tier group? This is our house, you're kicking us out?" But with you, an Overlord tier, present, they didn't dare say anything. Only Jiangjin plucked up the courage to ask. "Excuse me, young human friend, where has our Jiangyan gone?" Yang looked somewhat surprised. "Don't you know? She has already D-tier, now she has gone to take the entrance exam for Spectre Academy." "Jiangjin, huh? D-tier already? How could that happen so fast?" And this auctioneer she also broken through from Commander tier to Overlord tier in just a few short days. It was simply unbelievable. Jiangjin looked at the respect she showed toward Yang, as well as Zhang Yun's attitude toward him. These weren't things a human should possess. Yet Yang had indeed attained them. There was only one explanation: their tremendous progress was all thanks to this human. "I fell asleep yesterday and got up in the early morning to rush this out, sorry br." Chapter 32, Arrival at Spectre Academy. You stepped on security guard old Wang. By the time Jiangjin figured this out and tried to find Yang, he discovered that Yang and you had already been teleported away by a beam of black light. Damn it! Why didn't I realize this sooner? He beat his chest in regret, his face filled with resentment. This human must have a way to drastically boost the Spectre's levels. A Commander tier Spectre breaking through to Overlord tier right within his clan's territory, right under his nose. God only knows how envious Jiangjin felt inside. But now that Yang was gone, he had no chance left. Spectre Academy, at the school gate. Yang and you appeared here at the same time, but it didn't cause much of a stir. At that moment, not a single Spectre was to be seen at the school gate. Amid the puzzled stares of the human and the Spectres, the security Spectres removed the walkie-talkie from his waist. "Captain, I've spotted a human and a Spectres of unknown origin. I'm requesting authorization to eliminate them." After reporting, the security Spectres clipped the walkie-talkie back into place. Spectre Academy is built within an independent space created by World Will. Its entire area is contained within the Academy grounds. So, once the gate was shut, Yang had nowhere to retreat. The security Spectres pulled out a stun gun and grinned sinisterly. "Old Wang here has been a security guard at this academy for decades, and this is the first time I've ever seen a human come to this place. Since you're here, you're not leaving. I've heard that the vitality in humans is delicious, might as well let me have a taste." No matter how you looked at it, this man and the eerie figure beside him didn't seem like they were here to enroll. So the security guard naturally treated them as intruders. There had been precedents in the past. After all, quite a few terrorists had tried to sabotage Spectre Academy, though none had ever succeeded. The security guard as Spectre released his aura, revealing himself to be a Commander tier. Tisk, TSK. Spectre Academy really is rolling in cash. Do they even use a Commander tier just to guard the gates? Facing a Commander tier who meant him harm, Yang showed not a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he simply remarked in admiration. This infuriated the security Spectres. "You weak human, and how dare you ignore me?" Viewers in the livestream burst into laughter upon seeing this scene. If this had happened before, when Yang encountered Commander tier enemies, they might have been a bit worried, but now, Commander tier? That's really nothing to worry about. Does a Commander tier even stand a chance against Baishun? He is panicking. I knew it. Whenever Baishun shows up, there is always a Spectre who loses their cool. This security guard, old Wan, still wants a taste of Baishun? Doesn't he even check if he has 9 million bloom coins? 9 million bloom coins? Does Baishan even care about that? Let us see if he gets a major letdown. Ha 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 ha, what major letdown? Old Wang is a male specter. A male boom! US Eerie energy coalesced into a massive, sinister palm, crashing down from above with tremendous force. Originally a commander tier, she was already unbeatable among her peers. Now that she had broken through to the overlord tier, a single commander tier couldn't possibly pose any threat to her. Spare my life. Security guard Old Wang was so terrified by that palm strike that his soul seemed to flee his body. He had lost all strength to resist even before it struck. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Just then, he heard the security captain's voice coming from the walkie-talkie on his waist. Old Wang, let them in immediately. These are distinguished guests the vice principal invited specifically for the auction. Remember, under no circumstances should you offend them. Security guard Old Wang. You're way too late with that. This isn't just offending them, it's already a matter of life and death. Watching the massive, eerie hand plummeting through the air, security guard Old Wang muttered silently, "Goodbye, Mom." Boom! He barely finished speaking when his voice was abruptly cut off by the eerie palm slamming down on him. When the black mist dissipated, all that remained on the ground was a thin, meat-filled specter's patty. Yang noticed some red residue on it, and the red robe's secret scroll began to activate on its own, drawing the red energy into his body. It seemed the secret scroll didn't require him to kill the specters with his own hands after all. Tap, tap, tap. Almost at the same moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the campus. A white-haired specters in a suit, accompanied by the head of security, rushed over as fast as they could. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Where's Old Wang? Tell him to get his ass out here. The white-haired vice principal forced a smile at Yang while furiously searching for Old Wang. Yang held out his hand and pointed to the ground at his feet. You're standing on Old Wang. Vice Principal? Security Captain, Old Wang. Chapter 33, Succubus Quadruplets? Yang's eyes were wide open. Old Wang. What a miserable death you've met. The security captain had known Old Wang for decades. They were like brothers. Seeing his dear friend die so horribly right before his eyes and being trampled underfoot filled him with profound grief. But the vice principal didn't give him a chance to react. Gentlemen, Old Wang startled you, he deserved it. Now, come with me. The auction is about to begin. Mr. Yang, if you don't show up, this auction will be missing its main attraction. Little Lou, clean this up. Make sure it's spotless. It seemed the vice principal had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Clearly, he was also aware of Yang's importance. That wasn't surprising. Both Spectre Auction and Spectre Academy were subsidiaries of World Will. It was only natural for them to share some information with each other. So, in the vice principal's view, Yang was far more important than a commander tier. You're too kind, principal. Yang smiled. That goes without saying. As long as he earns Shirakami's approval, this vice principal will be promoted to the full position sooner or later. The viewers in Dragon Country didn't seem surprised by this at all. They even thought the vice principal's attitude was exactly what one would expect. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have felt this way. Yang was the only exception. Next, Yang followed the vice principal on a brief tour of Spectre Academy. It was huge. Their attire was very skimpy, just a sheer veil draped over them, revealing just enough to tease the imagination. A black tail extended from their backs, topped with a small heart. Every smile and every glance exuded seduction. Ro was also the alluring type. But her allure was tinged with an Eastern subtlety that sparked the imagination. As for these four succubi, they were passionate and uninhibited. Naturally gifted with seductive magic, they could leave a man spellbound with just a single glance. His mind would be filled with nothing but endless lewd thoughts. Under normal circumstances, even a single succubus could have this effect. Let alone now, with all four of them attacking at once. Fortunately, Yang's pure Yang constitution came in handy once again. Not only was he immune to the oppressive aura of the specters, but he was also immune to the succubi's seduction. This couldn't help but make the vice principal take a few extra glances at him. After all, among the specters, there were very few who could resist a succubus's seduction. Not to mention that these 4 succubi were all specially hand-picked by him all tier. Of course, he didn't have any ulterior motives. He simply wanted Yang to experience a bit of this family joy. Mr. Yang, please don't misunderstand. Even if you fall under a succubus's charm, it won't have any real effect. Succubi are universally recognized as a source of entertainment in the specters world. Countless specters would cry and beg just for a single encounter with a succubus. Yang didn't fully trust the vice principal's one-sided explanation. Instead, he turned to look at you. Only after she nodded in agreement did he finally relax. Then thank you for your kindness, Principal. With that, Yang led you into the room and closed the door. He had no intention of exchanging a few more words with the vice principal. After all, what was there to talk about with an old, creepy guy? He'd rather spend that time chatting with these 4 succubus sisters. Holy shit! A succubus? Is this really a succubus? Ahem, I've read countless books. To the person above, I can tell you with absolute certainty this is definitely a succubus. I always thought the specters in the specters universe all had Asian features. After all, the Crimson Clan and the Qingshan Ghost Clan are all legends from our dragon country. I never expected to actually see a Western succubus. If there are even succubi, then is there a Sadako from Sakura Island too? Holy crap! Are you a pervert, poster above? Your tastes are way too extreme. What are you talking about? My tastes are extreme, but are they as extreme as Shirakami's? He is the first necromancer knight, after all. Of course. Shirakami's female specters are all fair-skinned, beautiful, and got huge boobs. What kind of thing did you pick? To be honest, I've read the Sadako manga. It's actually pretty good. Inside private room 301. From here, he could see the entire auction hall at a glance. But Yang wasn't in the mood to watch. It was just a bidding war over some specter items in his eyes. They weren't even worth as much as over the course of 2 hours. These 4 succubi pulled out all the stops, letting Yang experience what true masculine pleasure felt like. I have to say one thing. Succubi, they're so smooth. The female spirits by his side were no match for these 4 succubus sisters. During dual cultivation, Zhang Yun liked to play hard to get, like a bud about to bloom. She was endearing, but it lacked a bit of fun. As for you, needless to say, dual cultivation with her was really just for the sake of dual cultivation. There was absolutely no fun in it. I really should have you guys come over to give me some tips later. Yang had one succubus draped over each arm, while the other 2 were massaging his legs to relieve the swelling. To be fair, that old geezus of a vice principal really knew how to pick em. These 4 succubi were not only masters of seduction but also experts in all sorts of kinks. Yet they were all still virgins. This made Yang consider keeping them around. He certainly didn't want the succubi whose virginity he'd taken to end up in the hands of other specters. The key was, keeping them meant he could enjoy their company anytime, anywhere. Let us be honest, what man could resist 4 succubi? Could he resist? Could you resist? In any case, Yang was certain he absolutely couldn't. By this point, the swelling in his leg had already subsided. Yang waved his hand. All right, you may all withdraw. Wait for me here. With that, he stood up and glanced downstairs. The auction was still in full swing, and the few specter items the vice principal had mentioned were indeed just a tiny fraction. He left the private box precisely to discuss this matter with the vice principal. The moment he stepped out of the private box, the specter auction's live feed cut back to him, no longer showing the audience the various specters. This had them in a panic. Oh my god! Bai Shin, you finally escaped from those 4 succubus traps. I've been waiting so impatiently. I came here to watch Bai Shen, not those weird-looking specters.
Holy crap! You guys aren't going to bring it up, are you? Fine.
I'll say it then, Bai Shen, that's way too extreme.
2 hours? You're overreacting. Is 2 hours really that long? Who has got a weak bladder?
Come pour a stream on the guy above to snap him out of his daydream.
Exactly. Do you have to brag so much? Is 2 hours really that long?
These are for succubi, bro.
If it were you, you probably wouldn't last even a minute.
Oh my god, Shirakami really is my kind of guy.
Hee hee, 2 hours. Alright.
Another one has gone crazy.
Quick, haul the next one away. Outside the door.
You had been waiting for quite a while, but without a single complaint, looking well behaved and obedient.
Yang was quite satisfied.
With his overlord tier bodyguard in tow, Yang suddenly remembered that he'd forgotten to ask the vice principal where he was.
Fortunately, there were plenty of auction staff in the hallway.
Although this auction was an internal event at Spectre Academy, they were all part of the same ghost family, after all. So, Spectre Academy had simply brought in professional staff from Spectre Auction. After randomly picking out a sheep-headed spectre and asking a quick question, Yang learned the location of the vice principal's private box.
309.
This Spectre Academy internal auction continued to follow Spectre Auction's long-standing tradition.
Seating arrangements based on background.
The first floor hall was mostly occupied by commander-tier families or specters with less
prominent backgrounds. The second floor was reserved for the children of major specter clans with overlord-tier specters in their families.
As for the third floor, it was specifically reserved for the Academy's teachers, professors, and other specters.
Soon, a human and a specter descended to the second floor. There, they finally met Jiang Yun. Hey, bro, did you notice a little red ball on the ground? That's your nose. Dude, you dropped your ID. Go buy a deck of cards and pull a new one from it. Batman told me to tell you that you can go back to Gotham. He is not going to beat you up anymore. Hee hee, I'm Batman. Once I lure this Joker back here, I'm going to beat him to death. Ha! Yang couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing.
This instantly caught the attention of the two specters.
Luo Chang recognized Yang's human identity with just a single glance. What the hell? How could there be a human here?
However, he saw that Yang seemed to have come down from the third floor, accompanied by a female specter whose rank he couldn't discern.
Could it be? Is he a human pet kept by some professor on the third floor?
Just as Luo Chang was speculating about the identity of the human before him, Yang walked over and patted him on the shoulder.
Jerome, that's not how you pick up girls. Jerome? Luo Chang was baffled. Who is Jerome? My name is Luo Chang. Before he could figure it out, he saw this human actually turn around and walk up to Jiang Yun. Then, he just went in for a kiss. Jerome, the world-famous Joker of Gotham.
Dear readers, please throw some recommendation votes and monthly votes my way. Br.
Chapter 35, What level are you even at to dare steal a succubus from me? Luo Chang? He stared at the scene in utter disbelief. In that instant, he seemed to hear a crisp snap.
That was the sound of his heart shattering.
The specter's goddess he'd been longing for, the one he'd tried every trick in the book to get but could never have had actually been forcefully kissed by a human? What are you doing? Let her go right now.
Once Luo Chang snapped out of it, he immediately panicked. Just as he was about to step forward to pull them apart, he was blocked by a figure a full head shorter than him. The other person merely released a faint trace of their aura, and it struck Luo Chang like a bolt of lightning.
Overlord tier.
No wonder he'd been unable to gauge this female specter's rank all along. He never imagined she'd actually be an Overlord tier specters. Overlord tier in the entire Spectre Academy, even if you combined all the professors and the vice principal, there were fewer than 10 Overlord tier members.
And among them, this lowly specter standing before him was definitely not one of them. What shocked Luo Chang even more were the words you spoke next. If you dare make another move against the boss, I'll wipe you out. That single sentence sent a chill down Luo Cheng's spine. This was a threat from an overlord tier specter. After all, even the Blood Lake Spectre clan behind him had only 2 overlord tier members. And although he was the eldest son of his family, he wasn't the one who was particularly favored. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought an alliance through marriage with the Crimson Clan. If he were killed for angering an overlord tier spectre, he was certain of one thing. His family would absolutely never seek revenge against an overlord tier spectre for his sake. Yet here was such a powerful spectre, and she was actually calling that human boss? Luo Cheng couldn't help but glance at Yang's back. He wanted to see if there was anything extraordinary about him. But now that Yang had cultivated through the 6th Great Celestial Cycle, his pure young physique had grown even more subdued. Unless he actively activated it himself, ordinary specters simply couldn't detect it. This only made Luo Cheng even more puzzled. This man looked completely ordinary from every angle. What on earth could possibly warrant an overlord tier spectre to serve as his personal bodyguard? Just then, Yang finally let go of Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's face had long since turned crimson, yet her expression was one of shy delight. "You can't do that, it's too sudden." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, though it sounded like a complaint. Her tone came across more like she was acting coy. "Holy shit, Bai Shin's move here is absolutely heartbreaking. Oh wait, ghost heartbreaking. If I were that male ghost, I'd already be thinking of jumping off a building to kill myself. That's Bai Shin for you, so domineering. Hey, I want Bai Shin to force a kiss on me too. What should I do?" You're not worthy. Go cool off somewhere else. The only one Bai Shin will ever force a kiss on is me. Wait, that's not right. Dude, you're a guy. It's totally normal. Bai Shin's charm works on both men and women. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng's eyes turned red. Had his goddess fallen like this? Fortunately, Jiang Yun hadn't forgotten him. With her support, she spoke with even more confidence. "Did I lie to you?" "Why would I lie to you? He's the one I've been crushing on. Now that you've seen him for yourself, can you leave? As for the agreements your family made with my uncle, I'll have him come and collect them from you personally later." Seeing that she made her point, Yang patted this die-hard suck-up on the shoulder. He left with one final remark. "See? That's how you pick up girls." With that, he led Jiang Yun up to the 3rd floor, leaving Luo Cheng standing there all alone, completely dazed. Back on the 3rd floor, Yang first sent Jiang Yun to private room 301, even though there were already 4 succubi inside. But Yang was confident they'd get along just fine. As for what he was about to discuss with the vice principal, it was best that Jiang Yun didn't overhear it. At the door of private room 309. Knock, knock, knock. Yang knocked on the door, and it opened quickly. The vice principal himself answered. Seeing it was Yang, he flashed a knowing smile. "Well, Mr. Yang, are you satisfied with those succubi?" Yang nodded. "Of course I'm satisfied. I'm here specifically for them. I don't know where you found them, principal, but I'd like to take them all." "Name your price." Hearing this, the vice principal furrowed his brow slightly. Succubi aren't exactly rare in the specter's world. But a D-tier succubus with exceptional talent for seduction magic who has also been trained, that's 1 in a million. It's hard enough to get just 1, let alone 4 at once. Originally, they were just meant to be a surprise for Yang. He never expected this guy to have such an insatiable appetite. He actually wanted to take them all. However, since Yang had already made the offer, the vice principal couldn't very well refuse. After a moment's hesitation, he said, 200,000 gloom coins? For 4? Per 1. Yang. These succubi sure aren't cheap. 200,000 gloom coins for 1, that's 800,000 gloom coins for all 4. Fortunately, Yang was actually struggling to find a way to spend the gloom coins he had on hand. In the Spectre's world, the Crimson Clan provided for all his needs: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, so he didn't have to spend a single penny.
He'd been hoarding that massive sum of 4.55 million gloom coins without spending a single one, and it was After saying that, he hesitated for a moment before adding, grade B.
Yang.
So he is just some grade B little karami, and he is going around calling himself this one? If it weren't for the fact that I'd been taken in by humans before I wouldn't have been able to tell the Spectre S rank. I would VE slap that asshole across the face ages ago. Who do you think you are, with your status, strength, and caliber, trying to steal a succubus from me?
Of course, it's not too late now.
Yang signaled to you not to intervene, then grabbed the weakling by the collar, his hand coated in a layer of vitality, and slapped him across the face. After the 6th great celestial cycle, Yang had mastered control of vitality.
A loud smack rang out.
The force was just right enough to stun, but not enough to cause brain damage. Not only was the impotent trickster stunned, but the vice principal was stunned, and the audience was even more stunned.
Dude! You actually slapped him.
Chapter 36, the auction's main event begins. Elites from around the world are selected.
You dare hit me?
The kidney-deficient trickster was left dizzy and disoriented by the slap. Clutching his face, which burned from the vitality, he stared at Yang in disbelief.
So what if I hit you?
At your level, you actually think you can compete with me? Yang let out a cold laugh, rolled up his sleeves, and channeled his cultivation technique to the 5th great celestial circuit. Instantly, vitality erupted from his entire body, and his skin was covered in a red mist. Then, he charged straight at kidney deficiency trickster and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks.
The attack left him completely helpless, screaming in agony.
For some reason, the vice principal standing nearby just stood there watching, showing no intention of stopping him.
All right. I figured it out. This old dang is trying to climb the ranks. He doesn't even intervene when the principal's son gets beaten up.
Old dang has his sights set on the head principal's position too.
Holy shit. Are you guys focusing on the wrong thing? Why isn't anyone surprised?
Huh?
What's there to be surprised about? That kidney-deficient weirdo might be weak, but he has still AB rank specters. How could Bai Shen, a mere human, beat him up so badly?
I don't get it, but I'm totally blown away.
This is the first human in history to beat up a specters. 10 minutes later.
It wasn't until a sheep-headed specters arrived that this brutal, inhumane beating finally came to an end.
Mr. Yang, the auction for the specters items has concluded. Next up is the highlight of this auction, the humans. That fast? Yang exclaimed in surprise.
He stopped fighting and tossed the kidney-deficient specters whose body was covered in burns and whose face had been beaten into a pig's head aside.
The vice principal finally found an opportunity to speak up. Mr. Yang, you can get ready to go on stage.
I'll set those 4 succubi aside for you.
As for the gloom coins, you can give them to me after the auction is over.
He made no mention whatsoever of the principal's son being beaten to a pulp.
Yang understood his intentions and said nothing more. After informing Jian Yun, he followed the sheep-headed,
and they were all veterans who had survived previous specter auctions. The Spectre's world, backstage at the auction. Yang had barely been led here when he saw several streaks of black light flash past his eyes. They left behind a group of humans with bewildered expressions. Among them, an athlete from the beautiful country was the most baffled of all.
What the hell? Didn't they just say the last specter auction had just ended? How come the auctions are happening so frequently now?
This athlete was the person from the United States who had experienced the most specter auctions to date.
Rashil. He survived a full 4 of them.
Among them were 3 D-tier auctions and 1 C-tier auction. But precisely because of this, he trained day and night at a secret base in the United States to restore his vitality. Humans in similar situations from other countries were more or less in the same boat. They have virtually no time to keep up with news from the outside world. They even hear about each specter auction secondhand. So, all these veterans know is that at the last specter auction, a guy from Dragon Country appeared with terrifyingly high vitality. This led to the complete annihilation of teams from other nations. At that moment, then, in a hostile tone, he said, "You skinny monkey, don't play dumb. I'm talking about that Yang from your Dragon Nation who participated in the last Spectre auction.
Isn't he's supposed to be a big shot?
He had the nerve to wipe out our entire beautiful country team. If he were here, I'd smash his skull in with one punch. Rashal's gruff voice drew the attention of people from other nations. Once they understood what he was saying, the veterans from various countries took curse furiously.
I just don't believe that Yang is really that terrifying. Exactly. 9 million gloom coins? Commander tier? How could that possibly happen at a D tier auction?
I bet it's just a lie made up by Dragon Nation to save face.
Who knows?
Maybe the deaths of our national team were all part of Dragon Nation's conspiracy.
Yang.
Listening to them discuss him right here was actually a rather strange feeling.
He wasn't angry, though.
Even when Rasher said he'd smash his head in with a single punch, he didn't take it to heart.
It wasn't because he was particularly magnanimous.
On the contrary, he was the type to hold a grudge. Take that weakling, for example. Yang had already made up his mind to beat him up again the next time they met.
Who does he think he is, trying to steal a succubus from me? Just thinking about it makes him furious.
However, Rashal's arrogance didn't provoke him in the slightest.
Talking about smashing his head in with a single punch, was that even possible? Of course not.
Spectre auction going bankrupt would have a better chance of happening than Rashal succeeding.
So, Yang knew. He was no longer on the same level as these people.
There was absolutely no need to take their words to heart.
He might as well just treat them as a joke.
Seeing that this scrawny Dragon Nation guy was actually ignoring him, Rashal flew into a rage.
Dragon Nation guy, answer my question. Are you deaf? His arrogant demeanor also greatly annoyed the Dragon Nation viewers.
Whoa, holy shit, this guy's got some serious guts. Of all the people to pick a fight with, he had to go after White God? Hilarious, absolutely hilarious. There was a time when I, too, was naive enough to think I could smash White God's head in with a single punch.
And what about now? Now?
Ha, I'm scared by Shin's lowly bodyguard will smash me into mincemeat with a single palm strike.
Pfft, does he even need the Spectre's bodyguards to step in?
Bai Shin can pin down and beat up a B-rank Spectre, why should we be afraid of him?
Out of all the countries in the world, it's the viewers in Dragon Nation who watch Yang's live streams every single day.
They know more about him than even his own mother does.
There are even bloggers who create videos specifically for Yang, analyzing his strength. So, while some viewers are dissatisfied, most just see these so-called veterans as a source of entertainment.
At that moment, Rashal's brazen provocation had yet to elicit a response from Yang. Instead, a voice that sounded familiar to Yang rang out from behind them.
Mr. Yang, you're finally here.
Hey, isn't that the sycophantic auctioneer?
I've set up a group chat.
Group ID, 536745786. All you big shot readers are welcome to join in chat.
By the way, do you guys still have any recommendation votes or monthly votes left?
Please throw some my way. BR. Chapter 37, sorry, I just hold a grudge. Once they heard clearly what the sycophantic auctioneer had said, the elite veterans from various nations were all dumbfounded, frozen in place.
Yang? Where is Yang? Yang pushed the towering Rashal aside and waved at the sycophantic auctioneer. Nice to see you again.
Seeing that Yang had responded to him, the sycophantic auctioneer rushed over excitedly, as if he'd been granted some great favor. He knocked the obstructive Rashal over, sending him tumbling to the ground.
Mr. Yang, there are no outsiders here, could you please let me buy some of your vitality? The veterans. Aren't we people? Are we even human?
But the sycophantic auctioneer paid no heed to their awkwardness. By outsiders, he meant the specters.
As for these humans?
He treated them as if they were air.
Well, that's.
Yang didn't agree outright, but instead rubbed his fingers together. The implication was clear.
The sycophantic auctioneer got the hint instantly.
Mr. Yang, I've used all my gloom coins for cultivation, but I still own a property inherited from my family, a hotel located in the commercial district of Central Ghost City.
It's doing quite well. Could I trade this hotel for your vitality? A hotel?
Yang, who knew nothing about the world of specters, immediately turned to look at you.
You nodded.
Boss, a hotel in the commercial district of Central Ghost City is worth at least 2 million bloom coins. The world of specters is a barren continent, with most of it consisting of lawless gray zones. However, there are 5 ghost cities scattered across it in the east, south, west, and north, as well as the wealthiest of them all, Central Ghost City. The Crimson Clan was established right within the Central Ghost City.
Upon hearing this,
Yang thought about it for a moment, then agreed.
All right.
He thought about how the number of female ghosts by his side was gradually increasing.
Jiang Yun, you, the succubus quadruplets. With them around, Yang had absolutely no intention of returning to the human world.
Since he was staying in the specter's world, it wouldn't hurt to have his own business. Besides, after experiencing the pleasures offered by the 4 succubus sisters, Yang had come up with an idea. He wanted to open a brothel in the specter's world, one staffed entirely by succubi. With the go-ahead, the sycophantic auctioneer grew even more excited, eagerly inviting Yang into the backstage area, completely oblivious to the way you had addressed him. After they left, only the elite veterans from various nations remained, staring at one another in disbelief.
Wait a minute. Had they just been ranting and raving right in front of the man himself? Although every one of them had publicly expressed skepticism about Yang's reputation,
it was impossible for them not to panic when faced with the real deal.
Not to mention, they witnessed just how obsequious the specters here were toward Yang.
The way they fawned over him, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they treated him like their own father.
Whoa! Just how terrifying is Yang's vitality?
It's actually turned a specter into such a sycophant to this extent.
What kind of big shot have they provoked?
Just as the group of veterans was feeling anxious, they saw Yang, who had already walked away, turn back. He walked over to the sheep-headed specter guarding these human auction items and patted him on the shoulder.
Do me a favor, beat them up, but leave them alive enough to be auctioned off.
With that, he channeled a thread of vitality into the sheep-headed specter.
In the next instant, the ferocious sheep-headed specters instantly transformed into sycophants. Yes, sir. Mr. Yang will definitely complete the task you've assigned. Just as expected. When it comes to bribing these specters, vitality is far more effective than bloom coins.
While bribing the sheep-headed specters, Yang appeared to be whispering a secret plot.
In reality, he hadn't deliberately lowered his voice at all.
His words carried clearly to everyone's ears. Now, the anxiety that had been weighing on their hearts was finally put to rest. Just as Yang saw himself, he was a man who held grudges. These people had dared to mock him as a group. It hadn't bothered him much at first. But the more he thought about it, the more it gnawed at him. It seemed he couldn't let them off the hook after all.
Ha! This is hilarious.
So Shirakami came back just to mess with them. That's exactly the kind of guy I like, Baishin, who never lets a grudge sit overnight. After Baishin left, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got.
Damn it, he couldn't stand it, he had to give them a good beating.
Stop it, stop it. Hearing you guys talk, I can practically picture what was going through Baishin's mind at that moment. Unlike the schadenfreude of the Dragon Nation viewers from other countries were so furious they were about to curse like mad. Fuck. 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 Oh my god, why did that idiot Rachel have to provoke that guy from Dragon Country?
Bastard. Just leaving him breathing so he can be auctioned off? Is Yang even speaking human language?
If he really goes up there in that condition, he's as good as dead. Damn it, let us all put pressure on the Dragon Nation and force them to punish Yang afterward. A Korean viewer suggested this idea. And countries around the world did exactly that. After all, the human auction items selected this time weren't the same old fillers, the rotten fish and trash from before. These were their treasures. Each one was a powerhouse who had survived at least 3 specter auctions. Although no one had yet broken Dragon Nation's record, the profits they generated kept rising with each auction. The gloom coins a single person could bring in were equivalent to the total earnings from several auctions for an ordinary person. Tell me, with such beings, how could they not be treated like the apples of their eyes? But now, their prized possessions had been trampled under Yang's feet. As if that weren't enough, he was about to deliver 2 more crushing kicks. In the end, those specters will shatter them completely. The cash cow of all nations is about to be cut off. That's why, for the first time ever, nations around the world have united to launch a joint condemnation specifically against the Dragon Nation. After all, if Yang walks away unscathed, they'll all suffer severe setbacks. Then, in the future, they'll have no choice but to watch helplessly as this Eastern dragon tramples them underfoot and stands atop the world. However, faced with such immense pressure, the Dragon Nation showed not the slightest sign of compromise. Once again, it brought out the advanced weapons acquired from the Spectre auction. The message was crystal clear. Stop all the nonsense. If you want to fight, let us fight. This seamless, fluid sequence of moves left the nations of the world speechless. Fight? With so many countries united, they certainly wouldn't fear the Dragon Nation, standing alone. But who would charge to the front lines to take the brunt of the attack? This was definitely a thankless task. There was a good chance that after the battle, whoever led the charge would fall from grace, never to recover. Faced with such terrifying consequences, the nations that had just united immediately fell apart. No matter how much the beautiful country threatened the smaller nations, it was to no avail. After all, offending the beautiful country would only cause a bit of discomfort. But facing the Spectre's weapons procured by the Dragon Nation, they might not even have the chance to feel that discomfort. And the Dragon Nation had precisely capitalized on this psychology. It effortlessly defused this conflict. First, word of this incident had spread like wildfire throughout Spectre Academy shortly after it happened. You could say every student here already knew about Yang's special ability. Since they'd known for a while, there wasn't much reason to get overly excited now. Of course, there was a second reason as well. A small number of specters were currently focusing their attention on the sycophantic auctioneer. That's because the aura he was emitting, having just broken through to D tier, was simply too conspicuous. Just a moment ago, when he was auctioning off the specters' items, he was clearly still D tier. How could he have broken through just by going backstage? If you told these specters that he didn't get some kind of benefit from that trip, they wouldn't believe it for the life of them. Who could possibly afford to give a benefit that allows a D tier to break through to D tier? There's only one answer. It must be the work of that legendary Yang. At this thought, the specters' eyes lit up, and they began to imagine what Yang might look like. 3rd floor. Private room 301. Zhang Yun stood by the window. Although she was only D tier, the 4 D tier succubi didn't dare approach her. Because this was the VIP room. We can't mess with her, we can't mess with her. Big brother Yang, really? My mom spent over 9 million bloom coins to bid you down, so what did that lousy auctioneer give you in return? Her mutterings carried a hint of jealousy. Yes, she was jealous. She'd already been in a bad mood when she walked in earlier and saw those 4 alluring succubi. Now she discovered that Yang had helped that lousy auctioneer break through to D tier. It left a bitter taste in her mouth. No way. It feels like brother Yang hasn't paid me much attention today. Could it be that I'm not attractive enough anymore? As Zhang Yun thought about it, her mind wandered to the wrong place. She turned her head and looked at the 4 succubus sisters. Succubi. A race that drives all the male specters in the entire specters world wild. Not only are their seduction skills unmatched, but even their erotic tricks are innate talents. It's something ingrained in every succubus's very bones. If only they could teach her. Zhang Yun blushed as she thought about it, but she still mustered her courage and asked them. For succubus sisters, could you teach me about that sort of thing? At that moment, Yang still had no idea that a single casual basic attack of his had caused Zhang Yun to immediately use her ultimate. On stage, the sycophantic auctioneer droned on and on about a whole bunch of things until the specters threw a watermelon rind at him, finally silencing him. Only then did the sheep-headed specters finally lead the elite veterans from various nations onto the stage. However, they looked a bit too pitiful. A dense, dark mass of sheep-headed specters could be seen, with one of them dragging two humans behind him. They made their way to the front of the other specters. These once confident elite veterans were now gasping for breath, barely clinging to life. The sheep-headed specter that Young had bribed with a sliver of vitality had truly fulfilled his request. He left them with just enough breath to hold on long enough for the auction. The sycophantic auctioneer. The specters. Although the auctioneer had long been aware of this situation, when the scene actually unfolded, he was still at a loss for words. After all, if you added up all the nations of the human world, even if each sent just one person, that would still be 197 people. Now, 196 of them were being dragged onto the stage like dead pigs. What was he supposed to say? Fortunately, Yang's final entrance gave him an excuse to change the subject. Next, please welcome the much-anticipated Mr. Yang to the stage. It was the same old routine. Except this time, 4 female specters with mind-blowing figures flanked him as they carried Yang up to the genuine leather sofa on stage. Yang snapped his fingers. Immediately, one of the female specters opened a bottle of happy water and handed it to him. He pointed to his shoulder. Another female specter, sensing the cue, began massaging his shoulders. Finally, he snapped his fingers, and the last 2 female specters, one holding a cigar, the other a lighter, lit it for him. Yang took a deep drag, exhaled a thick plume of white smoke, then raised an eyebrow. Hurry up with the auction. I'm in a hurry. He had not a shred of sympathy for the veterans from other nations. Since this bunch of clueless fools dared to provoke him, they deserved whatever came their way. Not to mention, after mastering the teachings of the Red Robe Secret Scroll, Yang's personality had gradually, imperceptibly begun to resemble that of the specters. Creak. Creak. All that remained in the hall was the sound of numerous specters gritting their back teeth. Damn it! This human sure knows how to show off. But while they couldn't stand Young, there was nothing they could do about him. Smack! The window of box 303 on the 3rd floor was pushed open with a thud. An elderly specters professor pushed up his glasses, his eyebrows knitted in a frown. He snorted coldly, "What a disgrace! How dare a human act so brazenly at Spectre Academy? Who do you think you are? You're nothing but an ant with a bit of vitality, and even that vitality is meant for us specters." First, a group of humans was dragged up, barely alive. Then another human made an audacious remark. This was something the old, traditional-minded specters professor found utterly intolerable. And with his overlord tier strength, he certainly had the credentials to step forward and criticize. But who doesn't have an overlord tier by their side these days? I may not be overlord tier myself, but even overlord tier has to listen to me. Yang showed the old professor absolutely no respect, pointing directly at him and addressing the auctioneer. I don't want to see this old fart around. Can you get him to leave? The sycophantic auctioneer was mortified. Bro! You really have the nerve to say that you want me, a D tier, to kick out an overlord tier? You really must think I've lived too long. However, the sycophantic auctioneer also knew the principle that if you're going to be a sycophant, you have to see it through to the end. Since I'm sucking up to Yang, I've got to see it through to the end. So, he immediately pointed his finger right at the old professor's nose and started yelling. You old fart, if you don't want to bid, please leave. This is an auction, not your Spectre Academy's one-man show. Show some respect to our auction house's most esteemed partner. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Only Yang was clapping in approval. Way to go, kid. I've got high hopes for you. With that, he immediately activated his cultivation technique to the 5th great celestial circuit, generating a dense cloud of vitality, which he bestowed upon the sycophantic auctioneer. Instantly, the auctioneer was overjoyed. Yang's action seemed, on the surface, to be merely a reward for the auctioneer after being flattered to his heart's content. But it was also a way to demonstrate his worth to the specters. After all, the specters here knew him only through hearsay. Unless they saw it with their own eyes, he wouldn't truly be able to impress them. Sure enough, once the pure Yang constitution was activated, all the specters in the hall couldn't help but gasp in awe. Holy shit! I'm bidding on him. Group 536745786. Come on in and chat, BR. Chapter 39, Conspiring Aloud. Find a chance to take him out. The old professor at the window of private room 303 also sensed Yang's vitality. For a moment, he was left speechless. Although he was already at the overlord tier, his natural talent had plateaued there. It had been decades since he entered the overlord tier, yet his strength remained the same as when he first broke through. He hadn't made much progress. But now, sensing the pure Yang emanating from Yang, the old professor suddenly felt hope for further advancement. That's right. Although Yang's current vitality wasn't of much help to an overlord tier player yet. No matter what tier you're at, absorbing pure Yang can only bring benefits. There's no downside. But after the initial excitement, the old professor found himself in a bit of a bind. He just had a run-in with Yang. The Spectre auction livestream captured the old professor's expression. It was incredibly for all the viewers to see. This is hilarious. Didn't that old guy just act all high and mighty a moment ago, calling humans ants as if they were nothing but fodder for specters? What a swift comeuppance only by Shin could pull that off. I knew it. No specter can resist Shirakami's charms. Slurp. It's not just specters I can't resist either. Shirakami. Hurry up and get into my bed. I'm going to sneakily poke a hole in the condom while Shirakami is in the shower, then I can have a baby with him. Oh my god. My eyes are tainted. That is a nice fantasy, but take a look at the group of female specters surrounding Shirakami. Which one of them can you even compare to? Old man, regretting it now, aren't you? Yang caught every nuance of the old professor's changing expression, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. This made the old professor's already grim expression turn even more ashen. I said I don't want to see him. Could you please have him kicked out? Yang repeated. Those words were the final straw for the haughty old professor. You human ants, provoking me time and time again. Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? Killing you would still let me absorb your pure Yang. The old professor, with his deeply traditional mindset, had always believed that humans were only fit to be food and nourishment for specters. He had even questioned World Will's actions in the past. Unfortunately, World Will hadn't given him the time of day. Now, after being provoked repeatedly by a single human, he could no longer hold back. Yang didn't care in the least. He clapped his hands. I'm here. You audacious madman, how dare you harbor murderous intent toward the boss? You immediately unleashed an overlord tier aura, not even bothering to exchange words with the old professor. She just charged right in. Are you kidding me? How dare you lay a finger on my boss? You're not just messing with my boss, you're messing with my emperor tier path. The sycophantic auctioneer's mouth dropped open in shock. She didn't even notice her mask had fallen off. What? Overlord tier? When she was sent here by the Federation 5 days ago, wasn't she still commander tier? How did she break through to overlord tier in just 5 days? Sister, did you ride a rocket or something? The sycophantic auctioneer was stunned for a moment, but she quickly snapped back to her senses. This had to be all thanks to Mr. Yang. He thought it was impressive enough that Yang had helped him break through to D tier, but he never imagined Yang could even help her leap from commander tier to overlord tier. It seemed he hadn't been sucking up to the wrong person after all. With that thought, the sycophantic auctioneer became even more determined to continue sucking up to her in the future. Boom! On the 3rd floor, Yu, who had flown up, had channeled his ghost energy into a palm strike, slamming it into the old professor's body. The two specters were roughly equal in strength. But Yu had the advantage of a sudden, surprise attack, causing the old professor to spit out a mouthful of blood.
At the same time, the vice principal in room 309 finally rushed out in a panic to break up the fight.
It took a great deal of effort, and it was only when Yang decided to call it quits that the two Overlord tier combatants were finally stopped from fighting. The old professor now looked at Yang with a gaze full of guilt.
Why? Why would a mighty Overlord tier being willingly protect a mere human ant? Aren't humans, by their very nature, nothing more than food and nourishment for us specters? Unfortunately, the old professor would never know the answer to one simple question.
Sir, times have changed.
Principal, I came here to attend your school's auction, but aren't you guys taking this a bit too far?
First, the security guard at the entrance tried to kill me, and now this old guy is trying to kill me too.
Do you think I'm just some human who was easy to bully? Is that so?
The sycophantic auctioneer chimed in from the side.
After all, Yang was a key partner for the auction, so no matter how arrogant he acted at Spectre Academy, as long as it involved Yang, there was always an excuse to avoid punishment.
The vice principal explained with a forced smile.
Mr. Yang, please don't get upset.
This old man is a bit set in his ways. I'll have him removed right away. He had been smiling just a moment ago, but when he turned to face the old professor, his expression turned icy.
Professor Hu, this auction is primarily for the students.
Since you can't fit into the world of the young specters, please leave.
But vice principal.
The old professor tried to defend himself, but the vice principal cut him off immediately.
Old man, I'm being nice to you.
Don't force me to scold you in front of all these students.
Old professor.
He sighed and walked away, filled with grief and indignation.
Let us find a chance later to take care of that old man, okay?
Yang called you back and whispered in her ear.
Boss, that old man is a professor at Spectre Academy.
It's not easy to take him down, unless you can bring in an Emperor tier ally. An Emperor tier? Then let us discuss this later. Yang shook his head with a hint of regret.
Since we made an enemy, we can't let him live. But this old guy's status is a bit of a headache. Meanwhile,
the old professor, who hadn't gotten very far, suddenly stumbled.
Vice principal. The specters. Dude, are you kidding me? Do you really have to plot this out loud? I bet you did that on purpose. You were right up in his ear, and then you went and said it that loud? And what was with that tone of yours? Are you really planning to bring in an Emperor tier?
After this little incident, the vice president finally breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that Yang had no intention of causing any more trouble. As he was about to return to the private box, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of the other humans on stage and couldn't help but frown.
What are you people at the auction up to? How did things end up like this? This is outrageous. Yang gave him a dispassionate glance. Principal, I did this. Vice principal. He immediately let out two hearty laughs to cover up his embarrassment.
Since it was Mr. Yang who did this, I won't pry any further. You must have your reasons for doing it this way, huh?
With that, he hurried back to box 309.
Afraid that getting any further involved might lead to trouble.
His reaction left the students utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? Is it really necessary to show that much respect to a mere human?
In fact, given his position as vice principal, he really had no reason to fear Yang.
But he wanted to improve, too.
The elite competitors from various countries on stage, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts sink completely.
They regretted it. Why did they have to provoke this Dragon Nation-esque scourge? Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. The sycophantic auctioneer put his mask back on and tapped the gavel. The auction is now open. First up, Park Do-Si from Kimchi Nation. Starting bid, 50,000 gloom coins. Bids must be in increments of at least 5,000. Reader group, 536745786.
Currently working on a Vitality side story. Join the group to read it, Br.
Chapter 40, even the lick dog is starting to compete?
Park Do-Si, barely clinging to life, was carried to a spot slightly to the left of center on the stage. Even though he was the star of the auction, he still couldn't steal the spotlight from Young. Originally, as a veteran who had survived 2 specter auctions, this guy possessed far more vitality than Fan. Logically, some of the lower-ranked specters at Spectre Academy should still be interested in him. After all, even a mosquito is still meat as long as the quantity and quality of his vitality are decent, he is worth buying. But just as the auctioneer announced the start of the auction, apart from a few scattered whispers among the specters in the audience, there wasn't a single bid to be heard. No wonder. Never mind that his current half-dead alone was enough to kill any bidding desire among the specters, even if he were still full of life and vigor. But after witnessing just how enticing, a specter's member spoke up. 55,000 gloom coins. Even a moderately built human would cost more than that. So the specter's bidder was quite excited. After all, this human named Park Daosai did seem to have some physical stature. 55,000 gloom coins going once. 55,000 gloom coins going twice. 55,000 gloom coins going 3 times. Sold. The sycophantic auctioneer brought down the gavel to seal the deal. The student quickly paid the gloom coins and walked up to the podium. But unexpectedly, instead of immediately draining Park Daosai's vitality, he sprinted straight toward Yang. Yang? You audacious scoundrel! Thinking the specters was out to get him, Yang immediately kicked out with his size 43 foot, striking the specters squarely in the face. The blow sent him flying through the air, somersaulting twice before crashing to the ground. But even so, the specter didn't lose heart. He scrambled to his feet and lunged forward, clinging to Yang's thigh. Mr. Yang, could you please give me some vitality? I'm right on the verge of breaking through from Class C to Class B. Just a little bit would be enough. Hearing this, Park Doshi, who was already on the brink of collapse, felt as if he'd been struck a heavy blow and spat out a mouthful of blood with a pft. This was a fucking insult. You clearly took a photo of me, so why did you go running up to someone else like a sycophant, begging for a crumb of vitality? Not to mention, that person is my enemy. Yang. He was at a loss for words. My net worth is now over 10 million gloom coins. You're not offering anything in return, yet you want vitality? You're dreaming. Get lost. Got it. The student specter, dejected, let go of Yang's leg. That was one of the main reasons he bid in the first place. Brave specters get to enjoy the world first. Unfortunately, this time he was brave, but he didn't get to enjoy it. He approached Park Daosai. Before consuming the vitality, the sycophantic auctioneer's gaze, hidden beneath his mask, was somewhat hostile. There were more and more sycophants surrounding Mr. Yang now. He was starting to feel some competitive pressure. No way he'd have to come up with a plan later, or else once the auction ended, he wouldn't be able to keep sucking up to him. He gathered his thoughts. The sycophantic auctioneer pressed the stopwatch. You have 5 minutes to consume the vitality. If the auction item dies due to any action other than consuming the vitality, you'll have to pay 10 times the auction price as compensation. Upon hearing this, the student specters glanced at Park Daosai, who was sprawled on the After devouring all the vitality, the student specter's face betrayed a look of unfulfilled craving. He instinctively glanced in Yang's direction, his eyes brimming with longing. Get lost. Got it. Seeing the menacing look on Yu's face beside Yang, the student specter dared not cause any more trouble and scrambled off the stage in a panic. Oh my god. That was an overlord tier powerhouse. Even a casual blow from him could take his life. After Park Daosai's death, the entire Kinchi nation was in tears. Especially the Chables. They were even more heartbroken than ordinary people. Unfortunately, the auctioneer couldn't possibly understand their feelings. To him, it was just the death of an insignificant human. The next lot is Yuko Hatano from Sakura Island. The next lot, Chache from India. The next lot, from one human after another was carried onto the stage. Some even kicked the bucket before the auction even began. Of course, the auctioneer had no intention of holding Yang accountable. First of all, he didn't dare.
Secondly, he didn't dare.
Originally, these elite individuals from various nations had all fetched decent prices at this auction.
Unfortunately, because of Yang,
most of them were sold at the reserve price, and quite a few went unsold.
In the blink of an eye,
Yang became the most hated person in the real world by people from every nation. However, he himself was completely unaware of this. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. He wasn't going back to the human world anyway, so why the hell should he care?
2.5 hours later,
the bidding by humans from other nations had concluded.
Finally, it was Yang's turn as the grand finale.
Before the sycophantic auctioneer could even begin his introduction, the long silent venue erupted with cheers from the specters, each shout louder than the last.
Reader Group 536745786. Currently working on the Vitality side story BR. Chapter 41, Vitality? Do I, an Emperor Tier, even need that stuff? Yang.
I've got 1,000,000 bloom coins, hurry into my arms and give me some vitality.
Ha, you delusional girl. 1,000,000? That's nothing.
I've got 3.88 million bloom coins, little brother Yang.
I'll give them all to you. Handsome Yang, I don't have any money, but I'm hot.
The venue, which had been so quiet it almost put people to sleep, was now as chaotic as a morning market.
The female spirits were scrambling to showcase their worth, desperate to catch Yang's attention. The rich ones flaunted their money.
The poor ones wiggled their butts and acted all flirty.
They tried to use their own strengths to pique Yang's interest.
Unfortunately, the hopes of this group of female spirits were dashed.
After all, no matter how great their figures were, higher than the last one?
If it goes any higher, it's bound to break the 10 million bloom coins mark. And the gloom coins he earned from this auction wouldn't be split, they'd all be his to keep.
10 million gloom coins.
Although Yang didn't like gloom coins, with a figure like that, he could bring himself to like them just a little bit.
After being flattered by the auctioneer, Yang's mood instantly brightened.
He waved his hand.
Go back to work. Got it.
The sycophantic auctioneer jogged back to his station, tapped the gavel, and the room felt slightly quieter. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction comes from Dragon Nation and from our most esteemed partner at this auction, Yang.
He blah blah blah.
Another round of sky-high praise followed, but strangely enough, even though the specters' faces were practically screaming
she had taken first place in the entrance exam.
She completely crushed her peers.
That's right, Yang's pure young physique is that terrifying.
It doesn't matter whether your natural talent is good or bad at worst, he'll just infuse you with vitality a few more times and push you until you break through.
10 minutes later.
The sycophantic auctioneer, his throat parched, finally fell silent. And the group of specters who'd been fawning along with him seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. They couldn't even begin to imagine just how far this guy's sycophancy had been honed.
Who the hell can praise someone for 10 straight minutes without repeating a single word?
But Yang found it quite flattering.
Well said. Here's your reward.
He clapped his hands, summoning a ball of red vitality the size of a watermelon, which he pushed into the air before it exploded with a thunderous boom. The scattering vitality quickly sparked a frenzied scramble among the specters.
At that moment, in box 302 on the 3rd floor, a pair of lifeless eyes widened in shock.
Just who is this guy?
That's all pure Yang and he just gives it away like that, such a huge amount? Lily tore off the black robe she was wearing, revealing the blue official robe she had been wearing underneath. Her already somewhat ordinary figure appeared even more unremarkable under the loose-fitting robe.
Of course, her strengths didn't lie in her figure.
Lily ripped off the blood-red talisman stuck to her forehead and began scribbling on it. Sister, I've discovered a very interesting human at this Spectre Academy internal auction.
I want to bid on her, but I'll need a lot of gloom coins, at least 10 million. Soon, with a flash of black light, the information she'd written was transmitted. After tearing off the talisman, Lily revealed her long-hidden, peerless beauty. Although she was a zombie, her skin showed no signs of decay. On the contrary, it was smooth and supple. The pupils in her dead fish eyes were pitch black, as if capable of devouring all emotion. When she spoke to herself, the two sharp little fangs in her mouth would peek out. Not long after the information was transmitted via the talisman, a portal appeared. 100 years for Commander Tier, 1,000 years for Overlord Tier, and 10,000 years for Emperor Tier. Her older sister was the only ancient zombie in the Violet White clan to have lived for 10,000 years. Her power was absolutely terrifying. But this unique cultivation method also carried significant risks. After all, while they had long lifespans, they could still starve to death, die of illness, or be killed. The later the stage, the greater the chance of an untimely death, because as the time span stretches out, unforeseen accidents are bound to occur. As for Lily herself, she is just a worthless little nobody who has lived for 200 years and has only just reached the Commander Tier. She is still a long way from the 1,000-year mark. Her personality is completely different from that of her Emperor Tier older sister. Her sister can endure 10,000 years of torment, but she cannot. She'd seen many Commander Tier purple zombies perish during the 1,000-year period required to break through to the Overlord Tier. So, now that she'd discovered Yang's value, she was immediately tempted. Purple zombies cannot absorb energy or vitality. But pure Yang is an exception. Pure Yang had long since become extinct, so now that she'd finally discovered Yang, a Yang bearer who wielded pure Yang as freely as dirt, she was absolutely thrilled. As long as I get you, I won't have to endure the suffering of the next 800 years. Lily clutched the Heaven and Earth Bank savings card tightly in her hand, her determined gaze piercing through the window and locking onto Yang. On stage. Feeling a burning gaze, Yang looked up and happened to lock eyes with Lily. Yang. Lily. For some reason, looking at that handsome face, Lily felt her cheeks flush. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she quickly pulled back, leaving only a small slit open to call out her bid. What a strange guy. Yang muttered under his breath, not giving it a second thought. After all, it wasn't he just this guest from room 302. Nearly every specter in the room was looking at him that way. Alright, I won't dwell on Mr. Yang. Each and every one of them had been biding their time, just waiting for this moment. Suddenly, a female specters in the lobby stood up, waving her bid card excitedly. She nearly quadrupled the price. The specters sitting right next to her were stunned. Sis, are you serious? We thought you were just bragging. How do you actually have 3,880,000? The female specters gave a dismissive smile. Is 3,880,000 a lot? Then why don't you bid a little higher? I'm out of money. The specters. Everyone had assumed that what the female specter had just said was merely a joke she used to kick off the bidding. But who would VE known? The very next moment, she actually continued her conversation with Yang. Little brother Yang, I'm being completely sincere here. Marry me, and you're sure to find happiness. Yang? Zhang Yun? Zhang Yun, who had been receiving guidance from the succubus just moments ago, couldn't hold back the moment she heard this. She sprinted over to the window to see what was going on. Who was trying to steal big brother Yang away? Meanwhile, Yang was at a loss for words. Oh no! He'd run into a love-struck woman. Looking at her adoring gaze, Yang felt a bit creeped out. He quickly waved his hand, determined to shatter this female specter's daydream. I'm worth over 10 million now and you're daydreaming about me with just 3.88 million gloom coins? We humans are now awakened, and independent. I hope our fellow specters will work hard. Open your eyes to the world. If you don't have money, how do you expect to play with me? Chapter 43, Utterly Brazen. Is Yang actually steering the auction? This Yang really doesn't know his place. It's one thing that he was so arrogant before, but now he is actually lecturing the specters. Does he really think he can tower over this bunch of specters? Damn it, I can't wait to see the specters stand up to him. It'd be best if they let the auction go unsold. As soon as this scene unfolded, the international viewers immediately started making snide remarks. After all, their own people had either died or seen their auctions go unsold. They had no choice but to watch Young, their sworn enemy, stream with nothing else to do. As expected, Those few short sentences instantly shattered the specters' collective resolve in the hall.
3.88 million. With just that measly amount, how do you expect to compete with me?
This human is way too arrogant. He doesn't take us specters seriously
at all.
It's just too. The specters felt deeply aggrieved, yet there was nothing they could do.
Because although Yang's words were a bit harsh, they actually made a lot of sense.
At an auction where the asking price was approaching 10 million gloom coins, did he really think he could win her over with just 3,880,000?
That was truly a pipe dream. Meanwhile, the female specter who had claimed she wanted to marry Yang slumped back into her seat, dejected. Not a word. Folks, that was a total game changer. You still want to marry me? Then won't I be a kept husband? I'm not some dragon king, so let us just forget it.
If anyone is going to marry anyone, it'll be me doing the marrying.
On stage, Yang muttered under his breath.
Jiang Yun in private room 301 also breathed a sigh of relief and, still shaken, returned to continue receiving instruction from the succubi.
Definitely. I absolutely must master these techniques to win brother Yang's heart.
She recalled the various positions and play styles the four succubi had just described.
What with spanking and candles? What with the wooden horse and rope bondage? What? Just thinking about it makes me so shy.
The little incident caused by that female specter in the main hall didn't have much of an impact.
Just as Yang had said. You think 3.88 million is enough to get him?
Even if he agreed, the other specters won't. 4 million bloom coins.
This time, the bid came from a private room on the second floor.
Fuck.
Fuck. Fuck. These spineless specters. Yang humiliated them like that, and they're not even angry? Damn it.
Why treat our countrymen like tonics while putting this dragon country guy on a pedestal?
Baka. As a descendant of Bushido, I can't stand these spineless bastards.
These specters are as cowardly as the samurai of Sakura Island. As the plump female specter spoke, she deliberately struck a koi pose. The plump female specter's feigned sweet smile froze instantly.
I can't afford it. If you can't afford it, then next.
As her heart-wrenching voice trailed off, Yang immediately shifted his focus to the next private box.
Can you afford 6 million?
The specters in box 205 hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and saying, "We can.
We have 6 million bloom coins."
They had thought they'd won Yang's favor. But to their surprise, he simply moved on to the next target.
7 million bloom coins. Can you afford that? The specters in the room.
In all their years, this was the first time they'd ever seen someone manipulate the bidding. And to make matters worse, the one driving up the price was the very human they were trying to bid on.
Chapter 44, The Principal Returns. Did Yang punch the Emperor Tira's son?
With Yang stirring things up like this, the auction progressed much faster. The price quickly rose to 8 million bloom coins, which was already the highest amount most of the specters on the second floor could afford. Just as all the specters thought the auction was about to end, unexpectedly, a voice rang out from the third floor. 8,100,000 gloom coins.
Hearing this, the specters immediately looked up. Box 302 ISNT. That's Senior Lin? Senior Lin? Who is Senior Lin? An ISNT, the third floor reserved for teachers and professors? Whoa, you're a new student, aren't you? No wonder you didn't know Lily is the most unique student at Spectre Academy.
Spectre Academy has a total of 9 graduating classes.
Students advance 1 grade each year, and after 9 years, they must leave the academy regardless of whether they've reached commander tier or not. But do you know how many years Senior Lily has been here? How many? A full 180 years. Holy crap!
The newly enrolled specters were all taken aback when they heard about Lily's situation. She is the only student at Spectre Academy who receives special treatment because she comes from the Violet White clan, and once she turns 100, she'll break through to the commander tier. And judging by what Senior Lin said, it seems she plans to stay under Spectre Academy's protection until she breaks through to the Overlord tier before leaving.
There was no need for the senior students to explain this further. Most of the specters were already aware of the Violet White Clan's unique cultivation methods. If she planned to stay until she broke through to the Overlord tier before leaving, wouldn't that mean she'd have to live to be 1,000 years old? Spectre Academy hasn't even been around for 1,000 years, has it? One freshman spectre couldn't help but ask, so our academy is just going to let her keep taking advantage of us indefinitely? You probably don't know this, but Lily's older sister is the current clan leader of the Violet White Clan, with Emperor tier cultivation. Spectre Academy definitely has to give her some face after all. Our academy only has one Emperor tier, and that's the headmaster who has never even shown his face. On stage, Yang looked pensive. Since he'd begun formally cultivating his techniques, his senses of sight and hearing had been greatly enhanced. He could hear every word of these specters' whispered conversations clearly. So this guy actually has an Emperor tier backing him? Ever since deciding to make a name for himself in the specters' world, Yang had felt that the power he currently possessed was still somewhat insufficient. The only one who could be considered acceptable was you, an Overlord tier. And even he had only just broken through to the Overlord tier. Therefore, Yang urgently needed to gather a group of trustworthy subordinates or find a powerful patron. Originally, an established, long-standing clan like the Crimson Clan would have been a good choice. However, after learning of the clan's internal conflicts, Yang decided to set that idea aside for the time being. He had no desire to get involved in sorting out such internal family disputes. He'd rather use that time to build up his strength. Once he was powerful enough, he'd simply take over the entire Crimson Clan by force. Convenient, hassle-free, and simple. So, upon learning that the Emperor tier standing behind Lily who had just made an offer was actually an Emperor tier, Yang came up with an idea. Why not use the same old trick and bring Lily under his control? With that thought, he looked at Lily. But who knew what was going through this zombie girl's mind? She looked utterly bashful. Yang. Seriously, sis, you weren't thinking about me and doing some weird stuff just now, were you? He felt a twinge of fear. Could this Lily be just like that fat female specter? But that fear lasted only a few seconds. Yang took a close look at Lily and realized that aside from her somewhat average figure, this zombie girl was in no way inferior to the female ghosts around him. If we're just talking about looks, she'd definitely rank first. If that's the case, then it doesn't seem so bad after all. Besides, female ghosts like this are easier to control. 8,100,000 gloom coins once. 8,100,000 gloom coins twice. 8,100,000 gloom coins. After striking the gavel twice, just as he was about to bring it down for the third time, the sycophantic auctioneer deliberately slowed his movements. He felt something was off. Only 8.1 million gloom coins? That shouldn't be happening. According to his expectations, it was a sure thing that Yang's price would break the 10 million mark in this auction. Could it be that these specters are all this broke? Can't they even come up with 10 million gloom coins? If the specters in the room knew what he was thinking, they'd probably be cursing him out by now. Are you kidding me? Are we broke or something? We've simply lost the will to compete. It wasn't that they lost interest in Yang, it was because Lily had entered the fray. We each have only one or two Overlord tier supporters backing us, while she's got an Emperor tier figure standing behind her. Moreover, there's only one Emperor tier within the entire Purple Zombie Clan, but there are countless Overlord tier Millennium Zombies. With such a colossus backing Lily, how are we supposed to compete? Sir Mr. Weakling, if you wish to bid, please do so properly. If you intend to harm Mr. Yang, I'll have no choice but to ask you to leave. He'd already kicked out an Overlord tier elderly professor just moments ago. Kicking out a B-rank specter now was, of course, no big deal. But the very next moment, the vice principal from private room 309 appeared and pulled the weakling specter aside. Then, with an apologetic expression, he explained to Yang. Mr. Yang, I apologize on his behalf for his disrespect toward you. However, we can't simply kick him out, he is the principal's son.
Yang had long known that the kidney-deficient specter was the son of Spectre Academy's principal. But the vice principal's next words took him by surprise. The principal has already returned to Spectre Academy. Chapter 45, Using a Nightclub to Drive Up the Price? Once the vice principal revealed Shinsu Gui's identity, all the specters in the auction hall were stunned. That Shinsu guy is the principal's son? The principal is Emperor Tier, doesn't he that make this guy an Emperor Tier scion? Whoa, from what he said, did Zhang just beat up an Emperor Tier scion? Holy shit! How did he, a mere human, manage to beat up specters? At first, seeing all the specters in the hall, each far more powerful than himself, discussing his identity, Ransu Gui's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. But gradually, the focus of the specters' discussion shifted to Yang's power, and he had become a laughingstock. Ransu Gui's face turned ashen, and he glared at the auctioneer. What are you standing there for? Bring down the hammer. Haven't you heard that my father is coming back? Although Spectre Academy has no authority over the Spectre auction, you'd better think carefully about the consequences of offending an Emperor Tier. I can't wait to torment this human ant. He directly invoked his Emperor Tier father as a threat. The sycophantic auctioneer was furious but helpless. After all, the guy was just lucky enough to be born with an Emperor Tier father. Although there were indeed Emperor Tier powerhouses within Spectre auction, it was just that they couldn't help it. She vaguely remembered that 180 years ago, an old man named Specters had been pinned to the ground and beaten by her sister. Anyone who could withstand an attack from her sister, an Emperor Tier, must surely be an Emperor Tier themselves, right? There was no need to elaborate on who that old man, Kwai, was. So that was what she meant by pleading? Lily shot Shinsu Gui a contemptuous glance. That old man must have gone back and bragged about it again. Otherwise, given her sister's personality, she'd have simply laid out her terms, and if they couldn't reach an agreement, she'd have fought. She'd keep fighting until you accepted her terms. She would absolutely never choose to grovel and beg. No one could ever make her do that. 9,500,000 gloom coins. Seeing that Lily remained unmoved by his threat, Kidney Weak Weird clenched his teeth and raised the price by another 500,000 gloom coins. 10 million. Lily hesitated barely at all, determined to outbid Kidney Weak Weird to the very end. As long as she could win the bid for Yang, it wouldn't matter if she got expelled from Spectre Academy. After absorbing his pure Yang, she could always return to her sister's side and cultivate in peace. Although she'd have far less freedom, with pure Yang of this caliber to aid her. It wouldn't be long before she broke through to the Overlord Tier. By then, she'd be free to roam the Spectre's world as she pleased. So she paid no heed whatsoever to kidney-deficient Ghost's threats. 10 million bloom coins once. 10 million bloom coins for two. 10 million bloom coins. When it was Lily's turn, the sycophantic auctioneer brought down the gavel with almost no hesitation. Because he could tell. Mr. Yang seemed to have a soft spot for this female zombie. Since that was the case, as the number one sycophant, he naturally had to do everything in his power to help. Hold on. 11 million bloom coins. With no time for Kidney Weak Weird to hesitate, he panicked and acted on impulse. He immediately added another million. Now Lily was in a bit of a... Their total hasn't even reached that much. However, you little bastard. You used to boss me around an Overlord Tier just because you were the son of my superior. You finally met your match, haven't you? Once I break through to the Emperor Tier, the first thing I'll do is knock your dad off his pedestal. And the second thing will be to kill you. When she approached Yang, Lily, who had been basking in the joy of her successful bid, suddenly found her mind going blank. This. Yang looked puzzled. What's wrong? Lily's face flushed. Our Violet White clan has never used vitality to cultivate, so I don't know how. Teach me. Yang. Immediately, a mischievous grin curled at the corners of his... You don't know how? Fine, then I'll teach you. First, close your eyes, relax your body and mind, and don't be nervous.
Lily followed his instructions to the letter. She quickly relaxed. With her eyes closed, completely unaware of what was about to happen, she innocently asked, "What is the next step?" The specters watching the scene were a bit baffled. Does absorbing vitality really have to be this complicated? I don't get it. Can't you just use ghost energy to draw out the vitality? I've known how to do that since I was born. Whoa, I think Yang has a bold idea. Huh? What do you mean? Haven T, you notice this looks a lot like the build-up to a kiss? Oh my, don't even say it, you're right. It instantly reminds me of my first love who is no longer with us. Holy crap! He isn't thinking of. As the specters buzzed with speculation, Yang finally spoke up. The next step is this. No sooner had he finished speaking than he cupped Lily's smooth, supple cheeks and kissed her right on the lips. The specters? Live stream viewers? Jiang Yun? Even Yang hasn't ever kissed me on his own. Jiang Yun felt completely devastated. Aside from her looks, which weren't as good as this female zombie, as she clearly outclassed her in every other way. White God is awesome, force kissing a female ghost. Oh wait, force kissing a zombie girl. But I have to say, even though she is a zombie, she is completely different from what you see on TV. That's right. When I first heard she was from the Violet White clan, I thought she'd be a rotting zombie that could only hop around, but I never expected her to be this good looking. Why Shin S1, lucky guy. Bullshit, it's clearly this Violet White who is the lucky one. Feeling the warmth on her lips, Lily's body, which had just begun to relax, tensed up instantly. Are you kidding me? This was her first kiss. Even if this guy was exactly her type, she couldn't just give it away so easily. But the next moment, as those waves of intense pure young energy washed over her, all the resistance Lily had just begun to feel vanished without a trace. She immediately reached out to embrace that pure young energy, letting it flow completely into her body. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that the human and the zombie, who had been clinging tightly to each other, finally parted. Lily's face was flushed, and her eyes were moist. You kissed me. Do you even realize that was my first kiss? Yang grabbed a piece of paper to wipe his mouth and said, looking somewhat innocent. You asked me to teach you. I'm just a human, this is the only way I know. If you don't believe me, ask her. Yang pointed at you, who nodded in agreement. Lily turned her gaze back to the auctioneer. What about you? As a specter, you can't possibly not know how to do this. And you're the auctioneer, don't you ever tell your customers how it's done? The sycophantic auctioneer, having been called out, didn't answer. He turned his head away and started whistling. Clearly, they were all in on it. Lily was furious. Just as she was about to argue with Yang again, she heard an angry voice ring out from above the auction hall. Who has dared to bully my son? Chapter 47, The Emperor Tyr appears. Does Yang possess an innate cauldron constitution? The thunderous, furious voice, carrying the overwhelming aura of the Emperor Tyr, crashed down upon them. Even though the speaker had restrained himself considerably, it still caused many of the specters present to spit blood. Box 309. The vice principal's expression was grave. He muttered under his breath, damn it, how did that old man get here so fast? He has been gone for decades, ignoring Spectre Academy completely. I've had to shoulder everything on my own. Now that his son has suffered a minor injustice, suddenly he is worried. No sooner had he finished cursing than he heard the principal's voice ring out again from above the auction hall. Huang Yu, get out here. Hey, principal, I'm coming. The vice principal immediately put on a different expression and leaped down from the viewing window with a sycophantic grin. Tell me, who bullied my son? The vice principal looked conflicted. He'd gone through so many twists and turns just to finally build a decent relationship with Yang. If he were to rat him out now, wouldn't all his hard work go down the drain? Fortunately, Shinsu Gue couldn't wait any longer. Hearing his father's voice, he, who had been feeling wronged all along, instantly perked up. Dad!
It was this human who beat me up first, and this Lily she's been stopping me from getting my revenge.
Kill them now!
Shinsu Gue shouted, pointing at the human and the spirit on the stage.
The next moment,
the Emperor Tier principle materialized, his entire body shrouded in a wide black robe. Although his face was hidden,
Yang could sense the hostile glare emanating from beneath the black robe, fixed firmly on him.
In the Specters livestream, foreign accounts that had been silent for quite some time suddenly became active again.
Laugh. Why aren't you Dragon Country folks laughing now?
To use a saying from your Dragon Country, you've brought this upon yourselves, you deserve to die.
He has been acting so cocky all this time, now he has finally provoked the Specters, hasn't he? Serves him right.
I can't wait to see Emperor Tier tear the sky to shreds.
The auction. Human ants.
The 4 words had barely left Emperor Tier's mouth when he abruptly stopped. Then, he pulled back the hood of his black robe, revealing a weathered, wrinkled face. His cloudy eyes were filled with astonishment.
An innate furnace vessel constitution? Yang? What the hell? Can this old man even speak properly?
I'm clearly a solar physique.
How did it turn into an innate cauldron physique the moment it came out of your mouth? Whose cauldron is it, anyway?
But looking at it from another angle, calling it that doesn't seem entirely wrong. After all, in the eyes of the Specters, Yang is the perfect cauldron.
Of course, he himself wouldn't see it that way.
Providing vitality for the Specters to cultivate is just a small part of what his pure Yang physique can do. The great cause of cultivating immortality is what matters most. Since this old man could even identify his physique, it seems he knows something. Yang narrowed his eyes. If he weren't outmatched, he'd really like to arrest this old man and subject him to brutal torture to extract a confession. After all, as far as he could tell, among the Specters he'd encountered in the Specters world so far, not a single one has been able to discern his constitution. At most, they've only heard of the pure Yang constitution. And since the old man could name his constitution outright, might he also know about the nameless art? He had obtained this cultivation technique in his previous life. Yet after his reincarnation, he was still able to find its continuation. There must be a colossal secret involved here, but the more mysterious it is, the more curious Yang becomes. It seems he'll need to quickly boost his own strength and recruit more powerful Specters. The next step is to set his sights on the Emperor Tier. The Emperor Tier principal saw that this human showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he was staring straight at him. Especially after spotting the sinister intent in his eyes. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. You have the audacity, human. You don't even kneel before the Emperor Tier. Hearing this, Yang made a move. But instead of kneeling, he plopped back down onto his leather sofa and crossed his legs. His expression said, "What are you going to do about it?" 2 factors gave Yang the confidence to be so bold. First was Lily. He had stolen her first kiss, and as a commander Tier, she possessed the power to kill him with a single slap. Yet she showed no sign of rage, she was merely arguing with him. And that argument sounded more like her throwing a tantrum. This showed that Lily still had strong feelings for him, she just couldn't accept what had happened so suddenly. But if that Emperor Tier wanted to kill him, she certainly wouldn't stand idly by. As the Emperor Tier's sister, protecting him would be no trouble at all. As for the second reason, it stems from the Emperor Tier principal himself. Judging by his reaction just now, he is clearly very interested in her. The solar physique is so rare in the Specters world that only an Emperor Tier is aware of its existence. It must therefore be of immense value. This alone serves as a lifeline. Combined, these 2 factors allowed Yang to boldly snub the Emperor Tier's authority. Yang! You dare to show disrespect to my father, you're as good as dead today. His own father had lost face. The Rensu Guai, however, actually found this amusing. As long as his father got angry, this human would definitely never see tomorrow's sun. Shut up! Unexpectedly, Principal Emperor Tier shot his own son a disapproving glare. This scared him into immediate silence.
At the same time, he was completely baffled. What's going on? Didn't Dad come here to avenge me? Why is he lashing out at me now?
Up until now, Principal Emperor Tyr had always doted on his son. After all, the boy was a good-for-nothing, and he had no other heirs.
What else could he do? He might as well raise him like a fool.
Anyway, as an Emperor Tyr with an incredibly long lifespan, he wasn't worried about any mishaps.
But today was different from any other day.
Principal Emperor Tyr had just emerged from that place when he received a message from his son saying he'd been beaten up by a human.
Chapter 48, You don't want to be fired as principal, do you?
He could even scrape together 50 or 60 million if he gritted his teeth. Now that Yang had used them, they had a powerful effect.
Sure enough, as soon as the words left his mouth, the Emperor Tyr Principal's soaring aura instantly dropped by half.
There was certainly some logic to what he said.
There were plenty of eyes fixed on the Principal's seat right beneath him. If he didn't cherish it, someone would inevitably try to take his place.
Take that old Coot Huangyu, for example. He'd probably been plotting to replace him for ages. But as a mere overlord Tyr Mino, he couldn't stir up much trouble. However, if this drew the attention of those Emperor Tyr figures, his position as principal would likely be in jeopardy. So, the Emperor Tyr Principal had no choice but to stop. But as soon as the kidney-deficient trickster came to his senses, he immediately protested.
Dad! Lily already consumed vitality a moment ago. Don't believe this human's lies. Huh? Lying to him?
The Emperor Tyr Principal's gaze turned cold. This human had shown him disrespect time and time again, and now he dared to toy with an Emperor Tyr. He'd make him wish he were dead later.
Yang said with contempt, You believe everything your stupid son says? Who's lying to you?
Such sarcasm left Principal Emperor Tyr feeling a bit embarrassed.
He turned to Lily and demanded angrily, Did you just absorb his vitality? Lily was a bit taken aback.
But she realized Yan was trying to team up with her to fool the principal. She still had a soft spot for Yang, even though he'd just stolen her first kiss. And since her older sister was also an Emperor Tyr, she wasn't afraid of this principal from Spectre Academy. So, she decided to play along. But before she could speak, Yang beat her to it.
I did, he replied.
The Emperor Tyr Principal was seething with rage.
Then what was the point of what you just said? Are you making a fool of me? I can tell you're not stupid. Yang thought to himself, but he explained aloud, Ms. Lin did indeed absorb my vitality just now.
But she only consumed it for 5 minutes. Ms. Lin spent 21 million bloom coins to bid on me, only to enjoy it for 5 minutes. That's really not fair. So, we agreed on this from the start. I'd give Ms. Lin a special 30-minute window to consume my vitality.
Right now, there are still 25 minutes left.
Hearing this, Lily wasn't exactly a slow-witted girl.
She immediately chimed in. That's right. I spent over 20 million bloom coins. I even gave up the nightclub I owned, and you only let me consume vitality for 5 minutes? Isn't that just bullying me? What's the matter, old dang? Do you think I'm an easy target? Do you believe I'll call my sister to stand up for me?
It would been fine if Lily hadn't brought it up, but the moment she mentioned her sister, the Emperor Tyr Principal's expression changed. The memory of that brutal beating he'd suffered was still fresh in his mind.
That stinking zombie's power was just too insane.
Even though they were clearly at the same stage, she'd beaten him so badly he couldn't even fight back. But the Violet-White clan's growth was extremely slow. Over the course of 180 years, her strength might not have changed at all.
But he'd been training in that place for decades. His power had long since skyrocketed.
He shouldn't be afraid of her anymore.
Unfortunately, even an Emperor Tyr wasn't immune to psychological trauma.
He still didn't want to see that terrifying female zombie again. So he simply waved his hand.
It's only 25 minutes. Hurry up. Lily let out a sigh of relief.
Yang had already stood up. He grabbed her hand and pulled her along, saying as he did so, It wouldn't be appropriate for you two to watch what happens next.
Don't worry,
old dang I want to run away. I can't go very far with Inspector Academy anyway. I'll be back in 25 minutes. Chapter 49, Oh no! Caught by the Emperor Tyr's sister in the act of kissing her little sister. The Emperor Tyr principal said nothing. The entire Spectre Academy was under her control. She could seal off the entire space with a single thought. Yang had absolutely nowhere to run. So, feeling at ease, he simply found a spot and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the 25 minutes to slowly pass. Meanwhile, Yang had already led Lily to the room the sycophantic auctioneer had prepared in advance. Because of what happened at the last auction, the sycophantic auctioneer had taken the precaution of keeping this room ready. He thought he wouldn't need it this time. But in the end, it came in handy after all. Are you really going to make me feed for another 25 minutes? I'm Commander Tyr, you know you won't be able to handle it, will you? Although Yang still looked full of energy right now. Lily had, after all, never drained a human's vitality before. She'd only heard through the grapevine that humans generally couldn't handle being drained by specters. And those who drained them were usually just D-tier or C-class small fry. Yang had already given her so much pure yang. If she drained him for another 25 minutes, would he really be able to handle it? Faced with Lily's concern, Yang remained completely unfazed. Can't handle it? Are you kidding me? He'd been through Commander Tyr before. You, that busty lowly, might look innocent. But when it came to draining vitality, she was even more ferocious than Jiang Yun. During those 2 days, there were several times when he was forced to let her take the lead. He had no idea how much pure yang he'd given away. And he hadn't felt any discomfort at all. Not to mention, Yang didn't really intend for Lily to absorb vitality for an extra 25 minutes. That was just an excuse he'd used a moment ago. The reason he'd used that excuse to pull her aside for a private conversation was to call in reinforcements. And as for who those reinforcements were, well, that goes without saying. I heard your sister is also an Emperor Tyr powerhouse? Yang got straight to the point. Lily made no attempt to hide it and nodded. That's right. My sister is the only Emperor Tyr member of our Violet White clan, an ancient Violet White who has lived for 10,000 years. 10,000 years? Yang couldn't help but size Lily up. That's right. They're both Emperor Tyr, and judging by how you acted earlier, you seem very confident in your sister. I'm sure she is no weaker than that principal. Ms. Lin, you don't want the human you spent 21 million to bid on to just be snatched away like this, do you? With the matter laid out so plainly, Lily naturally agreed. Just as Yang had said, she couldn't bear to let this human be taken away either. First, she spent 21 million bloom coins just to buy 5 minutes of his time. What a ripoff. She heard that the last time she bid on a D-tier female ghoul, she broken through the D-tier barrier in just a few days with his help. She must have drained plenty of his vitality. So why should she only get 5 minutes? That's not fair. Second, Yang's good looks had long since captured her heart without her even realizing it. After all, she was an innocent female zombie who hadn't been in a relationship in 200 years. It was a rare moment when her heart had fluttered. How could she just stand by and watch love fade away? Not to mention that this man had stolen her first kiss. Don't worry. I'll call my sister right now. I'll make sure you don't get taken away. Lily's gaze was determined as she pulled a talisman from her pocket. She hadn't put it back on after tearing it off earlier. Zombies of the Violet White clan carry a strong aura of death. This aura isn't a scent, but rather an eerie energy. Without a talisman to mask it, members of the Violet White clan would have. You'd have no privacy whatsoever wherever you went. Your exact location would be easily detected. And at Spectre Academy, all specters knew her identity. So there was no need to hide anymore. Sister, I'm in trouble, hurry over. Lily didn't want to explain too much, so she simply wrote those 6 short words. Her sister would definitely come as soon as she saw it. Putting the talisman away, she added, just so you know, my sister has been a bit fed up with you humans lately.
Keep your mouth shut for now, I'll explain everything to her. Fed up with humans? Yang winced. He'd been planning to take control of Lily and then curry favor with the Emperor Tyr. But it turned out she had a bone to pick with humans. What was he supposed to do now? Oh well, he'd just have to find another patron later. At worst, he'd just have to prove his worth to Spectre Auction a little more. He didn't believe they wouldn't be tempted. By the way, you still haven't told me, is that 25 minutes you mentioned for real? Lily asked, sounding a bit anxious. Yang thought for a moment. Since she'd gone out of her way to bring in an Emperor Tyr helper, he'd consider this a gesture of thanks. So he replied, of course it's true. Lily's face was beaming with anticipation. Then let us do it right now. It won't even take 25 minutes since my sister hasn't replied, she must be busy and can't spare the time. So once she replies, we'll wrap this up. This zombie girl. Wasn't she pretty angry just a moment ago? Why is she so excited now? But Yang didn't dwell on it. This was definitely a good thing for him. Let us do it, then, just like before. Yang spread his arms wide, motioning for her to come closer. Lily had already steeled herself mentally and pounced on him in an instant. Just as the man and the zombie girl locked lips before Yang's pure yang energy could even flow through her. A violent spatial disturbance erupted within the room. The next moment, a passage was forcibly torn open in space, and a figure radiating malevolent energy stepped out. What are you two doing? Chapter 50, Sister-in-law, isn't one of your subordinates named Morong Fong? Ugh. Lily's beautiful eyes widened instantly upon hearing that voice. She hurriedly broke free from Yang's embrace and looked at the figure emerging from the spatial rift beside them. She was terrified. Sis, why didn't you reply at all? You just showed up out of nowhere? Yang's mouth twitched. What the hell is going on here? He'd been caught red-handed kissing her sister? He'd heard that this 10,000-year-old female zombie already had a grudge against humans, and now she'd caught him in the act. TSK. She also knew the principal of Spectre Academy, a human whom even an Emperor Tyr would go to such great lengths to snatch up. At that thought, Lian couldn't help but glance at Yang, whom she had been ignoring for quite some time. Just one glance was enough to send a shock through her heart. Chun Yang? As a purple zombie who had lived for 10,000 years, she had witnessed Chun Yang's birth and demise in the Spectre's world with her own eyes. 1,000 years ago. The Spectre's world had just come into contact with the human world, and no invasions or similar incidents had yet occurred between the two. The contact was merely a collision between the two worlds. And Chun Yang was something that had been accidentally born from that collision. Back then, pure Yang appeared in the Spectre's world in various forms. Some were ethereal, almost intangible auras. Others were hidden within certain hosts. Still others, due to their immense mass, could directly take on beast or even human forms. As soon as pure Yang appeared, it plunged the entire Spectre's world into a frenzied scramble. From E-tier Specters all the way up to Overlord tier Specters. All went mad for it. However, at that time, Lian was just 1,000 years away from reaching the Emperor tier. And given the unique nature of the Violet White clan, the amount of pure Yang required was incalculable. Therefore, she did not participate in that upheaval. Several hundred years later, the two worlds had gradually stabilized and begun to merge. Pure Yang no longer appeared. The more they scrambled for it, the less there was, until it vanished completely. And after pure Yang had completely disappeared, how could the already frenzied Specters possibly accept this? So, when an Overlord tier Spectre discovered the vitality of the human world, the Spectre world launched a large-scale invasion. After all, although this vitality, full of impurities, couldn't compare to pure Yang. But there was just so much of it. It was also more than a year after the Specters had been rampaging through the human world that the world all over there could no longer tolerate it.
This bunch of specters was just too damn crazy, every single one of them acted like starving ghosts. So, with the mindset of sink or swim, the world will struck a final agreement with the world will of the specter realm. From then on, the specter auction was established. All of this took place under Lian's watchful eye. And yet, this very woman who had once looked down on the pure yang and refused to compete for it now felt nothing but shock upon discovering Yang's condition. Not only was this guy's body brimming with pure yang of the highest quality, but after peering into this human's body, she discovered that his pure yang was actually bottomless. That's right, if she had to describe it in one word, it could only be bottomless. She simply couldn't see the end of it. What does that even mean? The total amount of wild pure yang that once sent the entire specter's world into a frenzy might not even match what this single person possesses. In fact, most of the current specters have never even seen pure yang. Otherwise, the specter's world would surely be engulfed in a bloodbath. Emperor Tyr sister, have you seen enough yet? Seeing her stare at him for so long without saying a word, Yang couldn't help but wave his hand at her. That finally snapped Lian out of her shock. She now understood why that Emperor Tyr principal had also wanted to fight over a mere human. She must have discovered the pure yang within him as well. If it were her, she probably wouldn't be able to resist either. After all, such a vast amount of pure yang would be useful even to her, an Emperor Tyr, and even if she didn't use it herself, she could save it for her younger sister. Wait, it seemed this human was already entangled with her younger sister. And as luck would have it, Lily spoke up at that very moment. Sister, you have a very good reason to save him. Oh? What reason? Lian fixed her with a scrutinizing gaze, while the other girl, speaking without thinking, blurted out, because he is going to be your brother-in-law. Yang. Lian. She had expected Lian to get angry, but to her surprise, Lian instead wore an expression of regret. After all, things had gotten that far just a moment ago. They definitely had to keep up the act a little longer. She couldn't, yet her intuition alone made her sense an intense danger. But he was absolutely certain that Lily had never suffered any injustice. First of all, these professors and teachers all knew her background. They were scrambling. As he thought about it, an idea began to take root in the sycophantic auctioneer's mind. Discovering a alchemy furnace in the temple's underground chamber, Bai Qing shouted, "Come, all of you, help this Taoist master ascend to immortality." Then, dragging two specters by force, he threw himself into the crematorium with them. Chapter 52, Emperor Tyr Brawl? The world could finally stand it no longer. As the auras released by the two Emperor Tyr cultivators grew increasingly powerful, the entire auction hall began to tremble violently. No! It wasn't just the auction hall. The entire independent space housing Spectre Academy was trembling. Spectre Academy could accommodate the presence of an Emperor Tyr cultivator. But it certainly couldn't withstand the destruction caused by two Emperor Tyr cultivators fighting. Just as all the specters were trembling in fear, terrified that the space might collapse. The very next second, the space around the two Emperor Tyr figures suddenly ripped open. Two hands reached out from within and pulled them inside. If you're going to fight, don't do it here. If you break it, I'll have to fix it myself. After the space closed, a voice filled with displeasure still echoed through the air. What was that? The sycophantic auctioneer's jaw dropped. What just happened? Yang was completely baffled, but seeing the specter's expressions, he had a few guesses. Mr. Yang, the owner of those hands must be World Will. Just as he thought. The top sycophant's explanation matched his own guess perfectly. To be able to hold two beings standing at the very pinnacle of the specter world's hierarchy in her hands like little chicks. Who else could it be but the legendary World Will? Moreover, you could tell just from the way she complained. If it breaks, I'll fix it? This Spectre Academy belongs to World Will. It was destroyed by an Emperor Tyr, and in the end, she is the one who has to fix it. Case solved. Yang couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He never expected that he'd come to Spectre Academy just to attend an auction. First the Emperor Tyr, then World Will.
The more he messed around, the bigger the fuss got. Meanwhile, the viewers in the Specters livestream were all left speechless. Holy crap! Is that World Will? Mom, I've made it big. I've seen World Will. If it weren't for Shirakami, I might never have known in my whole life whether World Will is male or female. Come to think of it, does a being like World Will even have a gender? Who knows? Speaking of which, Blue Star's World Will has never shown up either. Now that we've seen World Will, shouldn't Shirakami take us to meet Blue Star's World Will next? Spectre Academy, auction venue. So does that mean this Spectre Academy internal auction has come to a successful close? Seeing that both Emperor tier figures had been taken away, the sycophantic auctioneer seized the opportunity to speak up. He glanced at the vice principal, who could only nod in agreement. All the auction items had been sold. What else was there to wait for? Were they waiting for the Emperor tier figures to return? Wait a minute. Yang suddenly interrupted. The specters shot him puzzled glances. What does this human want to do now? In their eyes, whenever Yang took the initiative to do something, it was never a small matter. Beating up an overlord tier old professor, firing off sweeping remarks urging all specters to open their eyes to the world, summoning reinforcements in the form of an emperor tier. What earth-shattering, god-defying feat was he planning this time? Yang pointed at the kidney-deficient specter, who hadn't yet snapped out of it. You, grab him for me. Yes, sir. You, who was always on high alert, immediately obeyed. He then channeled his spectral energy into his hand and yanked the kidney-deficient specter right out of booth 309. Let me go, what are you going to do to me? My dad is Emperor tier. Yang still wore a benevolent smile on his face. But he had already begun to flex his wrists. Your dad can't even save himself and you're counting on him to save you? Yang spouted pure villainous rhetoric. After stretching his limbs, he channeled vitality into his fists and unleashed a brutal beating on the kidney-deficient specter. Although pure Yang is a powerful tonic for specters, when used as a weapon, the damage it inflicts on them is proportional to its potency. Just a few punches had the kidney-deficient trickster screaming in agony. He was already no match for Yang, and now that he was immobilized by you, all he could do was take the beating in silence. After a barrage of punches and kicks, a black light swept in, teleporting the specters who were still watching the spectacle out of the auction hall. Yang stopped fighting at that moment. He turned to the vice principal, who had been pretending not to notice the whole time. Mr. Principal, there are no outsiders here now. Let us be frank. I want to kill this guy. Are you going to stop me? The vice principal's massive frame trembled. If it were just a beating to let off some steam, he could pretend not to see it. But if Yang were to kill kidney-deficient Wicked, that would be a huge problem. After all, he was the sole heir of an emperor tier. And a very doted-on one at that. He couldn't even imagine how furious the principal would be when he returned and learned that his son had been killed. Yang knew exactly what the vice principal was worried about. He smiled. The question you should be asking yourself right now is, will he even make it back? And even if he does, how much energy will he have left to worry about this? Old dang, I've got high hopes for you. You shouldn't be stuck at the vice principal level. Those 3 sentences struck a deep chord within the vice principal. That's right. That old man's opponent was none other than the long-renowned purple zombie king, the Emperor Tier Lien. Given that man's temperament, whether it's a major or minor matter, whether it's worth it or not once the fight starts, he won't back down easily. Either he'll subdue his enemy, or he'll be subdued by his enemy. There is absolutely no third option. And once their battle is over, the thing the Emperor Tier principal should be most worried about is whether he'll be targeted by other Emperor Tier figures. After all, which of these Emperor Tier figures doesn't have a sworn enemy? So, this is absolutely a golden opportunity to rise to power. First, he'll gradually seize all of the principal's powers for himself. Once he breaks through to Emperor Tier, the position of head principal will be his for the taking. Shunsugui watched the vice principal's expression grow increasingly eager. He sensed something was very wrong. My dad is an emperor tier. My dad is an emperor tier. If you dare kill me, my dad will never let you off the hook. And aren't you afraid my dad will find out about your wolfish ambitions and make you the first to go? Shunsugui directed his final words at the vice principal. However, not only did this threat fail to save his life, it actually strengthened the vice principal's resolve to eliminate him. Damn it! Of all the things you could have threatened, why did you have to threaten me with that? If you don't die, I won't be able to sleep a wink tonight. So, he immediately turned his back, and in the next instant, a black beam of light struck him. Mr. Yang, I'll wait for you outside. After we finish him off, we still have to go to the Academy's treasury to pick out our reward. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the vice principal had already been teleported away. Yeah, let us get this over with quickly. My cultivation practice is waiting for me. Yang muttered under his breath. Boss, should I just crush him to death right now? You volunteered. A B-rank kidney deficiency warlock in her hands was truly the kind she could crush to death with ease. But Yang waved his hand. I still have some good stuff here I haven't used yet, and I probably won't be facing any enemies below commander tier in the future. These 3 soul-blasting orbs are useless if I just keep them lying around, might as well use them now. Yang smiled as he pulled out the soul-blasting orbs he acquired at the last D-tier auction. There were 3 in total, and the moment the kidney-deficient Spectre saw them, his pupils contracted sharply. He had heard of the soul-shattering orbs' notorious reputation. They were extremely lethal against Spectres below commander tier. Even a single one could kill a D-tier Spectre. However, Yang was facing a severely wounded B-tier kidney-deficient Spectre, yet he used all 3 at once. What can you do? Money talks. For streaks of black light surged forward, simultaneously enveloping Yang, Lily, Yu, and the auctioneer. Just as they were about to be teleported away, Yang hurled the 3 soul-shattering orbs with all his might. No! A desperate scream from the Spectre was followed by a massive explosion. 2 new books are being released simultaneously. Both are Spectre dungeon-style stories, and both will be updated together. The book titles and synopses are posted here. If you're interested, please check them out and try to keep up with the updates. Title: Just got dismembered by Spectres. How did I end up becoming the Taoist Master? Synopsis: As a schizophrenic, Bai Qing had always believed he was living in a Spectre's cultivation world. Until the blood moon hung in the sky, the Spectre's game descended, and he was chosen to become a player. And so, the Spectres witnessed a scene that sent shivers down their spines. Cultivation world: the Taoist master prepares to test Bai Qing's cultivation progress. Spectre's dungeon: Bai Qing walks into a funeral home and has his neck snapped by a security guard. Master, I've mastered the cultivation technique you taught me. With his head twisted 180 degrees, he laughs maniacally and crushes the security guard's skull with a backhand. He ventured deep into the Taoist temple to pay his respects to the founding master, only to discover that he was already dead. Meanwhile, Bai Qing excitedly tore the Spectres who were pretending to be corpses to shreds, searching for golden elixir. Upon discovering a elixir furnace in the temple's underground chamber, Bai Qing shouted, "Come, all of you, help this Taoist master ascend to immortality." Then he forcibly dragged 2 Spectres with him and plunged into the crematorium together. Br. Chapter 53, A Battlefield of Azura? Not a chance. Spectre Academy. Outside, Jiang Yun had already been waiting there for quite some time. She had been teleported out along with the other Spectres. The 4 succubus sisters were also following behind her, the eldest sister waiting obediently. Seeing them, Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion deep within. Before he knew it, the number of female supernatural beings by his side had grown steadily. Now there was another zombie girl, Lily. They were all Spectres, not a single human among them. Suddenly, Yang felt a sharp sting at his waist. It turned out Lily was pinching the soft flesh there, her face full of jealousy. Jiang Yun wore the exact same expression. This scene. A love triangle? Even you, Baishin, have come to this? This is the first time I've ever seen Baishin look so helpless. Great, let Baishin be a womanizer. Serves him right now, he can't handle it all. I'm actually curious, how is Baishin going to handle this?
The audience speculated wildly.
However, Yang's actions always took them by surprise. I guess I came at the wrong time.
Zhang Yun's tone was thick with jealousy. Yang, however, reached out to her.
No, you came at just the right time. And you stopped pinching me. We're all sisters now, so why all the hostility? Yang pinched Lily's cheek without hesitation.
At the same time, she pulled Zhang Yun into her embrace.
If you two don't behave, you won't get any vitality rewards in the future, you know.
With two delicate figures nestled close by her side, the invisible whiff of jealousy in the air quickly dissipated.
After all, no vitality? That's out of the question.
In the face of vitality, having one more sister wasn't really such a big deal.
This scene left the audience completely blown away. Holy shit! You can play it like that? I'm impressed. I'm really impressed.
I just tried that with my girlfriend, and now she wants to break up with me.
What should I do? To the guy above, I suggest you just restart the game. That's hilarious. Shirakami has vitality, what do you have? Does your girlfriend think she can drain your vitality or something? Spectre Academy. The vice principal looked on with envy.
Mr. Yang, you really are quite the ladies' man.
Yang remained completely unfazed. A love triangle? No way. If he can't even handle a few female specters, how is he supposed to keep living off others in the future? Alright, enough of this nonsense. Hurry up and take me to the Academy's treasury. Yang waved his hand dismissively.
Compared to the vice principal's flattery, he was far more interested in anything related to the nameless art. Just then, the sycophantic auctioneer, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up.
Mr. Yang, I'm going to step away for a moment.
I need to report on the auction to our auction house's director. He is currently at Spectre Academy. This was the sycophantic auctioneer's job, so Yang didn't stop him.
But you immediately chimed in. Boss, I need to go with him too. Since the director is here anyway, I can hand in my resignation right then.
Yang didn't stop her either. You should have left the auction house long ago. She just never had the chance. Now was the perfect opportunity to resign from her position at the auction house. The sycophantic auctioneer froze for a moment.
What the hell? This veteran auctioneer in charge of the D-tier auctions was quitting? And from the looks of it, she was planning to tag along with Mr. Yang from now on. It suddenly dawned on him. So he wasn't the first one to have this idea. To be precise, you had already put it into action.
Damn it, if that is the case, then he couldn't fall behind either.
Mr. Yang!
The sycophantic auctioneer suddenly shouted.
Yang looked at him in confusion. What is it now? Boss. My name is Zhong Chu. Zhong Chu, Zhong. Yang?
The more he said that name, the weirder it sounded.
Ha ha ha, what the hell is Zhong Chu?
What a bizarre name, even Baishin wouldn't be able to pull that off.
By the way, does the Specters world even have that word? Of course it does.
Don't treat these specters like barbarians. They've got succubi, and they're way more adventurous than we are.
That makes sense.
But Baishin just said he wants to develop a business in the Specters world.
Does that mean he has absolutely no intention of coming back? Why come back?
If Baishin makes a name for himself in the Specters world, maybe we'll even get a chance to visit it someday.
You're still thinking about going to the Specters world? Aren't you afraid of dying? What is there to be afraid of? With Baishin around, who dare hurt us Dragon Country folks? Zhong Chu knew his name was a bit awkward. He decided to just say goodbye to Yang outright. By the way, Senior Yu, that manager is in charge of auctions below the D tier. He probably can't handle your case, right?
After US breakthrough, she should have been promoted to an auctioneer for commander tier auctions.
She just hadn't reported it yet.
Even so, she wasn't someone that supervisor could handle. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, you shrugged it off. Anyway, I already told him to find a higher-ranking supervisor to report to himself.
If he won't deal with it, then I'll just beat him up. Zhang Chu.
It felt like this senior had become quite hot-tempered ever since she started working with Mr. Yang. 2 new books are being released simultaneously, a Specters dungeon crawling series with both books updated together. The titles and synopses are posted here. If you're interested, please check them out and try to keep up with the updates. Title: Just got dismembered by specters. How did I end up becoming the Taoist master? Synopsis. As a person suffering from schizophrenia, Bai Qing has always believed he lives in a cultivation world inhabited by specters. Until the blood moon hung in the sky and the specters game descended and he was chosen to become a player.
And so,
the specters witnessed a scene that sent shivers down their spines.
Cultivation world, the Taoist master prepared to test Bai Qing's cultivation progress.
Specters dungeon, Bai Qing walks into a funeral home and has his neck snapped by a security guard.
Taoist master, I've mastered the cultivation technique you taught me.
With his head twisted 180 degrees, he laughed maniacally and crushed the security guard's skull with a backhand. He ventured deep into the Taoist temple to pay his respects to the founding master, only to discover that he was already dead. Meanwhile, Bai Qing excitedly tore the specters who were pretending to be corpses to shreds, searching for golden elixirs. Discovering an alchemy furnace in the temple's underground chamber, Bai Qing shouted, "Come, all of you, help this Taoist master ascend to immortality." Then, dragging 2 specters along, he threw himself into the cremation furnace.
BR. Chapter 54, The Sun's Portrait, Forging the Golden Elixir, and officially embarking on the path of immortality. After Zhang Chu and the 2 ghosts left, Yang took his female ghost wives and concubines to the Academy's treasury. This was technically against the rules, but the vice principal didn't say anything. After all, the rules had been set by the Emperor tier principal. But in the future, Spectre Academy would most likely be renamed the Huang Academy. So why couldn't he just change the rules now? The Academy's treasure vault. The moment Yang stepped inside, his body couldn't help but tremble. It was as if his body had sensed something. Drawn by that pull, his gaze fell upon the portrait of the sun in the corner of the treasury. Just as he suspected. It was connected to the nameless art as well. Yang immediately strode forward and took the portrait in his hands. "Mr. Yang, this painting was left behind by that old geezer before he vanished. All these years, I haven't found any use for it. I was actually planning to find an opportunity to toss it out. I didn't expect you to be interested in it." The old geezer he was referring to was, of course, the Emperor tier principal. Now even the vice principal no longer treated him with respect. He addressed him directly as an old geezer. Yang wasn't surprised. The old man had clearly let success go to his head. However, what concerned him even more was the vice principal's second half of the remark. He wanted to throw this portrait away? Yang's mouth twitched slightly, and his tone turned a bit sharp. "Old Huang, if you throw that painting away, you'll never have a chance to be promoted to a permanent position." The vice principal's face stiffened slightly. What Yang was saying outright was that if it weren't for that painting, he wouldn't have come to Spectre Academy. And none of the events that followed would have happened. He, old Huang, would also lose this precious opportunity for promotion. Whoa! This seemingly ordinary, worthless portrait, and yet Mr. Yang values it so highly? "Old Huang, I'm taking this painting. Could you step aside for a moment?" Yang asked with a smile. Though phrased as a question, his tone left no room for refusal. Seeing this, the vice principal naturally wouldn't have the nerve to stay. It was obvious that Yang was about to reveal some secrets. His relationship with Yang clearly wasn't close enough for that yet. So, without another word, he turned and left the Academy's treasury. Lily, noticing that Yang hadn't shooed her away, asked curiously, "Is there something unusual about this painting?"
Yang unfurled the portrait of the sun completely, staring intently at the mysterious symbols on it, feeling a surge of excitement.
This portrait is probably worthless to you specters. But to me, it's a priceless treasure.
Armed with the experience he gained from activating the red robe scroll last time. This time he directly released the pure yang within his body and channeled it into the portrait.
The next moment,
the sun in the painting emitted an intense red light. It was even more intense than the reaction from the red robe scroll.
The entire academy treasury was bathed in red, nothing else could be seen. Fortunately, this state didn't last long. After just 1 minute,
the red light gradually faded, and the painting returned to calm.
The rows of symbols beneath the sun also transformed into Chinese characters.
Use the mind as a lid, the body as a furnace, and pure yang as fire to forge the golden elixir. As he read on, Yang's voice grew fainter and fainter.
Golden elixir? Was this the golden elixir he had imagined?
The golden elixir stage, a realm all cultivators must pass through. Likewise, the cultivation method depicted in this sun portrait still consisted of only 3 great celestial circuits. The 7th great celestial circuit, the 8th great celestial circuit, the 9th great celestial circuit. The 3 great celestial circuits of the nameless art serve to cultivate the mind and nurture one's nature. The 3 great celestial circuits of the red-robed secret scroll serve to cultivate the body through the mysterious arts. And the 3 great celestial circuits of the sun painting are for forging the golden elixir, building upon the foundation of mind and body cultivation established in the first 6 great celestial circuits. This marks the official beginning of the path of immortality. Lily and Jiang Yun watched from the sidelines, but even after watching for quite a while, they still couldn't figure out what it meant.
In their understanding, they knew absolutely nothing about cultivating immortality.
Yang didn't seem inclined to explain either. After all, if he were to explain this to people from Longwa, they'd grasp it instantly. But explaining it to these specters would be a waste of breath, they wouldn't understand even if he did. So, he simply ruffled the hair of the 2 female specters.
You don't need to know that much. Anyway, once I've cultivated this, my vitality will be even more abundant. And when that happens, you'll be the ones who benefit.
With those words, the 2 women immediately understood.
That's great news. Alright, let us not keep old Huang waiting outside too long. Let us go. Cultivating the sun portrait wasn't something that could be done in just a few minutes. Couldn't he just stay in the Academy's treasury forever, could he?
Besides, this wasn't really a suitable place for cultivation anyway.
He pushed open the door.
The vice principal had been waiting right there at the entrance the whole time. The treasury's soundproofing was quite good, so he hadn't heard a single word of the conversation inside.
Following Lily's instructions, Yang wrote a check from Heaven and Earth Bank. A total of 800,000 gloom coins, the payment for the succubus.
Now, a mere 800,000 was practically a drop in the bucket for Yang. He was now far wealthier than even those commander-tier players.
Old Huang, here's the money for the succubus. Take good care of it.
Yang slapped the check into the vice principal's hand, looking every bit the nouveau riche.
The thing is, he really was a nouveau riche in the world of specters.
Mr. Yang, I'm so sorry you've already been such a great help to me. The vice principal wanted to be polite, but little did he know that his politeness would backfire. As soon as Yang heard those words, how could he possibly stand for it? He snatched the check right back from where it had just been placed.
You're embarrassed, are you? Well, then I won't give it to you. You're the generous one, old Huang. So I'll just take these for succubi with me, you don't mind, do you? The vice principal's expression froze.
It took him a long while to force a smile that looked worse than a cry.
Mr. Yang, how could you say that? What is there for old Huang to mind? Just take them.
He said this with his mouth. But his heart was bleeding. As a native of the specters world, his mindset was very different from that of a nouveau riche like Yang. Every single gloom coin was hard-earned money, not to mention the vice principal's exorbitant behind-the-scenes expenses in his quest for promotion. Losing 800,000 gloom coins just like that truly broke his heart. But it was his own fault for being too polite. Who knew Yang would take him seriously? Sigh. The vice principal let out a sigh. All he could do in the end was watch Yang walk away.
20 minutes later.
Yang was also waiting for Zhang Chu and Yu, who had returned after submitting their resignations.
As expected,
Yu had taken matters into her own hands, forcing the person in charge to accept her resignation.
Once we're back, meet me at the central ghost city, in the commercial district. Yang announced the meeting place.
He couldn't wait to start building his own business empire. The next moment, a black beam of teleportation light swept in. A group of specters, accompanied by a human, all returned to where they had come from.
Chapter 55, The Rules of the Spectre World. Why should they apply to me, a human?
Teleporting out of Spectre Academy. Yang, Yu, and Zhang Yun all returned to the Crimson Clan.
Why are you back too? Don't you have to be in class?
Seeing that Zhang Yun had come back as well, Yang was a bit puzzled. Brother Yang, I studied there for 2 days, but what those teachers taught was useless. Even a year's worth of cultivation resources isn't as good as spending 2 days by your side.
She wasn't wrong about that.
Although the cultivation resources at Spectre Academy were considered quite good.
At least a year's worth of resources for these students was equivalent to half a lifetime's worth for an ordinary member of the Ghost Clan. But even so,
Zhang Yun, who had already tasted the sweetness of pure yang, still looked down on them.
No matter how abundant or high quality the cultivation resources were, could they really allow a specter with average talent to break through from D tier to D tier in just a few short days? Obviously not.
But Yang could do it. Rather than continuing to waste time at Spectre Academy, she might as well come back and win Yang's heart. Even a single visit was worth half a year of her cultivation. Not to mention, she now had more and more sisters. On the surface, they no longer competed or fought over him, but deep down, Zhang Yun still felt a strong sense of crisis.
What if Brother Yang lost his heart to one of those specters and neglected her? Who would she turn to for comfort then? Is that so? Then there really is no need to go. Since you're back anyway, why don't you come with me to check out the commercial district? I actually have 2 businesses there right now.
Zhang Yun was a bit surprised.
2?
She knew that Lily had given Yang the nightclub worth 10 million.
But where did the other business come from? Noticing her confusion, Yang smiled and said, "Someone gave it to me as a gift."
While they were talking, the commander tier members of the clan noticed the commotion caused by the 3 of them returning.
Zhang Jin rushed over immediately.
But before he could say a word, he saw Yang's eyes light up.
"Hey, old dang, you're just in time. Get us a ride, I'm heading to the business district." Zhang Jin's face darkened.
"I came here to ask about your special abilities, not to be your servant."
"Got a problem with that?"
"You, beat him up."
Noticing the hint of displeasure on Zhang Jin's face, Yang issued the order without a moment's hesitation.
"Yes, boss." US Overlord tier aura surged, instantly crushing Zhang Jin so he could barely breathe.
With that, the last trace of discontent vanished from his face. "Are you kidding me?"
Back when this female bodyguard was still a commander tier, she'd beaten him so badly he could barely take care of himself.
Now that she was at the Overlord tier, wouldn't even a casual move from her be enough to take his life?
Zhang Jin was envious. But not so envious that he'd risk his life for it. He begged for mercy repeatedly. "Spare my life. I'll go tell them to get everything ready right away." Yang waved his hand, and only then did you stop her intimidation.
He had long since seen through Zhang Jin's ulterior motives.
For a guy like this who wasn't entirely trustworthy, it was necessary to intimidate him from time to time. Of course, if he dared to harbor any more ulterior motives after being intimidated, then no matter what his status was, he couldn't be spared. At the scene, aside from Yang, who remained composed, the other specters didn't dare breathe a single breath.
After all, that was an Overlord tier. Their entire Crimson Clan currently had only one Overlord tier their clan head. However,
Come to think of it, they hadn't seen the clan head make an appearance in recent years. Whether it was a major or minor matter, Jiangjin had always stepped in to handle it. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, a red figure flew in. Ro, dressed in a cheongsam, landed gracefully. Yang, after I brought you here last time, I had to take care of some business. By the time I got back, you'd already left. I'm finally seeing you today. Hearing this, Yang realized something was off. That's right, during the few days he stayed at the Crimson Clan, he hadn't seen Ro at all. Logically speaking, she should come to see him long ago. Do you remember that Morong Fong? Ro asked suddenly. Yan nodded. Of course I remember. That old guy was basically my first enemy in the specters world. The enemies he considered as such were the ones who could truly pose a threat to him. At first, Yara had counted as one of them. But back then, it was simply because he didn't fully understand his pure Yang constitution yet. Otherwise, Yara, a D-tier female specter, wouldn't have been worthy of his attention from the very beginning. Ro smiled and pulled out a donation receipt. The donoress name listed was Yang S, and the donating organization was Spectre Auction. But the most important part, the recipient was actually Longhua? Ro had donated a whopping 3 million bloom coins. However, all the fame and fortune went to Yang. Ever since Morong Fong died at the auction, I've had my eye on his family. After returning to report, I went straight to raid Morong Fong's home and sold off everything in his family that could be liquidated, ultimately netting a total of 6 million bloom coins. I kept 3 million for myself, and I gave the other 3 million to your country. Roa's actions were not without purpose. She clearly intended to win Yang's favor by helping Longhua. Although this was merely the long way of a parallel world, Yang didn't feel it was any different from the original Longhua. The only difference was that the Longhua of this world needed his help even more. So, Ro had indeed done the right thing. Thanks for your help, mother-in-law. Yang offered his thanks, only to be met with a roll of Ro's eyes. Don't call me mother-in-law, you're making me sound old. You and Xiao Yun aren't even close to getting married yet. Just call me sister from now on. Yang. Jian Yun. Not even close to getting married yet? Ro was blatantly lying through her teeth. Jiang Yun finally couldn't hold back any longer. Mom, that is too much. I've been here the whole time, and you haven't even glanced at me. Now you want brother Yang to call you sister? How am I supposed to handle this in the future? The barrage of questions left Ro feeling a bit awkward. She waved her hand. Let us talk about this later. I've been busy these past few days and I'm a bit tired. With that, she turned and walked away. As she passed by Jiangjin, however, she stopped in her tracks. Her expression turned serious. Jiangjin, I advise you not to set your sights on Yang. This household won't be under your control for much longer. Since you're his older brother, I'll give you one piece of advice: leave when you should. If there are things you can't let go of, then just wait to be reduced to ashes along with them. After issuing this threat, Ro walked away. Jiangjin stood frozen in place, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the vehicle he ordered his clan members to prepare had finally been delivered. It was a sports car, stylish on the outside, but in reality, a genuine spectral artifact. However, driving it required a driver's license from the Spectre's world. Jiang Yun didn't have one, and you couldn't be bothered to get one. As for Yang, well, that goes without saying. Brother Yang, why don't we arrange for a driver? Jiang Yun suggested, but Yang immediately refused. Why do we need a driver? I'll just drive it myself. Huh? But Yang, you don't have a driver's license. Yang waved his hand dismissively. What do I need that for? The Spectre's world requires Specters to have a driver's license to drive, but there is no rule saying humans need one. Why should the rules of your Spectre's world apply to me, a human? That made sense. Jiang Yun and you sat in the back seat. Yang, do you have a driver's license in the human world?
I heard the rules there are the same as ours. That's right, you need a driver's license there too, but I'm a law-abiding citizen. Just as Jiangyan let out a sigh of relief, she heard Yang add. I've never driven a car in the human world. Jiangyun, you? Chapter 57, Can we borrow a specter from Spectre Auction? Everyone, there is no need to be afraid. I'm a very kind human who just wants to focus on building my career. I welcome you all to come hang out at the Supreme Club in the future. I'm the new owner there. As soon as he said this, the specters were dealt another crushing blow. Supreme Club? That was the largest nightclub in the business district, having been open for 200 years. But it was said that the owner had changed 180 years ago. And that owner was extremely mysterious. He had never shown his face. Who would have thought that before the original owner had even appeared, this human had already become the new owner? Although it was hard to believe, the specters didn't question the truth of Yang's words. After all, even overlord tier beings were reduced to serving as his driver. There was simply no reason for someone of such stature to deceive a bunch of lowly specters. Yang! Suddenly, an excited voice rang out from among the scattered specters. Looking in the direction of the voice, they were startled to see Lily. Beside her stood the 4 succubus sisters in Zhongchu. They had arrived in the business district long ago. They'd been waiting here the whole time. The moment Zhongchu sensed the aura of an overlord tier, he guessed it must be Yang and his group causing the commotion. Upon arriving, his hunch was confirmed. Mr. Yang really is a walking hot topic. Zhongchu couldn't help but remark. They hadn't known each other long, but Yang managed to stir up a big commotion at every turn. He'd grown accustomed to it. Bro, we've gotta hit up the Supreme Club more often from now on. Just as Yang was about to leave with Lily and the others, a loud shout suddenly rang out from among the specters. Immediately, the other specters joined in the chant. Just a few minutes ago, they'd all viewed Yang as prey. A few minutes later, they'd all turned into sycophants. Supreme Club. In a private room, Yang was unceremoniously crossing names off a list. Fire this one, fire that one too. What he held in his hand was the list of Supreme Club executives. At that moment, these executives were standing in the private room, their faces filled with indignation. Boss, you've got to give us a reason for firing us, right? We've worked diligently at the Supreme Club for so many years. Even if we haven't achieved great feats, we've certainly put in the hard work. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to fire us right after taking over? Yang turned a deaf ear to their complaints. He continued crossing names off the list. In no time at all, every name on the list had been crossed out. In other words, every single executive at the Supreme Club had been fired by him. Amid the puzzled stares of Lily and the others, and the furious glares of the executives, Yang stretched. Only then did he slowly speak up to offer his explanation. What's the reason? It's simple, I don't trust you. Although they received an explanation, the executives completely rejected this flimsy excuse. Boss, that's a far-fetched excuse. You've just arrived here, we're the ones you should trust the most. One executive couldn't help but retort. Yang shot him a glance and pulled out the Supreme Club's ledger. I'll leave this ledger right here. Any of you who dare claim you haven't tampered with it even in the past 200 years, step forward. As soon as he said this, several executives immediately stepped forward. At that very moment, Yang's next words rang out. If there really is no problem, I might consider letting him stay, but if I discover even the slightest hint of fraud, I want to just bury him. I'll raid his family's home as well. Yang clapped his hands, and you stepped forward at just the right moment. The overwhelming aura of an overlord tier figure bore down directly on the executives. It filled them with dread. Instantly, the executives who had already stepped forward withdrew their legs. Seeing this, Yang let out a cold laugh. You, grab those guys who just stepped forward. Break whichever leg they stepped out with. As for the rest of you, get the hell out of here, don't make me show you the door. Sorry, boss, we're out of here right away.
The executives who narrowly escaped turned pale and scrambled out of the private room in a panic.
Meanwhile, the remaining few were already screaming in agony. 1 minute later. The private room was noticeably emptier.
Lily finally couldn't hold back any longer. She sat down beside him curiously and asked,
"Yang, how did you figure out they were up to no good?"
Yang shrugged.
"I didn't notice anything."
"Huh?
It wasn't just Lily." The other specters looked just as baffled. "You didn't notice? So you were just putting on a show just now?" Yang wagged his index finger.
"You told me on the way here that after acquiring this nightclub, you've never once shown your face. And with a business this powerful, if the boss hasn't shown his face in 180 years, 90% of the specters are bound to start harboring ulterior motives.
So, as long as the threat is severe enough, they slip up on their own."
Yang slammed the ledger down on the table. The business he was about to develop would be the core of his future. So, even if it meant a bit of trouble in the beginning, he wouldn't keep those shady characters around. He wouldn't let a single bad apple spoil the whole bunch.
"But now that you've fired all the executives, how will things run in the future?"
Even without any business experience, Lily knew that a business simply couldn't function without someone in charge. As for Yang himself, although they hadn't known each other long, Lily was certain Yang wouldn't bother managing things himself.
Sure enough, Yang really had no intention of managing things himself.
He simply pointed at Zhongchu. "You'll have to work a little harder from now on. The Supreme Club and that hotel are all yours." This happiness came too suddenly.
Zhongchu wasn't mentally prepared for it.
But when he came to his senses, he realized
this wasn't happiness at all.
This was clearly going to work him to death. However, as the number one sycophant and since he'd already decided to follow Yang, he believed he could certainly overcome this difficulty. So, without much hesitation, he took on this heavy responsibility.
Yang's eyes lit up with satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad.
I really didn't misjudge you.
Do a good job.
If you perform well in the future, I'll consider giving you some vitality to help you break through to the next level." In any case, he had to paint a rosy picture first.
Yang didn't promise any gold or silver either, because he knew.
For the specters,
nothing could move their hearts more than his pure Yang.
If there was anything else,
it must be that he hadn't given them enough pure Yang.
"Boss, we don't really need to put so much pressure on ourselves.
Don't forget we can still borrow specters from the specter auction."
At that moment, Yu suddenly suggested. It was actually a good suggestion, but Yang's lips twitched.
"I've already poached 2 auctioneers from the auction house. Do you think they'd feel comfortable lending me specters?"
Yu's expression turned a bit awkward. That's right, she herself had been poached. However, Yang changed the subject.
"Actually, it might be worth a try.
I want to die, my head hurts, I'm weak all over, I'm so exhausted I can't even think straight." Chapter 58, We're all sisters, what's there to fight about? Let us just enjoy ourselves together. Alright, we'll discuss the specters later. As for the hotel, Zhongchu, just keep developing it as you have been. As for the Supreme Club, Yang pulled out her Tiandi bank savings card and slammed it down on the table. "Use the money in here to buy me a large batch of succubi, at least 500.
Hearing this,
the specters in the private room all froze for a moment. The more naive ones hadn't quite grasped what she meant. But people like Zhongchu and the 4 succubus sisters
got it instantly.
The boss had a great idea. He was going to turn the Supreme Club into a brothel.
But unlike other establishments in the industry,
the Supreme Club would have nothing else. Only succubi. Seeing their expressions, Yang knew these guys had already figured out what he meant. "Zhongchu, you're in charge of this. The 4 of you are succubi too, so you should know some convenient channels, right? After all, we need quite a few of them." The eldest of the 4 succubus sisters nodded.
"Master, rest assured. We'll definitely complete this task." "Master?"
Ever since he bought these 4 succubus sisters from the vice principal. Their form of address had changed. Lily pouted, while Jiang Yun had already gotten used to it. It's settled, then. You 4 go handle your current tasks. That's all for today. Yang wasn't in any hurry regarding the development of the Supreme Club. He had plenty of time to take his time. Rushing things would only result in a subpar product. That wasn't what he wanted. After Zhang Chu and the 4 succubus sisters left, the entire private room instantly fell silent, leaving only Yu, Lily, and Jiang Yun, the 3 female spirits. Yang leaned back quietly against the soft backrest of the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on the 3 women. He carefully observed every subtle change in their facial expressions. As the 3 sorceresses exchanged silent glances, time seemed to stand still, and an indescribable, ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Although none of them spoke, the messages conveyed through their eye contact were crystal clear. They all knew what the others were thinking. As the seconds ticked by, this ambiguous atmosphere gradually took on a different tone. A hint of tension began to linger. Each of them wanted to stay with Yang and, ideally, for something to happen. Especially Lily. As the last of the 3 to arrive, she hadn't consumed a single dose of vitality yet. As for Yang, he could already clearly feel the deep-seated longing and anticipation within him gradually awakening like a sleeping lion. The gazes of the 3 female spirits were likewise filled with subtle, mysterious hints and allure. But even though Yang was already feeling restless inside, he decided to hold back his impulses for the time being. Not for any other reason. He was simply curious to see what kind of rivalry would unfold among these 3 women. In the end, it was Lily who lost her patience first. Surprisingly, her first target wasn't Jiang Yun, who was relatively weaker, but Yu, an overlord tier powerhouse. In a soft, melodious voice, she said, "Sister, since you're already an overlord tier powerhouse, I'm sure you don't care too much about a little vitality, right? Why not step aside and let us younger generations have a chance to compete?" The so-called younger generations. The subtext of her words was clearly a veiled jab at age, implying she shouldn't be so fixated on a young man like Yang. However, faced with Lily's sharp and barbed provocation, Yu simply replied nonchalantly, "Sorry, but I'm only 149 years old this year." Lily. Her attempt to belittle Yu backfired, exposing her as the oldest of the 3 women. As a result, Lily's provocation not only failed to achieve the desired effect but also put her on the defensive. She was instantly at a loss for words, a hint of embarrassment and helplessness crossing her face. She muttered to herself, "So you're just picking on me because I'm from the Violet White clan, where cultivation relies entirely on longevity, is that it?" After all, for the Violet White clan, Overlord tier practitioners are ancient monsters who lived for thousands of years. But Yuan Tia Violet White, she was just a specter as ordinary as they come. Specters who could break through to the Overlord tier at her age were as rare as hen's teeth. As for her, she merely possessed decent natural talent and relied on Yang's pure yang to achieve such a terrifying cultivation speed. If it weren't for that one time she absorbed the pure yang, she would likely have been stuck at the commander tier for several hundred years. Or even longer. Lily was at a loss for words, but now it was Jiang Yun's turn to speak. "My 2 elder sisters, one of you is a commander tier powerhouse, and the other is an overlord tier master. Your strength is so formidable that you are both among the very best of us specters." As she spoke, a hint of envy flashed in her eyes, but it quickly faded. "In comparison, I'm nothing more than a mere D-tier cultivator. With such meager strength, if I were to follow Brother Yang, I'd likely only be a burden to him, wouldn't I? I really don't want to cause trouble for Brother Yang, so this time, could you 2 sisters please go easy on me and let me have this chance? Sincerity is the ultimate weapon." Jiang Yun's tone was utterly sincere, and her clear eyes showed not a trace of insincerity. These words left the 2 women speechless. They didn't know how to respond. After all, Jiang Yun had already expressed her thoughts so earnestly. If they were to continue competing with her, it would indeed seem a bit inappropriate. Wouldn't that make them look a bit petty? Amid the silence, the originally tense atmosphere gradually eased. After a long moment, Lily looked at you beside her. The two exchanged a glance and sighed silently together. Oh well, oh well. Let us just let it go this time. We won. T compete with her. There'll be plenty of opportunities like this in the future anyway. After all, Yang is going to make a name for himself in the specters world. He's not going anywhere. Seeing that both women had conceded defeat and stepped back, Jiang Yun couldn't help but chuckle softly. Woohoo! This is great. Now I can spend more happy, joyful times with brother Yang again. Her unabashed delight made the other two women seethe with frustration and grow even more envious. But Jiang Yun wasn't just putting on a show. At this very moment, what she coveted was no longer limited to the pure yang qi within Yang's body. What mattered even more was that wondrous experience beyond her wildest imagination. Ever since that 3-day battle within the clan, she had been unable to forget that sensation. And just then, Yang, who had been silently watching the spectacle, finally couldn't hold back any longer. Under the puzzled gazes of the three female spirits, he stood up, walked straight over, closed the private room door, and locked it from the inside. All this fighting, what's there to fight over? Do you think I'm weak? Weak? What a joke. If Yang could even be considered weak, then there wouldn't be a single strong man left in the entire world. So what did he mean by that? Yang let out a mischievous chuckle. I've already said it, you'll be sisters from now on. Shouldn't you enjoy this together? Chapter 59, Golden Core achieved, 10,000 witches run amok. An entire day passed. The private room door, which had remained tightly shut the whole time, finally opened slowly, revealing a narrow crack. The first to step out was, surprisingly, Yang. There wasn't a trace of fatigue on his face. On the contrary, he looked full of energy. Dual cultivation with the three female witches had significantly increased the compatibility of his vitality. As for the three female whites, only you, an overlord tier practitioner, was in relatively good shape. The other two were already completely exhausted. This was because Jiang Yun had brought the knowledge and items she'd learned from the four succubus sisters into this battle. This put them through a grueling ordeal. Of course, there were plenty of benefits as well. Jiang Yun broke through directly to D tier, and Lily's long stagnant level finally began to rise. That's just how dominant pure Yang is. Not even the innate traits of the Violet White clan could stand in its way. You reaped the least benefit, as she was already at the overlord tier. She likely wouldn't make much progress until Yang began cultivating the techniques depicted in the sun painting. Meanwhile, the viewers who had been waiting anxiously in front of the black screen for an entire day were nearly moved to tears the moment the livestream went live. Holy shit! White God is truly a man of his word. A whole day, a full day. Don't even mention it. I'm so jealous I could cry. Never mind whether his vitality is enough for three female witches to feed on. Just look at that stamina. It's not something an ordinary person could match. Why do those three get to spend the night with White God? I want that too. To the person above, stop fantasizing about Bai Shun. Why not check me out instead? Bro, he's a bottom. No problem, I'm a top. Ha? A top-bottom forbidden romance? You two are crazy. The three you women were still resting in the private room. Meanwhile, Yang had already left the Supreme Club. He arrived at another hotel under his name, and Zhong Chu, having received the message, immediately came out to greet him. As for this hotel, according to Yang's instructions, it only needed to remain as it was. So, until the four succubus sisters found a way in, Zhong Chu actually had it pretty quiet. Boss, what do you need? Even though he'd become the manager of two establishments, Zhong Chu still hadn't forgotten his primary role. The number one sycophant. Not only did he come out to greet Yang himself, but he also brought the entire staff along. Boss, is there anything you need? Dozens of specters, dressed in their work suits, bowed at a 90-degree angle to Yang. Yang. Specters passing by noticed the commotion and turned to look. When they saw a group of specters bowing to a human, they were utterly astonished. But they quickly recalled the explosive news that had been circulating in the business district over the past couple of days. It seemed this was the human from the rumors, the one who had hired Overlord tier specters as bodyguards. The specters' world is about to undergo a major upheaval.
A hanging ghost couldn't help but remark. There's really no need for all this formalities.
Yang said this, but he couldn't hide the satisfaction on his face. He waved his hand, summoning a small cluster of pure yang.
I can see you're all working very diligently. I'm very pleased to have employees like you.
The pure yang energy exploded in midair, scattering over all the Spectre employees.
Though it was only a tiny amount, it still made them overjoyed. This new boss. He is way too generous.
Seeing that it was enough, Yang paid them no further attention and turned directly to Zhongchu with an order. Prepare a room for me, the one with the best soundproofing. He had already obtained the Sun Scroll, and he just completed his dual cultivation.
If not now, then when? Soon, led personally by Zhongchu, Yang checked into a suite on the hotel's top floor. Practicing cultivation techniques naturally generates quite a bit of noise.
To avoid causing too much of a stir, soundproofing was essential.
After Zhongchu left, Yang locked the door securely.
Then he hurried back to the bed. He slowly crossed his legs and sat down. He closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and gradually calmed his mind. Then, with complete concentration, he began to methodically guide the flow of vitality within his body according to the cultivation technique recorded in the Scroll of the Sun.
And when he began circulating the seventh great celestial circuit,
a stunning scene unfolded. A red glow suddenly emanated from his body, until the entire room was filled with red light.
This red light was exceptionally dense, containing boundless vitality. It caused the suite to become scorching hot in an instant.
Yang felt as though his body were enveloped by a blazing fire. As he continued to practice the technique, his breathing grew increasingly steady.
Vitality began to gradually converge at the dantian. Slowly, it coalesced into a circular form. The embryonic form of the golden elixir. Yang, who had been closely monitoring the changes in his body, was instantly overcome with excitement.
Ever since he obtained the nameless art in his previous life,
he had been envisioning his great journey of cultivating immortality. And today, he was finally about to succeed.
The cultivation of the Sun Scroll was several times more difficult than that of the Red Robe Secret Scroll and the Nameless Art. After all, the latter two focus solely on cultivating the body and mind.
After a long wait, Yang finally completed his 8th Great Celestial Circuit. At that moment,
the mattress beneath him had already begun to burn.
Yet he was completely absorbed in the transformation of his golden elixir. Completely oblivious to it.
The only ones who noticed this were the viewers watching the live stream.
Holy shit! It's on fire! Damn, let us see who dares say by Shen isn't cultivating now, it's literally burning. Wait, you guys should be worried about Bai Shun. The place is on fire and he hasn't even noticed. Whoa, no way. Bai Shun didn't get sucked dry by that female specter, but instead burned to death by his own fire?
The viewers were filled with anxiety. But soon, they realized their worries were unfounded. There, Yang sat cross-legged amidst the flames, yet his body showed not a single sign of burns. The only thing damaged was the suite itself. The 8th Great Celestial Circuit had ended. The golden core had fully solidified, but it was dull and lifeless. Yang knew that what followed was the most crucial moment. Hoo-oo. He exhaled a breath of impure air and continued circulating his cultivation technique, entering the 9th Great Celestial Circuit.
At that moment,
the raging fire in the suite had already caught the attention of those outside. The specters stared in astonishment as thick black smoke billowed from the hotel's top floor. When Zhongchu was summoned downstairs, he was instantly stunned by the sight.
Holy shit! The boss is still inside. Hurry up and put out the fire. He was frantic. After all, as far as he knew, the boss was just a human. Even though he had more vitality than he could ever use. Surely he couldn't withstand being burned alive, right? However, before the firefighting staff could even reach the top floor, a burst of golden light erupted from the rooftop. All the specters in the entire business district froze in their tracks. The golden glow gradually enveloped the sky. Only one thought remained in their minds. Holy shit! Such intense vitality. Chapter 60, You've been enhanced, go deliver it. Almost at the exact same moment, on the top floor of that skyscraper in the business district that pierced the sky, a black figure suddenly sat up. It was a tall specter clad in a pitch-black robe. Just awakened from his slumber, his blood-red eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. It was as if he had sensed a sight that left him utterly stunned. Is this pure Yang? He muttered to himself, his gaze betraying deep regret and resentment, his voice trembling slightly. I never got to experience Chunyang's golden age firsthand. I only barely caught the tail end of that era. I never imagined that Chunyang, long vanished, would one day reappear in this world. Having witnessed Chunyang's reappearance with his own eyes, the excitement in the enigmatic figure in black was plain to see. For it was precisely because he had been fortunate enough to catch the last train of the Chunyang era all those years ago that he had become the overlord tier specter he was today. He knew full well Chunyang's power and mystery, and he understood what its reappearance signified. Perhaps this would be a brand new opportunity, a chance to take another step forward and break through to the very pinnacle. Ask any overlord tier specter in the world. Who wouldn't want to reach that threshold at the very top? But that single threshold alone was enough to stop 99% of overlord tier specters in their tracks. After the initial excitement subsided, the man in black gradually regained his composure. He began to consider how he should respond to this sudden turn of events. The reappearance of pure Yang would undoubtedly attract the attention and competition of other overlord tier specters. And he must be fully prepared to stand out in this fierce competition. As his thoughts gradually cleared, the man in black's gaze grew resolute. This pure Yang that has appeared is far more terrifying than the one from that era. If I can obtain it, I will surely break through to the Emperor tier. It wasn't just this man in black. Nearly all the overlord tier specters within the central haunted city had received this crucial intelligence. After all, very few specters knew of the pure Yang. But there were some. With the overlord tier specters intelligence network, obtaining such information was quite simple. At that moment, the news of the pure Yang's emergence spread like wildfire throughout the entire central specter city. A storm was quietly brewing. However, Yang, the one at the center of it all, was still trapped in that sea of fire. Just a little more, just a little more. Yang gritted his teeth, channeling all his pure Yang energy to complete the ninth great celestial circuit. He knew the sun scroll would be more difficult than the previous two cultivation techniques. But this was just way too hard. Fortunately, his vitality had been significantly boosted after the dual cultivation session. Although the process was grueling, he ultimately completed the ninth great celestial circuit successfully. At that moment, Yang opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with vitality. The golden elixir within him was already radiating an intense, dazzling golden light. Moreover, 9 dragon patterns were engraved on its surface. Seeing that the suite he was in had been reduced to a sea of flames, Yang panicked. That was all his money. Hurry up and put out the fire. With every passing moment of the fire, Yang felt as if his heart were bleeding. The firefighters outside had not dared to interrupt him. It wasn't until they heard Yang's voice that they finally rushed in. However, the moment they saw Yang, a sense of submission welling up from their hearts caused them to kneel on the ground involuntarily. Firefighter. Yang. This must be the effect of the golden elixir. Inside his body lay a golden elixir forged from pure Yang energy. From now on, ordinary specters would have no choice but to prostrate themselves before him. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream had long since grown numb to this spectacle. Baishin can finally no longer hide the fact that he is cultivating. No way, tomorrow I'm definitely going back to that Taoist temple near my house to ask around. They must all be cultivators, they just don't want to teach me. Bro, I beg you, please don't come.
There are 31 days in this month, and you've already been here 30 days.
Actually, is there a chance that Bai Xin is the only one who practices cultivation? Don't even say it.
They all know it deep down, they just don't want to believe it. Sigh, it seems only our Taoist-dominated world has come to this. It took quite a while before the fire was finally extinguished. Zhong Chu, who had been waiting outside, showered Yang with concern and inquiries about his well-being. She only stopped when Yang had grown tired of listening. Besides him, Yu had also arrived. It was her idea to have the staff hold off on rushing in to put out the fire. After all, she knew a thing or two about Yang. He must have been practicing some kind of cultivation again. Although the commotion was loud, no one would come to harm. Have the suite redecorated. Charge it to my card. After giving,
boss, I'll hold him off.
You go find Lily and have her call for backup. You knew he was no match for a veteran overlord tier like this.
But holding him off would be easy enough. The only ones who could help now were Lily's backers, the Purple Zombie Clan. However, Yang didn't leave.
Instead, he drew forth a massive surge of vitality. After cultivating his golden core, his was no longer red, but a dazzling gold.
The black-cloaked stranger's eyes widened in shock at the sight of this massive surge of pure Yang. But in the next instant, Yang channeled the entire surge of pure Yang into Yu's body. You've been empowered, go and finish him off. Chapter 61, Artificial Emperor Tier. Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. She sensed an unprecedented surge of powerful vitality. The intensity was worlds apart from what Yang had given her before. This time, the vitality surged like a raging torrent. The moment it entered her body, she felt the bottleneck that had recently been dormant gradually loosening. It seemed as though it could be broken at any moment. After all, it had only been a few days since she broken through to the Overlord tier. As for Yang's words, go and deliver him. She didn't think he really meant for her to go to her death. Rather, to beat the crap out of the opponent. I wasn't wrong after all. If I can get my hands on this human, I'm 100% certain I can break through to the Emperor tier. The black-clad Xian opposite her sensed Yu's aura rising steadily. Though deeply alarmed, this only stoked her greed even further. Little girl, get out of the way. I'm taking this human for myself. Yu's gaze was as cold as ice as she stared down the ferociously attacking enemy before her. The boss 1T belonged to any specter. Thinking you can snatch him away is nothing but a pipe dream. Yang's backup had given her a huge boost of confidence. Although she hadn't yet fully assimilated the ball of pure yang that had just entered her body. The boost in power it provided was already enough to give her the confidence to go head-to-head with this seasoned overlord tier. She conjured a massive spectral hand and, with fierce momentum, slammed it down with all her might. The black-clad specter, however, was just as reckless. He actually intended to use his own body to brace against the blow head-on, then charge forward in the aftermath. Although this woman has obtained that cluster of pure yang and her power has greatly increased, my years of cultivation haven't been for nothing. I refuse to believe I can't withstand this palm strike. Muttering to himself, the man in black quickened his pace. However, while the thought was pleasant, reality was cruel. It wasn't until that massive specter's palm came crashing down that he truly felt the power it contained. By then, it was too late to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the palm slammed down hard upon him. In an instant, he felt as if his entire body were being scorched. It was none other than the Yang's vitality. He realized this himself and couldn't help but marvel at the power of the golden core. I never expected that, after obtaining the golden core, my vitality would become powerful enough to influence the power of specters. What did this mean? After all, vitality was highly effective against specters. This meant that any specter cultivated by Yang would possess a natural advantage over its own kind. Damn it, this isn't the power of Gucci at all. The specter in black was both shocked and terrified. He struggled to get to his feet, but the intense burning sensation throughout his body caused him unbearable agony. Boss, I've completed my mission.
Yu's face beamed with surprise and delight. She could hardly believe the changes happening to her.
A specter's power is a program innate to all specters.
And yet, Yang had actually managed to alter that very program. It was simply mind-boggling. Having witnessed such God-defying power, when Yu turned her gaze back to Yang, her eyes were practically melting. They were filled with ambiguity and teasing.
It was an expression she'd never shown before.
After all, the Yu of the past would never have made such a face. She would have simply and directly demanded dual cultivation.
She had no idea what.
It just so happens that your son has also crossed me, so I'll have no qualms about raiding your home.
Don't drag my family into this.
The specter in black roared.
Yang pretended not to hear him. Don't drag my family into this?
Sorry, but I only know that the spring wind blows and it grows again to uproot the grass. You must cut it at the root.
You, finish him off, then contact Ro and tell her to come over. Leave the professional work to the professional specter. No.
Before the specter in black could finish his sentence, Yu smashed his skull with a single palm strike.
His life force vanished instantly.
The specters watching the battle from afar were all stunned into silence.
An Overlord tier specter was dead? Killed so effortlessly? When had they ever witnessed such a spectacle?
Outside the commercial district, several figures came to a halt simultaneously, their faces betraying a look of apprehension. Judging by their auras, they were all, without exception, Overlord tier.
Who died? It must be the one from Blood Lake.
He has always lived in the commercial district. He was definitely the first to arrive.
And the other one? I don't recognize him.
That aura is unfamiliar. It doesn't seem to be from the central haunted city itself.
After a moment's hesitation,
they decided against rushing in to claim the body for the time being and turned to leave. After all, they didn't possess the same audacity as the black-cloaked haunter. If the opponent wasn't a native Overlord tier from the central Spectre City, then they were most likely a subordinate of some Emperor tier. The strength of the other Spectre cities paled in comparison to that of the central Spectre City. The ability to kill the black-cloaked Spectre so quickly didn't seem like something someone from those other Spectre cities could pull off. For them to compete with an Emperor tier for loot, or
to actually steal from an Emperor tier.
These Overlord tier figures haven't taken on a job of this magnitude yet. The commercial district. The black-clad Spectre S-corpse lay discarded by the roadside like trash. Once a Spectre dies, its spectral energy dissipates, leaving the body worthless. Yang had already taken you to a hotel to check into a new room. Whether they could artificially create an Emperor tier being. It all hinged on this attempt.
Chapter 62, Lian comes to claim vitality. This dual cultivation session was long and intense, lasting a full 3 days and 3 nights.
After all, they were attempting a breakthrough to the Emperor tier.
Even with the pure Yang's assistance, the difficulty was on par with Yang's cultivation of the Sun Scroll. And during this lengthy period, both their bodies and souls underwent an unprecedented transcendence.
As time passed, a terrifying aura radiated from the hotel, enveloping the entire commercial district. This aura contained boundless power and majesty, causing all specters to feel an irresistible pressure. The submission and fear of superiors ingrained in their DNA compelled the surrounding specters to kneel involuntarily. One after another, they bowed their heads, expressing their reverence for this aura. The entire business district fell into a deathly silence, as if time itself had stopped flowing. Outside the business district, countless specters stared up at the sky in terror.
Dark clouds loomed thickly. Thunder rumbled. Inside the room,
Yu had finished his final cultivation session, having exhausted all his pure yang energy. He slowly opened his eyes.
Did it work? Yang, now fully dressed, asked eagerly.
Breaking through to the Emperor tier was harder than he had imagined. Because of this, he even felt, for the first time, a slight depletion in his pure yang body. Though not severe, it was still alarming enough. After all, up until then, the vitality within his body had always been an inexhaustible, endless supply.
Having expended so much essence, Yang was even more concerned than you about whether they had succeeded. But in the end, the results still left him disappointed. Yu shook his head. I'm sorry, boss. I don't know why either. Even though I clearly had enough vitality, there was always an invisible barrier preventing me from breaking through. But even without breaking through the Emperor tier, my current strength can be considered unmatched within the Overlord tier. Right now, it's as if I've stepped onto the threshold of the Emperor tier, yet I can't step through that door. The strength of the Emperor tier, but not the title? Hearing Yu's explanation, Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What is going on here? Before he could figure it out, a rift suddenly tore open right beside the man and the spirit. The sudden turn of events startled them both. Fortunately, the figure that emerged from the rift next put Yang guard down. A sister-in-law, are you okay? Yang looked at Lian and saw that she was covered in wounds, her breath so faint it seemed as if it might vanish at any moment. His heart sank. Earlier, Lian and the Emperor tier principal had been taken away by World Will and transported to another battlefield. Now she had returned looking like this. Could it be? Had she been defeated? Lian keenly sensed the suspicion in Yang's eyes. Her expression darkened. You humans are truly bold, daring to question the Emperor tier? She snorted coldly and casually tossed something aside. You looked closely and immediately gasped. It was Principal Emperor Tier's head. Principal Emperor Tier's eyes were wide open, refusing to close in death, his cloudy gaze filled with endless resentment. Lian sneered, that fool thought that by cultivating for decades, he could surpass me. His strength did indeed increase. But he is still no match for me. Yang. You. Silence fell over the room. The Specters livestream captured this scene, and the comments section instantly exploded. Holy shit! Isn't that the Emperor tier principal? An Emperor tier just died like that? Terrifying. So terrifying. Emperor tier is the king at the very top of the pyramid in the Specters world. I never thought we'd actually witness the fall of an Emperor tier. This purple zombie sister is ruthless and decisive, and her power, so terrifying. Good thing she is on by Shen's side. Inside the room, Yang and Yu were silent, both taken aback that the battle had ended with the demise of one side. As the source of the conflict between the two sides, Yang didn't think his own worth would drive two Emperor tier beings to fight to the death like this. But Lian. She seemed to be an exception. The sole Emperor tier of the Violet White clan, her style of operation mirrored Yang's. Exterminate them all, leave no loose ends. At that moment, Lian cast a glance at Yu, who immediately sat up straight and behaved herself. Facing an Emperor tier. Even one who was severely wounded, she still felt a bit nervous. Fortunately, Lian waved her hand. You don't need to be so nervous. You. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Emperor tier? No, you haven't secured an Emperor tier slot yet. These words left both Yang and Yu completely baffled. An Emperor tier slot? What on earth was that? Lian immediately turned to look at Yang, her breathing gradually becoming more rapid. I really didn't misjudge you. The last time I saw this junior, he'd only just attained Overlord tier strength. I haven't seen him for a few days, and now he is already just a hair's breadth away from Emperor tier. Let me tell you what an Emperor tier slot is. It's a rule set by the World Will. The Specters world can accommodate a maximum of 100 Emperor tier beings. As long as none of these 100 Emperor tier beings perish, no new Emperor tier beings can ever be born in future generations. However, now that this fool is dead, a spot will open up in a few days. There are still many Overlord tier Specters just like you who will be vying for this spot. Whoever secures it will become the new Emperor tier. Lian's explanation truly turned US world upside down. We have to compete for it? Yang sensed her anxiety and reassured her, don't feel pressured. Don't forget you're different from the other Specters. US eyes lit up. That's right, Yang had forcibly pushed her to this, using pure Yang energy.
Her specter powers had already been transformed. If she still couldn't secure this spot under these circumstances, she might as well just take her own life. Seeing that they mostly processed the information, Lian cleared her throat and continued. In a few days, World will send out a message, one that only beings like you will receive. When it arrives, just follow the instructions. I've said everything I needed to say. I didn't come here to explain this to you. Yang, I need your help. Before Yang could answer, she grabbed his wrist. She forcibly dragged him into the spatial rift, leaving you alone in the room, looking completely bewildered. Hey! Where is my boss? Inside the spatial rift, Lian held out her hand toward Yang. Yang? Sis-in-law, what kind of help do you need from me? Just say it. Lian furrowed her brow. What else would I be here for? Vitality, of course. Even though I won that battle, I was seriously injured. In this condition, it's easy to attract the attention of my enemies. So she was after vitality after all. Before, Lian had been too embarrassed to compete with her sister for a man. But now, she had a legitimate reason. Sister-in-law, do we have a lot of enemies? Yang asked tentatively. After a moment's thought, Lian replied, just a tiny bit more than that. Out of 100 Emperor tier fighters, about 80 of them have a grudge against me. Yang. He felt like he'd chosen the wrong person to cozy up to. Come to think of it, given his sister-in-law's personality, it would be strange if she had few enemies. Chapter 63, Lian agrees to help Yang complete the artificial Emperor tier plan. However, his worries were short-lived. In fact, a bold idea even popped into Yang's head. He asked quietly, Sis, what do you think would happen if we turned all 80 of those Emperor tier beings into our own allies? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lian's heart skipped a beat. Replace all 80 Emperor tier beings with her own people? According to the rules set by the world will, the only way to achieve that would be to kill them all. Then, her own creatures would take all the vacant spots. Only then would it be possible. But to kill 80 Emperor tier, setting aside whether it was even feasible, the world will would surely not stand idly by. Yang's idea was truly bold. Even Lian, who was usually fearless, was startled by it. You don't joke around. I'm not joking. Yang looked utterly serious. You've seen it yourself. I have the ability to create Emperor tier beings. As long as I kill those 80 Emperor tier beings, the specters under my command can take their places. It might be a bit difficult at first, but later on, as we have more and more of our own Emperor tier beings and with numbers comes strength, we'll be able to take them down one by one. The more Lian listened, the more alarmed she became. Deep down, she even found herself agreeing with him to some extent. No. How could she possibly agree with such a terrifying idea? Stop. Don't say another word, just give me the vitality first. To stop Yang from continuing to elaborate on his grand plan, Lian quickly changed the subject. Fine. Yang looked thoroughly disappointed. After all, the only ones who could help him carry out this plan right now were Lian and you. Once you officially broke through to the Emperor tier as well, the two of them joining forces would surely sweep all before them. What a pity. Even Lian, who was usually so bold, had backed down. The conversation between Yang and Lian was heard loud and clear by the viewers in the Specters livestream. After hearing Yang's plan, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Holy cow! White God's appetite just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Does anyone even remember that White God was just after a few bloom coins at first? Yeah, and in such a short time, White God's appetite has already grown so big that he is setting his sights on the Emperor tier. White God is so cool when he is serious, no wonder he is the man I've set my sights on. Ugh, what era are we in? How can anyone still be daydreaming about Baishan? Hey, I've been peeing a lot lately, everyone step aside. Spatial rift. Yang was just about to channel the pure yang energy from within his body. But then Lian suddenly stripped off her outer garment and forcefully grabbed him, pulling him right in front of her. Yang? She was nothing like the zombies he'd imagined.
A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted from Leon's body. It smelled wonderful. But what was she up to? Noticing the confusion in Yang's eyes, Leon tilted her head.
For a top-tier mature woman to make such a gesture was incredibly alluring.
But what surprised Yang even more were the words she spoke next. To absorb vitality, of course.
Leon wore an expression that said it was the most natural thing in the world.
Lily had already told her that this was how to absorb vitality.
Although it seemed a bit far-fetched, there was no other way. Because, as she said before, her Emperor tier cultivation had absolutely nothing to do with vitality.
Naturally, she had no idea how to absorb a human's vitality.
So she had no choice but to use the method she learned from her younger sister. I'm sorry, little sister, but I really need pure yang right now to heal my injuries. Leon silently apologized to her younger sister in her heart. Then she forcefully turned Yang's head toward her and kissed her.
At that moment, Yang's mind went completely blank. Sis, I was just tricking that demon.
He never would have imagined that after he forcefully kissed Lily, her Emperor tier older sister would now get even in the same way. Leon kept kissing for quite a while, unaware that her method wouldn't work. In the end, it was Yang who took the initiative to channel the pure Yang energy into her body, finally dispelling her doubts. Otherwise, if this Emperor tier woman found out she'd been deceiving her younger sister,
might just have her skinned alive.
The pure Yang energy surged into Leon's body like a raging torrent, flowing endlessly. She could clearly feel this powerful, scorching energy coursing through her body. As for what came next, she knew exactly what to do. Leon parted her lips and focused her mind. She began guiding the pure Yang Qi toward her injuries. Under her guidance, the pure Yang Qi seemed to take on a life of its own, swiftly and precisely locating every wound. Leon quietly sensed the changes in her body and was delighted to discover that her originally severe injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. She hadn't expected the effect to be this powerful. After all, these were wounds inflicted by an Emperor tier who had fought to the death. She had merely intended to use the pure Yang Qi as an aid. She figured she'd be able to recover fully after lying low for a few years. Unexpectedly, the results were beyond her wildest expectations. It had actually allowed her to recover completely on the spot. The pain gradually subsided, and her physical strength slowly returned. The pure Yang Qi not only repaired the superficial wounds but also penetrated deep inside, nourishing her tendons, bones, and internal organs. Leon's expression grew increasingly astonished. What sets the Violet White clan apart from other specters is their physical form. Their physical form is the Violet White's most powerful weapon. And Yang's pure Yang energy had actually strengthened her physical form, which had previously reached its limit once again.
Yang.
After the initial shock subsided, Leon slowly spoke.
What's wrong, Shulian?
Yang changed the way he addressed her. He no longer called her sister-in-law. After all, their relationship had become somewhat ambiguous.
Calling her sister-in-law again would be a bit inappropriate. Leon shot him a withering glance.
I suddenly feel that your plan to replace the Emperor tier could actually work.
Yang raised an eyebrow. What on earth had gotten into this zombie seductress? Hadn't she been pretty timid just a moment ago? Why had she changed her mind so suddenly?
The next moment, Leon changed the subject.
But we can't rush into this.
You're human, so you don't know much about specters. The gap between Emperor tier members is as vast as the gap between E-class and Overlord tier, and even among Emperor tier members, I'm only considered mid to upper tier. So, you'll need to give me enough vitality first to boost my strength to the upper tier.
Only then will your plan have a chance of succeeding. Yang suddenly realized. Why didn't you say so sooner? So you just want vitality?
That's a piece of cake.
He lacked everything.
Money, power, status, but he certainly didn't lack vitality.
No problem.
But since you need my vitality, you'll have to stay by my side and protect me during this time.
Protect me? Be my bodyguard?
Leon agreed without a moment's hesitation.
Deal.
Yang felt elated inside.
With Lian and Yu, he'd essentially have two Emperor-tier cultivators protecting him. Who could possibly touch him now? By the way, Shulian, have you ever seen anything like this? Yang realized that Lian was also Emperor-tier
and had lived for 10,000 years. Perhaps she'd seen the later stages of other cultivation techniques. He didn't believe the nameless art ended at the golden core stage. He took out the red robe scroll and the sun scroll. Lian merely glanced at them before speaking with firm conviction. I have. Chapter 64, Sister, didn't you look down on human vitality? A hint of joy flashed across Yang's face, but in the blink of an eye, he saw Lian shake her head slightly again. I merely witnessed it thousands of years ago, within a certain human tribe. Unfortunately, that tribe has since become extinct and no longer exists in this world.
A human tribe? Yang couldn't help but pause in surprise. Had there already been traces of humans in the specters' world thousands of years ago?
Lian, oblivious to his change in expression, continued, as for the two sets of cultivation techniques you extracted, there were many similar ones in that tribe. By now, they've likely scattered to the four corners of the world, making them nearly impossible to track down. Her words felt like a bucket of bone-chilling ice water poured over him, instantly extinguishing the faint glimmer of hope that had just begun to kindle in Yang's heart. He remained silent for a long time. Finally, unable to let go of hope, he asked,
Is there really not a single clue left?
A chill crept through Yang's heart. He seemed to have guessed a hair-raising truth. He recalled how Principal Emperor Tyr had once mentioned his unique constitution, the innate cauldron constitution. Combining this with Lian's discovery of that mysterious human tribe thousands of years ago and the nameless art found there, he couldn't help but fall deep into thought.
Could it be that the ancient tribe Lian had stumbled upon by chance wasn't an ordinary human settlement, but a peculiar group composed of numerous pure Yang constitutions? In other words, every member of that tribe possessed the same innate trait as Yang. Not only were they born with pure Yang constitutions, but they were also the innate cauldron that Principal Emperor Tyr had spoken of. At this thought, Yang felt a sudden chill run down his spine. After all, a single pure Yang physique was already capable of turning the entire specter's world upside down. Not to mention an entire tribe of pure Yang physiques.
It would be no exaggeration to say they had the power to control the entire specter's world.
And yet, such a terrifying tribe. How did it become extinct? Yang sensed that the secret hidden behind this tribe was likely far more complex than he had imagined. Lian thought it over carefully. After some hesitation, he said, It's not as if we have no clues at all. Never mind. I trust US abilities. Knowing there was no other way, Yang had no choice but to let it go.
Lian said nothing more. Now that her injury had healed, it was time to leave.
She tore open a spatial rift
and brought Yang back to their hotel room.
However, the moment she stepped out of the spatial rift, Lian locked eyes with a resentful gaze. Lily. Lian. Sis, didn't you look down on the vitality of mere humans? Didn't you say that your Emperor Tyr cultivation has absolutely nothing to do with vitality? Didn't you say? Shut up.
Lian was rendered speechless by her barrage of questions. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, she snapped at her.
Lily flinched in fright.
She had just received a message from you.
It said that Yang had been taken away by her sister to have his vitality drained? How could she possibly stand for that?
She had rushed over in a panic. And that's exactly when she witnessed this scene.
Yang stepped out from behind Lian, smiling, and walked straight toward Lily.
Without hesitation, he embraced her. Then, he quickly turned around and pulled Lian into his arms as well. The two sisters hadn't expected such a bold move at all. They were both caught off guard.
However, Yang didn't seem to care in the least.
Instead, he uttered a remark that filled both women with shame and indignation. You two are blood sisters, after all.
Why are you fighting over this? Isn't it better to share the good things together?
As he spoke, his hand actually gave the buttocks of Lian and Lily, the taller and shorter zombie girls, a firm slap, producing a crisp sound.
Lian's face instantly flushed crimson.
It didn't hurt, but it was just so humiliating. As an emperor tier, she had never been treated with such insolence and disrespect. She felt both stunned and furious, yet at the same time, a bit at a loss. Should she beat up this audacious human? But since they'd already kissed, it didn't seem like one more slap would make much difference. As for Lily, she took it in stride. She didn't have any extreme reaction to it. She was just a little surprised by her sister's reaction. This was the first time she'd ever seen her violent sister act so bashful. And upon witnessing this blissful scene with Yang, the entire livestream chat instantly filled with envy. I'm so jealous, I'm really jealous. What does it mean to be a winner in life? This is it. Shirakami, teach me how can I be just like you? First, you need to have something that attracts the opposite sex. Second, go find a female specter because we're not allowed to play like that here. I suggest Baishin launches a Specters World Exploration project as soon as possible. I've had my eye on succubi for ages. BR. That battle had been so intense that she was still shaken and couldn't bear to think back on it. Now, certain parts of her body still ached faintly. Lily's face flushed slightly, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. She lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, then shook her head gently and said softly, I don't think so. Some of my injuries haven't healed yet, so it's a bit inconvenient. Actually, the swelling not having gone down was only part of the reason. More importantly, deep down, she still couldn't bring herself to accept doing that with her older sister. The thought of it was just too embarrassing. Just imagining it made her cheeks burn and her whole body tremble involuntarily. These words taken separately, she could understand them perfectly well. Why was it that when put together, she found them a bit hard to grasp? Ro stared blankly as Yang introduced the two female whites standing beside him. You've already met you. As for her current status, just think of her as Emperor tier. This is Lien, the clan leader of the Violet White clan, and she is also a bona fide Emperor tier powerhouse. Tell the clan members to go back. These two are enough. Yang's words struck Ro like a bolt of lightning. She stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. No wonder she could no longer gauge Yu's true strength. It turned out Yu was no longer Overlord tier, but had become Emperor tier. As for Lien, though she had never met her before, Yang, who had originally hoped to see the magnificent landscapes of the Specters world, was thoroughly disappointed. In this Specters world, aside from a few white cities that were relatively normal, everywhere else was nothing but a barren wasteland stretching as far as the eye could see. It wasn't until they entered the territory of the Western Haunted City that Yang finally felt as if his eyes had been cleansed. Let us go. I've heard the Western Haunted City is nowhere near as prosperous as the Central Haunted City. Probably nothing fun there anyway. Let us just go raid their place. After disembarking from the airship, Yang prepared to lead the three female specters straight to the Blood Lake Spectre clan. But Ro suddenly spoke up. Actually, the Western Ghost City has things the Central Ghost City doesn't. The Celestial Ritual is a special event here. Specters pay homage to the world will, and sometimes they receive. The black-robed Emperor tier, seeing that some were still standing, immediately grew displeased. However, after observing the scene more closely, his face, hidden beneath the hood of his black robe, twitched involuntarily. For among this group were a human, an Emperor tier, a Demi-Emperor tier, and an Overlord tier. Such a combination was simply too bizarre. Moreover, whether Emperor tier, Demi-Emperor tier, or that Overlord tier, they were all top-tier beings in the world of specters. They possessed formidable strength and status. Yet now, they were all looking to a seemingly ordinary human for guidance. No. There is something wrong with this human. Faced with the Emperor tier and the black robe's questioning, Yang remained completely unfazed. Kneel? Kneel for what? He was alone. Her gaze, hidden beneath the wide hood, glanced intentionally or not toward Yang, as if deliberately trying to show him something. At that very moment. The moment his words fell, the aura of rank breakthroughs immediately surged from among the crowd of specters below.
Of course, those who broke through were merely low-ranking specters. Although the higher-ranking specters hadn't broken through directly, they too reaped immense benefits. Deep down, nearly all the specters shared a single thought at that moment. And that was, this blessing from the world was truly exceptionally generous. The celestial ritual came to a close not long after. Those who had come to participate, however, upon hearing that Yang planned to head to the Ghost Clan next to carry out a raid, the incarnation of the world will actually took an interest. Are you really going to raid the Blood Lake Ghost Clan? Take me with you, she said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Seeing this, Yang couldn't help but purse his lips. Aren't you the embodiment of world-less kindness? Why are you so eager to take part in a raid like this? The Imperator in the black robe, however, waved her hand dismissively and explained, "Oh, I may be kind, but I'm no saint. Since you can help my original self recover, that makes us friends. Why show mercy to a friend's enemy? Besides, they're the ones who provoked you in the first place." She spoke with great conviction. Just as they were about to raid the clan, the battle for the Imperator spot began and the battlefield was set, of all places, at the Blood Lake Wicked Clan. He fixed Ian with a scrutinizing gaze, suspecting she was too lazy to run and had simply set the location to their destination. Ian immediately felt wronged. Her beautiful eyes widened in protest as she pouted, "Can you please stop looking at me like that? I'm just an avatar. It was all the original's decision." Yang fell silent for a moment. "Is there any difference between the original form and you?" "No difference," Ian muttered under her breath. Then she simply stopped pretending. "Alright, it really was my idea. Otherwise, the original form would probably set the location at that Genesis origin place again. I never want to go there for the rest of my life." Ian seemed to have some bad memories of Genesis origin, saying, "On the way to the Western Haunted City." She had already learned of the existence of the Demi-Imperator from Lien. However, to her surprise, the former patriarch of the Blood Lake Haunted Clan turned out to be such a terrifying being. At this very moment, facing the former head of the Blood Lake Mysterious Clan who exuded an utterly terrifying aura, Ro felt not the slightest trace of fear in her heart. On the contrary, she felt exceptionally excited. She knew that Yu was a Demi-Imperator, but since he and she belonged to the same faction, there had been no possibility of them clashing, so she had never had the chance to witness the true power of a Demi-Imperator. Now she finally had the chance to witness it firsthand, especially with Lien and the others backing her up. She shouldn't be in any danger. This is a hidden mystic born with extraordinary stealth abilities. Unless he actively releases his killing intent, even an Imperator would struggle to detect his presence. Lien was furious. She never would have imagined that among this group of seemingly insignificant ants, there was actually an extremely rare hidden one, hiding one so well concealed that even she had failed to detect his presence at first. Just then, the hidden one, fully aware that he had been exposed, decided to come out of hiding. His figure, concealed in the shadows, gradually emerged, radiating a dangerous aura. "You humans are quite lucky to have a Demi-Imperator powerhouse protecting you, but..." The Overlord Tyr Specter's voice carried a hint of mockery and disdain. His gaze. In a parallel world, specters ran rampant across the globe, bringing devastation to all living things. Gu emerged from nowhere. Single-handedly, he confronted the 10 Imperator beings and, at the cost of his own life, sealed them all away. Yet all that remained of him was a solitary grave containing only his ceremonial robes. After his death, Gu became a spirit, wandering the world. Seeing that everything was moving in a positive direction, he felt deeply gratified. Until, 50 years later, the Specters Association actually set their sights on his grave. The humans he had saved didn't even raise much of a protest. At that point, Gu completely lost all hope in this bunch of ungrateful wretches. He watched helplessly as his grave was dug up, and the source of the seal that had suppressed the 10 Imperator beings was destroyed. This time, Gu chose to seek out those Imperator beings on his own. "I gave my life for the world, yet all you want to do is desecrate my grave? Fine. Then don't blame me for unleashing the horror once more." The Imperator in red,
I never imagined we'd actually fight side by side with you one day. The Emperor Tyr of the Blood River, if they hadn't brought this upon themselves, I never would have thought I'd see the light of day again. The specters, already formidable, have become even more unstoppable with GUS edition. It wasn't until this very moment that those top-tier mystic masters realized just how insignificant they truly were. They regretted it, but it was already too late. My new book is on the same account. Please show your support. A tiny Blood Lake mystic clan has been spawning enemies one after another. Although they're just a bunch of low-level Karami, they're still a real nuisance. The even more important battle for the Ghost Emperor title is coming up next, and judging by the timing, it's almost here. I bet those half-step Ghost Emperors are rushing here with all their might. So, it's time to wrap up this current battle. Leave it to me. Lian had been holding back for a long time. She felt it was about time to stretch her legs a bit. After all, with her hot-tempered personality, if she didn't get into a fight every day, she'd feel restless all over. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she charged toward the group of Overlord tier spectators like a shooting star, her momentum unstoppable.